wanted to outline how I think this is going to work. But first, I want to request, Mayor, that we add a couple of slides that were inadvertently omitted from the packet that we thought we'd agreed upon on Thursday. Basically, we put a revised page 2 in there. That's the agenda, followed by a new page, number 3, why we are here, a new page, history of council meetings on metropolitan districts, and another slide, slide number 24, about next steps in this process and how we're going to move forward. So those are pretty generic slides, not a lot of legal content in them, just a little bit of additional history and a little bit more background. So with your permission, Mayor, or with the council's permission, we'd like to use the slides that we had edited but didn't get into the packet for distribution.
Are there any objections by council? I don't see any, so go ahead, Alan.
Okay, and thank you, Mayor. I'm going to need your help as we manage this meeting. We've got a lot of interaction planned, but what we would like to do is go through the slideshow, and the council has seen most of this slideshow from our town hall that was on the 1st of March. So we're going to put that out as groundwork, and then we're going to get into our expert panel, and then we're going to go through a series of questions, and I'm going to call them conversations, not presentations, but each one of the panelists will have time to talk about metropolitan districts from their perspective, and hopefully our last speaker will get here in time for his place. But if we get there and we don't have that speaker, I'm going to have to improvise a little bit and maybe call on some of the other speakers to do that part of the presentation without any preparation. So this will be very interesting, but it's a study session, and the best thing we can do is learn from each other. So I'm Alan Kirchmerg. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at the City of Loveland. I've been working on metropolitan districts since I arrived here in 2005. Some of the first ones that I worked on turned out to not be very good performers, but we've had many good performing metropolitan districts over the years. We've got 19 of them. I'd say some of them have struggled. Some of them are kind of moving along a little bit later in their expected process. And then some of them are doing very well. In fact, some of them are probably meeting all of the objectives that we would like for our metropolitan districts. But the issue is we have had questions over the last several years, probably going back as many as 10 or 12 years, but about 6 or 7 years ago, the interest in metropolitan districts really increased, and we've had regular discussions with council. We've had representatives of various metropolitan districts come in and talk to us, basically council wants to know more, property owners want to know more. We had a rule of 4 from the council to take a closer look, and in that last discussion there was a desire for independent information. Not just listening to the people that represent metro districts that have been formed here in the city of Loveland, but people that are educated and know about metropolitan districts but haven't necessarily worked in the Loveland area. And then there also may be some possible changes coming along the state legislations regarding metropolitan districts, and perhaps we'll get a chance to talk about that a little bit. Here's the history, or the more detailed history since 2017. On July 5th, we had a group of people in. We had developers, we had representatives from the school district, financial advisors, attorneys. We had the Loveland Berthoud Association of Realtors, and Mr. Powell is representing them again tonight. That's a little preview of one of our speakers. We had somebody from the Department of Local Affairs. On October 10th of 2017, city staff presented council with proposed service plan policy changes, things that could be adopted. I believe the council decided not to move forward. We had that discussion again in April of 2018. We had 12 specific policy requirements, and we've been using those policy requirements in our service plans, but we still did not get a formal adoption by the city council. And basically the discussion was to allow flexibility so that if a metro district brought along something that was unique and really beneficial to the city, they wouldn't necessarily have to fit into a really tight box that was directed by those policies. We were supposed to do this presentation to you about 364 days ago. It was scheduled for April 14th, 2020. And as we all know, we were visited by COVID and we got delayed. We kept saying we wanted to do this in person, but COVID still hasn't cooperated enough. So we decided to go ahead and do it on this format, the Zoom format, and hopefully we can get just as much conversation and discussion through the Zoom format as we could if we had people all in the city council chambers and ready for discussion. And then back on March 1st, just a little over a month ago, we did a town hall meeting where we had over 130 people on our town hall to learn more. And a lot of the slides I'm going to use tonight are those very same slides, the groundwork slides that we can refer back to. So that's the history. Now I'd like to talk a little bit and introduce our experts. And the reason why we selected these people, I think the request from City Council was, let's bring people in that haven't worked on metropolitan districts here at the City of Loveland. So they're independent from any of the developers or owners that are here. The one exception might be David Powell, because he's been in our community for years. I believe it's over 20, maybe approaching 25 years. He's with Kentwood Real Estate. He's twice been the president of the Loveland-Berthoud Association of Realtors, known as LBAR. We also came across Charles Wolfersberger, who works in the North Denver area. He's a CPA. Actually, Brett Limbaugh from Development Services said he had some experiences with Charles. Charles has worked on both sides of forming districts, helping districts get straightened out. He's also worked on relationships between homeowners associations and metropolitan districts. He's got like I said, a CPA background. He does a lot of auditing. He knows how the financial documents work, and he's been highly recommended to us. Charles, I don't want to build you up too much, but we're expecting great things from you. Michael Persichietti has Loveland ties. He had family that lived here in Loveland. He went to Colorado State University. He worked in Fort Collins, and then he went to work in Denver, and he actually worked on with an organization that helped out the people that got the lodging tax passed here in Loveland many years ago. And now he's at RBC Capital Markets, an investment banker firm in Denver. Also, we have James Mann, who we just met a few years ago. James is at Ehlers. They're also an investment bank. They do a lot of work with communities in the city. And he presented some ideas to city managers in a panel discussion a few years ago. And after Steve Adams and Rod Wensley heard him, they thought maybe he should come up and talk to our staff. So he brings some new things to the table as well. We have Matthew Gray, and he's the one person that hadn't arrived the last time I looked at the participants list. Matt put a presentation on at the library a couple years ago that was very well reviewed. He's a representative in the General Assembly. I believe he represents House District 33, which is south of here in the Broomfield area. It stretches across, covers about, I believe, about 80,000, 75,000 voters are in his district. But he's worked on metropolitan districts before. And then Brian Matisse, who's a repeat helper in this process. Brian has been to our council meetings before and provided some examples of how metro districts could be improved, some of the problems that could happen, and he'll be with us again tonight. And I want to thank everybody that is on this panel for taking up their time and helping us learn more about metropolitan districts, their strengths, their weaknesses, and how we can be improving our process. So really thank them for their times. I'm going to run through these very quickly, Council, because you've seen these before. We might have a few people on the Zoom presentation tonight that haven't seen this before, but we're talking about metropolitan districts, which are provided for in the Colorado revised statutes. But it's a way to fund public infrastructure for new development, and basically the property tax payments are made by the future property owners, sometimes over a 30-year period, sometimes a longer period of time. The key document is called the service plan. The service plan is approved by the governing body, which in our case is the city council. If the metropolitan district is outside a city limits in unincorporated areas, the county commissioners could consider forming a metropolitan districts. Let's go to the next page. Thank you. We're going to get some more clarity on this, and I'm hoping that Charles Wolfersberger can help us with this, but we want to make it really clear that metropolitan districts are not homeowner associations. Metropolitan districts can work with homeowner associations, but they are distinctly different. The homeowner associations are governed by articles of incorporation, but they don't have the same status in the state law. So let's go to the next one. Okay, a little bit of history. Got a historical map of Loveland on the right side of this chart. I'm going back to the revised statutes for Colorado, and let's stay on that slide for a minute. What I want to say here is in Title 32, there's a number of special districts, from metropolitan districts to fire protection districts, water and sanitation, water by themselves, sanitation by themselves, park and recreation districts, health and hospital service districts, and ambulance districts. Colorado state law, there are many, many different ways where the legislature has come up with ways to help public services be provided, and they also, there's a strong element in Colorado of if you've got an idea and you want to develop, there's a lot of things in the Colorado revised statutes that can help you get that job done. That's a historical theme that goes back in the early state history, even prior to Colorado actually being a state. Next slide, please. Metropolitan districts are in Title 32, and what they are is if a landowner, property owner, developer wants to use this financial tool, they look at the list of the services that are provided in this box, and they pick out at least two of these. A lot of times we see developers pick 3 or 4 or 5 of these. Some are real ambitious and throw all of these into their application, but usually it's water, it's sanitation, and it's streets, and then maybe a few other things. But it's basic infrastructure to support the development that they want to undertake. So we've divided the development process into phases. Financing the development, basically in Title 32 at Section 1004, they identify the infrastructure that's needed. And usually the developer either contacts an attorney or a financial advisor to figure out how this is going to work. So if I had 80 acres and I wanted to develop a number of single family homes out there, I would probably go to my financial advisor, an investment banker like Mr. Mann or Mr. Pershicki, and say, so how does this work? And if I could figure out how I can make it pencil financially, then I would go over and hire an attorney and figure out how legally I get it done. But funding is determined, it's not the same as traditional development. Usually under traditional development, a developer would get a bank loan. What this metropolitan district is allows the developer to borrow money based on future development that will be paid back by the people that live in the metropolitan district. So they can finance this over time. You can get the infrastructure financed with tax exempt rates, which are a little bit lower than traditional rates. It's a good matchup of user benefit, user pay, so new infrastructure is funded by those who get the benefits from the district. And then some public improvements that the district builds might be retained by the district, operated and maintained. That's what O&M means, is operations and maintenance. And the mill levy can continue beyond the payment of the actual public improvements. And those improvements might not be dedicated over to the city. In that in the service plan, it's really identified what's going to be dedicated to the city for ongoing maintenance and what's going to be retained by the Metropolitan District. And then there's also some protections because this Metropolitan District is considered a quasi-municipal government, so it has some immunity protection. So there's some good advantages to a Metropolitan District. Also, the developer can include amenities into what he wants to build. So incentives or amenities might include a pool, a clubhouse, a park. Some districts get into lakes and beaches and much bigger thinking on this. Some of them are just pretty basic. Let's do roads, let's do water and sewer, the basic pipes that we do and not much more. But the preparation of the service plan is the most important thing. Everything the developer thinks that he or she needs, or wants to put in the service plan, and once that is put together, that's brought to the city council or the county commissioners for approval. So formation and organization, the service plan gets submitted to the city. The city may approve it, deny it, or approve it with conditions. The city may add in some specific requirements. The service plan limits the district's authority. So this is really where the city's role comes in. If it's not in the service plan, it's going to be really tough to think that the things that the city would want to do could be added in. Then the district, after getting approval by the city or the county, petitions for organization through the district court, and then there's an election, and that covers the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, Article 10, Section 20 of the Constitution. The ability to issue debt is taking care of that election. That election is based on the organizers, usually 5 people selected by the developer who are the original members of the board. And those are the people that make the decisions, accomplish the vote, and then the court directs the organization of the district if the election is successful. So next slide. Here's some terms that are important to know. Special districts can issue general obligation bonds, and those are revenues, those are property tax revenues based on the value of property, based on the mill levies imposed on the property. These are very strong revenue pledges. When it's a brand new district, when it's dirt, there's a lot of risk involved. But once it's built out and it has the mill levies in place, these bonds are very attractive because most people are going to pay the property taxes on their houses, and in the market, the credit quality improves over time. Metro District can also do revenue bonds, so there can be fees and charges and other non-tax revenues. That helps pay off the debt, but it's not as strong as the property tax. People have asked, when you talk about a mill levy, Alan, what are you talking about? And basically a mill levy is a percentage of the value of the property. So 1 mill is 1/1000th of, well, it's a mill. So you take the value of the property and you would divide it by 1,000, and that would tell you what 1 mill produces on whatever valuation of property. When I say valuation, it's the assessed valuation of real property. So you've got a market value, which might be around 400,000 for a single family home, but you would multiply that by the assessment rate, which is currently 7.15%. That would give you the assessed value, and then a mill would be 1/1000th of that. What we're seeing in the metro districts these days is mill levies in the range of 40 to 60, or maybe a little bit higher in terms of combined debt, mill levies, and operations and maintenance. Metro districts can also have service charges and fees, but the real source of revenue for metropolitan districts is the property tax that's produced by the mill levies on the property that's developed within the district. Under the state statute, we've got a list of things that are required to be in the service plan. We've listed them here A through I. We've gone through these before, but the developer lays out everything that he proposes to do. He's got to have a financial plan. He's got to have backup architecture and engineering. got to have legal descriptions, also population estimates, describe specifically the facilities to be constructed, a general description of the land costs, the engineering costs, services, the proposed indebtedness, the interest rates that are expected, any discounts, any developer advances, any primary bonds or junior bonds. Everything has to be described in that service plan. If it's not in the service plan, it's going to be really tough to add anything in. Then they talk about any intergovernmental agreements between the Metro District and the county or the city. They must meet the mandatory and permissive criteria, and then any other additional information for the approving authority, either the city or the county, to make its final decision. In this next chart, we just demonstrate that there's three choices. The city, when presented with a service plan, can approve it, can disapprove it, or if there's issues, there can be conditions. And we've had situations where when the council wasn't absolutely sure of what they were looking at, they've asked for some additional conditions. So that has happened before. But once it's approved by the city council, very little recourse to make changes. Just a quick look, the mandatory criteria in Title 32 has to demonstrate existing or projected need in the area to be serviced. They also have to say that the current service is inadequate for present and projected needs. Must make the case that the district can deliver the services economically. And then finally, that the district has or eventually will have the ability financially to pay off the indebtedness on a reasonable basis. So those are the mandatory criteria. On the next page, we've got permissive criteria. And then this is, we take into consideration that adequate service is not going to be provided by another entity. So the question, when they come to the city, is does the city provide the same type of services that are being proposed by the service plan? And since we've had the Gallagher Amendment and the Tabor Amendment, it's been harder and harder for the city and the county to keep up with demands for capital infrastructure. So a lot of times we would say, oh, we're planning on serving that area, but we won't get there for 15 years. The developer or the owner would like to do it in a 3 to 5 year time frame. So we have made the conclusion that it's reasonable for them to go ahead. But the facilities that are proposed and the standards that are proposed for service need to be compatible with what the city would want to have there. Also need to have compliance with the adopted master plan. Also always have to be in compliance with the water quality management plan for the area. And then a general finding that the district creation is in the best interest of the area to be served. The city has been using 12 criteria for several years now. And when we look at the service plan, we use this as a checklist to make sure that every one of these has been addressed in the service plan. And this was started a few city attorneys ago, but our current city attorney, Moses Garcia, has enlisted the help of some outside counsel. I think we've got this down to a pretty good review process. I'm just going to run through the blue summary on the left to say that the 12 criteria include the idea that if the district is inactive for a certain amount of time, it expires, it goes away. The city can limit the public improvements. We always have that, but we want them to recognize that in the service plan. The city can limit the maximum amount of debt, can limit the term of the debt. It can have a final deadline for debt repayment. However, these can also be extended, and sometimes that requires the Metro District proponents to come back to the City Council. On our next slide are the last 7 of these 12. So we've got the last timing for the debt issuance. So these things cannot go on forever. They can go on for a very, very long time, but they cannot go on forever. Then we get into the disclosures to the home purchasers, and then also the amount of tax that a metropolitan district is going to impose. The city can limit the amount of mill levies for debt. The city can prevent high operations and maintenance mill levies. So once the debt is paid off, The O&M mill levy can go on, but the city can have limits on that. And then the final one is, if anything is considered to be a material modification, those have to come back to the city council. Next slide. Just a quick look, everybody remembers the Gallagher Amendment. It came on board in 1982. It tried to keep the ratio of valuation, assessed valuation between residential and non-residential property in the same ratio. What that's meant over the years is commercial property stayed at 29%, and residential property went from assessment rates in the 20s all the way down to 7.15%. This was on the ballot last fall, so it's not as big an issue now, but service plans learned that they had to take into account the idea that if the assessment rate on single family houses was always going down and they needed to cover the annual debt service, they needed the ability to bump the mill levy up to offset for the loss of the assessment rate going down. So that was called de-Gallagherizing, and that's in almost all of our service plans. And if Matt Gray is here, but he might be able to speak to that from the General Assembly's view. We've heard that there might be groups still trying to make more adjustments to the Gallagher Amendment. Taxpayers' Bill of Rights came along in 1992. Basically, that requires any change in tax policy that is going to bring in additional revenue has to go to the voters. So what cities and counties and school districts and fire districts have seen is whenever they feel pressure to get additional money, they take that tax policy to the voters. And the majority of tax measures have been successful in Colorado. As we know, here in Loveland, things have been a little bit tougher. The school district took many years and many attempts to get their mill levy increased. And in recent years, when the cities put tax increases on the ballot, they've been turned down. So we live with the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights. We've been living with the Gallagher Amendment. Both of these constrain how much local government can do. Property owner information, this has been something that our city council has been concerned about for many years. We've added disclosure requirements to service plans. There's also a requirement for annual notices. The metropolitan districts have open district board meetings. These must be announced, and they are posted at the city's, well, they used to be on our bulletin board, now it's on our website. Also supposed to be regular elections for the metropolitan districts, and people that own property in the district are eligible to run for office and to vote. If we need more information, you can always go to the Department of Local Affairs. It has tremendous amount of information in their database. So it's the Department of Local Affairs. They've got just about every taxing jurisdiction in the state of Colorado. Next page is our very own City of Loveland Metropolitan District webpage. So on each one of our metropolitan districts, you can find it by name, you can find the service plan, you can find their filings for their budget and their annual plans, you can find out who the board of directors are, you can find out when their next meeting is, or their next election, and you can find this at this website at the bottom of this page. So, but just get to the Loveland government page and search for Metro District, you should be able to find this website. Our common questions for property owners, and our panel will talk a little bit about this and other questions that have come up. But these are questions that come up over and over. Is how much longer do we have to pay this metro tax? Our first metropolitan districts were from the early 2000s. Homeowners that have been there for that entire 19-year period are asking the question, so when will these mill levies go away? That question comes up. Some of them want to know is how do we get on that board, or how do we find out how our money is getting spent? And then they sometimes come in and ask about specific services that they're getting. But the best way to get that is to go and ask the people around the board, because this is a quasi-government, a quasi-municipal corporation, and it has those responsibilities to speak to their owners. And then we're also going to talk a little bit about who benefits from metro districts. Developers see them as an excellent financial tool. homeowners get a place to live that has certain amenities, and the city of Loveland gets some benefit from the public improvements that are put in place. 24 is a new slide. What are we going to do after tonight? The path might have 3 or 4 or even more options, but we've been operating with the 12 policy requirements for the past several years. We could continue to do that. There could be recommendation to make changes and perhaps adopt a more formal model service plan. And there might be something in between. Perhaps we'll hear something tonight from our experts about what could happen or what they know about in other communities, and that could guide us as well. So legal questions. We're going to have a conversation with Matthew Gray, Brian Matisse. They're going to talk about the powers and structures for metro districts and also some governance issues. We've got James Mann and Michael Pershikiti to talk about debt, bonds, specifically the structure of bonds, where you can have developer advances, you can have junior bonds, you can have subordinate bonds, you can have senior bonds. I just looked at a metro district the other day that had 4 different types of bonds issued for it, all with different terms and different interest rates. We can get back into mill levies. We can talk about the Gallagher effect. We've got experts here and they can help us out. Charles Wolfersberger, the CPA I mentioned to you, David Powell, our long-term Northern Colorado resident and who's been with us before on several occasions, but could talk about disclosure documents, issues that they run into, what they hear about property taxes, HOAs versus metro districts, or how they get along, and maybe there's other ways that we could finance development. So I believe we're close to the edge, the end here. I wasn't going to ask for discussion or questions right now, but I was going to explain how I thought we could do this. We've got 6 speakers, and I thought we'd start with Michael Pershikiti, and I don't know if Matt Gray has made it yet, but they can talk from the developer point of view. When somebody comes in and talks to them and says, hey, I've got this idea about a metro district in northern Colorado. How can you get me started? How would you explain it? Michael's worked with metropolitan districts before, and Matthew Gray has worked on the legal side, but I thought we'd give them a chance to just explain how it works, how sophisticated the developers are, and that's a full range, I suppose. But you can get to know them, they can talk a little bit, and after Matt and Michael have a chance to speak about it from the developer side, then I'd like to go back to the point at which it's presented to the city, and then we're going to get advice from Brian Matisse and from Jim Mann about what we can do. But before we start with kind of that dialogue, I'd like David Powell just to give us an update of the real estate situation here in northern Colorado. So kind of give us a big context, what's going on and what they're seeing, and then maybe Charles Wolfersberger can talk to us a little bit about metropolitan districts and HOAs and how those work. So you'll get to know David and Charles right away, and then we'll get to Michael and Matt, and then to Brian and Jim Mann. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Pershikiti. Are you ready, Michael?
You got it on.
Did I set you up? You're ready.
No, I appreciate the council members' time here and Alan for setting this up, for giving us an opportunity to have a discussion about metropolitan districts, both statewide and within the city of Loveland. I'll just introduce myself a little bit here. So I'm Michael Pershikiti. I'm with RBC Capital Markets. We're an investment bank in Denver, Colorado. And we act both as underwriter, raising capital for metropolitan districts, cities, counties, school districts, very special districts in the state within Colorado, and then also work in certain instances as a financial advisor as well. And our role in these types of transactions is specifically to raise the capital and issue the bonds that are necessary to fund the infrastructure related to the development. And What typically happens is that we look at an overall development, how the development is being built out, whether it's residential, mixed use, commercial, or otherwise, and prepare the financial plan that is attached to the service plan based upon the projected build outs and overall development that is going to be on the land that is owned by the developer, and within the service plan limitations of how long we can issue debt and the mill levies that can be utilized for the repayment of the debt. I would note that exactly what Alan mentioned in terms of how bonds are issued is exactly right. These are limited tax obligations typically when they're general obligation bonds, which are limited to the amount of mill levies that are within the service plan that is approved by City Council. And so many times that is anywhere from 40 to 60 mills that is available for debt, and then a limited mill levy for any operations and maintenance of the districts going forward throughout its life. So we typically look at these in terms of what the development is able to support and is marketable within the municipal market. So when we're issuing bonds, it is based upon the reality of what a general marketplace and a free market would accept in terms of paying for the infrastructure on the site. A lot of what we support within the metropolitan district markets is that districts are able to provide a couple of things. One, as Alan was mentioning, that Tabor really restricts cities' abilities to pay for infrastructure. You have a limited ability to raise revenue based upon what is voted by the residents of the city. And so what metropolitan districts allow us to do is to finance infrastructure through development that is growth over time. So development is essentially paying its way through these metropolitan districts. And then it also provides the ability for homeowners to have some affordability in terms of the cost of their home. So the cost of this infrastructure is going to occur in one fashion or another, whether it's through the financing of the metropolitan districts or through the cost of the home price. And by financing it on a tax-exempt basis through the metropolitan districts, it allows for additional affordability. And then amenities, many of these metropolitan districts are able to be less dense communities with recreational facilities, open space, trails, all the sorts of amenities that many people enjoy within their communities. And so those are kind of the things that we support in terms of metropolitan districts in Colorado. They've been around since the last 30 years or so and have been well developed over time in terms of the financing mechanism that we use in Colorado. So, Alan, I don't know if that's what you wanted, but that's kind of the role that we play and how we look at these type of districts.
Thanks, Michael. Matt Gray is not on yet, so let's go back and see if I can get David Paul to just give us an overview of the housing market here, and then also Charles can talk about HOAs and any clarifying situations there, and then Matt Gray will be able to join us. And if David O'Leary is in the list, maybe he would be able to fill in. But send me a text if you can, Mr. O'Leary.
Thanks for having us on. David Powell, and I represent Kentwood Northern Properties and also speak on behalf of the Love and Berthoud Association of Realtors. And we're very happy that we have a relationship from the board with the city. And as I've been on the board for many, many years, you guys asking us to do stuff like this, we enjoy helping and being of service. I really enjoy the fact this happened tonight because I should be at Centennial Ball Fields in 41-degree weather coaching my baseball team, so I appreciate that this got moved to tonight so I don't have to freeze outside. I got someone to send me kind of a funny here. It said, the state of our real estate market. In a buyer's market, you've got 10 chairs and only 5 people are playing. In a seller's market, you got 6 chairs and 8 people are playing. But in our current market, you got 3 chairs, 40 people are playing, but now the chairs are on fire and you're being chased around the room by a scary clown. And that is very indicative of our market at the moment. At 5 o'clock tonight, I just did a very random search on our MLS system, and all I put in was Loveland. I didn't put a price range, I didn't put a square footage, I put nothing. And in what I pulled up is over 81,000 people in the city of Loveland based on 2020 Google count. We have a whopping 36 houses available for sale, and we have 70 attached houses for sale. So we have 43 houses that I could show a prospective buyer in a town of 81,000 people. We're seeing buyers that are currently in the market are scared, they're a little desperate. When I speak about this, I could pull up Chimney, Windsor, Loveland, Greeley, Fort Collins. I can pull up any town in northern Colorado, and we're all seeing the same effects. So obviously a tremendous seller's market. We're seeing people, not in all cases, and I think that's the big thing I want to talk about, is not in every single case are people paying over list price, but it's getting to that point where you have to prepare your buyers for that. The concern in the real estate market that we have is we can't stop it, we can't stop the market, but where's the influx of new homes being built, landlords, investors keeping their houses, they're not selling their houses as we had kind of hoped they might, because rents are still high. And then our word that I never use anymore is affordability, because now we're just trying to find attainable housing for our buyers. So hot market, it's a frenzy out there, and I think the perfect storm has happened. I think from the pinup of COVID last year, people necessarily didn't always move. They were, a lot of people were just content with staying at home and not making any sort of a move. Then you've got the historically low interest rates. Now we're hearing stories of people that are living in certain areas that are told they can work from home, and they don't have to maybe live in a certain spot to work. And of course, we have a very desirable area to live, especially along the Front Range in Colorado. So I think a number of those things has led to the storm that we have, and builders can't keep up with the inflation and the costs of lumber and metal and roofing supplies. And so I think that's our perfect storm in our market. As we all know, I've been doing this for 24 years, and when I entered the market, we had a seller's market, nothing like this. And then, of course, we went through our recession in 2008, and then slowly got out of that back into a seller's market a few years ago. But in 24 years, I've never experienced anything quite like this. We're actually, the formula that a lot of people are doing is actually, there's coming soon, it's called. It's what people are putting their house on the market as a coming soon to get it out there, listing it on generally a lot of them are listing on a Thursday or Friday, and then asking for offers by Sunday. And that's we actually, in certain price ranges, I would actually tell my seller they actually should go someplace else. They should go to the mountains, they should go to grandma's house, they should leave for the weekend because of the frenzy that we've got going on. So the fact we're talking about metro districts at this time as opposed to last year, the inventory, I can't imagine our inventory without metro districts as an availability to, so we have a few more houses to sell. We just have to do right by the metro districts so that we have, so that we keep them in the right context for our people. And for our aspect, the big thing, and I'll talk about later, is disclosure, and it is keeping our buyers informed. So any questions, always happy to answer.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And let's go to Charles, and he can talk about metro districts, how they get along with HOAs, and give us a little context on himself. I still don't see Matt Gray has joined us, but David O'Leary, who we've worked with before, might be able to step in and do kind of that other side of what Michael started, where if you're a developer and looking to do a metro district, after you get your finances figured out, David can talk about what the attorney does for the Metro District proponents. So thank you, David, for volunteering to do that. But let's go to Charles and talk about HOAs and some of the things he's seen in Metro Districts in the Denver area.
Great. Well, thanks for inviting me to this meeting, and good evening, council members and staff. And I want to thank Alan for setting up this meeting for tonight. So, yeah, so I'll try to be as brief as possible because I know we have a lot of content to cover tonight still. But regarding HOAs and metropolitan districts, I guess just out of curiosity, I'll start. How many council members actually live in an HOA? I don't know if there's any. I know I'm in one, so so everybody's. This looks like that you're familiar. So good. There's some important differences between HOAs and districts. I guess, and maybe before I go to the differences between metropolitan districts and HOAs, I'll take one further step back and maybe point out one other key document, because sometimes homeowners get confused between metropolitan districts and HOAs. What do they do for their neighborhoods? It is the declaration document, which sometimes it's called the CCNR, which are the covenants, conditions, and restrictions. And that's always can be a contentious issue in neighborhoods when it comes to covenant enforcement and what color you can paint your house. A lot of neighborhoods have this declaration document that's filed, and everybody's subject to minimum property maintenance standards for their neighborhoods. And these documents allow somebody to enforce those covenants. And typically, in the past, before metropolitan districts kind of became a thing, it was HOAs, homeowners associations, were given the declaration document, which is filed with the county clerk and recorder's office, and it's recorded against all the home lots within a neighborhood. That document would give the HOA the power and authority to enforce the covenants in the neighborhood. And I don't know how far back, but at some point the laws changed and now allow metropolitan districts to either contract directly with the HOA to provide that covenant enforcement services. We have some districts out there now that where there's no HOA and the metropolitan district provides the covenant enforcement services. And so you see in some cases where you could have a covenant controlled community, but there's no HOA. There's just a metropolitan district. And so, so when we talk about covenant controlled communities, you don't, until you know, many homeowners just think a covenant controlled community can mean that just means that there's an HOA, but in most of the cases, most of the neighborhoods our firm manages, we do not have HOAs. It's the metropolitan districts, which are run by the homeowners for our clients. That's homeowners on the board, and they're doing the covenant enforcement and the other type of neighborhood services. And so, in HOA, one thing that's important to note is it is a corporation. It's a nonprofit corporation. HOAs can take other forms as well, but the most common is it's a nonprofit corporation. It files a federal and a state tax return each year. It earns revenue by assessing dues on the homeowners. It has expenses to pay for landscaping of the parks and open spaces, or if there's a community pool, you got to pay for, if you have a contractor that's doing the neighborhood inspections, walking through the neighborhood. So that's your HOA, and that's, and then homeowners who live in that neighborhood that's managed by an HOA, every house is assigned one vote. And they all get to vote for board members. If they make rule changes, homeowners may get an opportunity to vote on that, but each house gets one vote. Metropolitan districts are different in that they are a government agency, like a subsidiary or a subset of the state of Colorado. And Alan kind of went through kind of how districts are created. We'll probably end up going back and revisiting that a little bit, some of the other panelists here, but the districts differ in that they don't file tax returns with the IRS. They're tax exempt. Governments don't tax governments. So they earn revenue primarily through property tax revenue that's assessed on all the properties within the neighborhood. Districts can also generate fees, similar to like HOA dues, to provide services. And then the board is, in most cases, districts are 5-member boards. Most HOAs are also 5-member boards. I've seen some that are 3, some that are, I've actually seen one that has 9 board members on an HOA board. But in the case of a metropolitan district, elections for board members is based on total number of registered voters in the neighborhood. Registered voters get a vote for who sits on their metropolitan district board. And so if you're a big family and you got yourself and 10 kids in that house or whoever, and they're all registered voters, and that house gets 10 votes if they all vote and are voting for board members for that district. So the voting makeup is a little bit, it's different for a metropolitan district versus an HOA. But at the end of the day, I guess one important thing is the population that's voting their board members in, whether it's an HOA or metropolitan district, it's the people in that neighborhood. The people who live outside the neighborhood or in the city, they don't have a say on who sits on that HOA or district board. Another key difference is HOAs. By law, the developers, when they create these HOAs and form them as they're building out the neighborhood, they get a certain amount of protection to control that board. And I don't know I can't remember what the cutoff is, but it's maybe 2/3 or I know Brian Matisse, he probably has this law memorized. Some people has memorized, and so I'll defer to him some of these technical details. But there's a certain percentage, and it's a pretty high percentage that the developer gets to control the majority of the board for this. And again, remember, an HOA is a private corporation. A metropolitan district board, there's no protections provided for anybody on the board. Similar to beyond city council. If somebody wants to run a recall election against you because they don't like what you're doing on the city council, they can do it. Same for a metropolitan district board. Those elections, there's no protections given to a developer or anybody else who has seats on that board, unlike an HOA. Another important difference between HOAs and districts, HOA, again, because it's a private corporation, all the assets that the HOA owns, whether it's a community pool, it's a park, those types of assets are private assets, private property, and all the homeowners are basically shareholders and they own a piece of that private property. Whereas a metropolitan district only owns public assets. And so if the metropolitan district owns a community swimming pool in that neighborhood, that is a public pool. And so the parks, the pool, the clubhouse, anything owned by a metropolitan district is public assets. So that's kind of the I guess brief overview I'll give between HOAs versus metropolitan districts. Probably I'm sure there's some other details I've forgotten, but I'll just kind of leave it at that. Is there any questions on kind of differences between HOAs and metro districts?
I think we're good for now.
I think Alan wanted all of you to have a chance to go first and then start questioning.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's right, but that's okay. Thank you. I still don't see Representative Gray yet on the call. David O'Leary is in our audience. He might qualify for somebody that hasn't been a metropolitan district proponent in our area. and he can speak from his experience. He's with Spencer Fane. Can we get David live? I think he's on. David, can you take on the role of the legal guy that would be helping somebody set up a metropolitan district? Somebody comes into your office and they bring somebody like Michael Persichidi in, and how do you walk them through the process? How do you get them prepared to do a metropolitan district?
Well, and typically, can you hear me okay?
Can hear you fine, and thank you for stepping in.
You bet. No problem. So typically, there's pieces and parts that go into doing a special district and a metro district. Mr. Persichidi is helpful in developing a financial pro forma that will demonstrate the financial feasibility of any debt that's proposed. Districts, as Alan so eloquently summarized, will finance all the public improvements, so water, sewer, streets, those kinds of things that are available to the public that could be financed by the Title 32 district. And we typically will take the financial pro forma to demonstrate any of the feasibility and put that in as an element. We also typically will have an engineering or architectural survey of what we propose to be in the district. A lot of times service plans are best guesses at the time when we're forming the district, and they will default to approved development plans that are approved by the city. So the city always gets more than one bite at the apple with regard to districts and infrastructure. Developers are still always on the hook for constructing those public improvements in accordance with annexation and development agreements. But the Metro District is a financing tool. Typically, we'll walk them through the pieces of how the district is formed and what they can finance. Anything that's not dedicated over to the city or a sewer district or water district will be retained by the Metro District for ongoing operation and maintenance. And any of those obligations for ongoing activities of the district are typically covered by an intergovernmental agreement with the city or the county. And that will govern how those metro districts operate. Anything that's left over that's not already dedicated over to water, sewer, street, water or sewer districts or the city. So primarily districts are a financing tool. And typically what we tell our developers is the districts can't finance all of it. They finance a piece of it. They finance the public piece of it. And ongoing operations will be handled just like your municipality will. They will be handled through operation and maintenance revenue, either through the mill levies or fees. And typically in conjunction with city planning or the public works department. Those things and those standards for maintenance are very similar to what you would have in a municipality for those standards. And our financing is limited. Michael pointed out that a lot of times you're doing limited tax general obligation debt. So that's limited to whatever the mill levy generates. And that's typically limited for a certain period of time. In Loveland, and the model has changed a couple times over the years, but in Loveland, they're very particular about disclosures to property owners. Those have to, the existence of the district and what your taxes are anticipated to be are projected out and disclosed and recorded against the property. And typically when the district is formed, we will also record a variety of notices that will show up in title. So the existence of the district and the ongoing operations are disclosed in a number of different ways, through a public disclosure process, through things that are recorded with the clerk and recorder's office, and through our annual compliance that the districts will have. Does that kind of answer your question, Alan? I might have gone down a rabbit hole, but.
Oh, no, I think that's fine, and I really appreciate you stepping in, David, on absolutely no notice other than the fact that you showed up at our meeting. But thank you for being a good sport. And one of the things that I wanted to ask both Michael and you, David, was when a developer comes in and says, I really want to figure out how to make as much money as possible. I don't know if they can do it that way, but I know there's developer advances, there's the the first issue of bonds, maybe a second tier, junior bonds, and the one I saw the other day actually had a fourth tier of bonds. How prevalent of that? How does that come up in a discussion? Does that happen with the financial advisor, or does that come more with the legal advice?
Well, the service plan and the existence of the district, the feasibility of financing anything or operating anything, your four corners in your rule book as a district are defined by the service plan. So your service plan sets limitations or caps on mill levies and sets limitations or caps on debt. But when a developer comes in, typically the discussion revolves around how can I make this project go forward? And that project is typically, you're looking at, for any development or any project, you're looking at your capital stack. You try to calculate what it takes in order to build the infrastructure and how to finance it. And that will come through a variety of different things. 9 times out of 10, those developers are advancing the funds first and getting reimbursed. And as we indicated, a lot of times the pieces that are being financed is just a piece. It's not all of it. So we can't finance any of the private improvements. And we won't be able to finance 100% of the public improvements. So it's not, when you're asking whether or not, or you get the question of whether or not I can finance all of it, the answer is no. Typically in a residential project, you're looking at anywhere from 25 to 40% is able to be financed if you have enough absorption. Your pricing points and your mill levies and your revenue comes in is feasible. If you have a mixed use project with commercial, that will help. And just like when you go out and finance on any public project, your diversity of tax base is what makes those bonds marketable. But in order to maintain the tax exempt status of those bonds, you have to hit certain thresholds and certain requirements to maintain the tax exempt status of those bonds. And that will get you the more favorable rates, just like a municipality would. What I often will tell my developer clients is it's similar to financing or mortgaging your house. You're going out and getting money. If you get your money early on in the process and you have no equity, your money's more expensive, your ratings are lower, and your net proceeds will be lower. If you can wait until your assessed valuation goes up, your financing will be better, your creditworthiness will be better, and that is often why you will see multiple financings or multiple issuances on a district, because there's just no creditworthiness in that district until the assessed valuation picks up.
Thank you for that clarifying. Next, we'd like to move over to Jim Mann and Brian Matisse. And we've heard how the developer works with a financial advisor and with a legal advisor. They turn in their service plan to the city. And now Jim Mann can tell us a little bit about some of the work he's done on how a city can evaluate that, maybe some of the tools that can be used to figure out if the request being made by the developer is in a normal range of activity. And then Ryan Matisse has had experience in districts that haven't quite worked out, and he can tell us more from a legal perspective of things that we can look for to hopefully keep us away from legal issues as the approver of a service plan. So next, I'd like to introduce James Mann from Ehlers, a financial advisor, investment banker. Jim, you still there?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councilors, for the opportunity to be here tonight. Just a little background. I have been in the municipal advisory field for a little over almost 21 years now. Back in the day, we weren't municipal advisors, we were financial advisors, and then the federal government got involved and we had to change our names. But the majority of my career was in Wisconsin, and I'm I wouldn't say a recent transplant to Colorado, but I've been here for the last several years, and a significant amount or part of our work out of our office here in Colorado has been reviewing metropolitan districts. And So I bring a slightly different perspective to the metropolitan district landscape from a perspective that in the past, I came from an area where there was rarely tax dollars, whether it be directly from a municipality or through the quasi municipal structure of a metropolitan district, that would be used for residential development. It was always assumed that the residential development would pay for itself. Move into Colorado, and I'm faced with reviewing metropolitan districts, and the landscape is a little different out here. And metropolitan districts almost have become somewhat of a birthright to developers developing residential development as a way of financing a portion of their costs. And I think it's important to note that the metropolitan district is a financing tool for the developer. It's a way for the developer to access the capital markets to assist in putting in the infrastructure necessary to allow the residential development or commercial development to actually occur. One of the areas that we always look at when we're faced with reviewing metropolitan district service plans is the contribution from future taxpayers of the district necessary to cause the development to occur. And that's kind of a billion-dollar question out there in terms of looking at, well, what does it take to cause the development to actually happen? Every developer has a balance sheet or a pro forma that they look at, which includes all the costs associated with buying the land, holding the land, putting the infrastructure in, covering and holding that infrastructure cost until they can turn around and sell that lot to an end user. The metropolitan district financing tool just is another piece in their overall pro forma. They boil that all down and they're looking at a return on their investment. No one does anything for free. Developers are in the development business to make money. And they're going to make as much money as they possibly can. And there's a break point. And there's a lot of art and there's a lot of science to figuring out what that break point is in terms of at what point does it not make sense for me as a developer to move forward with the proposed development because the risk is too great and there's not enough profit in the risk for me to say, yes, let's go ahead and plow in the infrastructure and build houses for an end user. Now, on the other side of the equation, if no one's looking at how much I can pull out from the financing tool of a metropolitan district, I could be unduly enriching either myself as the developer or perhaps the original landowner through an exorbitant price just for the raw land. So somebody's making money somewhere. So there's this balancing act that you end up trying to focus in on. And that's where, when we look at service plans, many times there will be extraordinary costs to the development. Maybe you have to bring water and sewer from an extended distance, and that's an excessive cost. Maybe there are excessive stormwater costs that you have to deal with in terms of managing not only your own stormwater, but something that might be upstream from you and planning for that. There may be infrastructure costs along arterial roadways that the city is causing or saying, hey, you're going to need to improve this road. That's not necessarily a normal development cost of the internal infrastructure of a subdivision. For the most part, the internal infrastructure of a subdivision basically should be covered by selling house and lot packages at the end of the day. And so when we're kind of boiling this all down, we're trying to get to the answer of all right, we're going to put this metropolitan district in place. We're going to levy taxes on the future taxpayers for an extended period of time. Is that just unduly enriching the proponent or the developer? Or is it necessary that the proponent and developer needs that contribution over an extended period of time so that they can make a reasonable return on their investment? And we do that by looking at the details of the finance plan that Mr. Persicchiti prepares. We look at that in terms of the types of infrastructure that is being financed through the district, boiling it all down to try to come to a conclusion or get to a point where you as the approving authority can answer those 4 mandatory criteria and the 5 permissive criteria in an affirmative way, so that at some point in the future, somebody doesn't come back to you and say, you guys didn't do a very good job. We're paying way too much money. Somebody got too rich on this deal, whatever it may be. It's an exercise of your diligence in terms of approving that plan. I will say that in many of the communities that we work in, the infrastructure in terms of your model service plan and some of your policy and disclosure items that you have, the 12 items that were identified earlier, many communities don't have that level of detail. And so it's a much harder row to hoe in terms of getting to the point where you're not making an arbitrary and capricious decision if you were to deny something. And I can't emphasize enough that it's important to have clear and concise policies so that the development community understands the information that they need to provide so that they can move forward. At the end of the day, we're all working towards the same goal. The developer wants to develop. You want to approve the development because you want the development, but there's the balancing act of what's in the best interest of the future taxpayers and the money or the profit that the developer or the proponent's going to pull back out of the deal. And when you look at the construct of Title 32 and what goes into a service plan, the approving authority, in this case, you, the city, has broad authority to require information so that you can make an affirmative statement on the mandatory criteria, and if you choose, the 5 permissive criteria. So you have great authority to go out and get information. At the end of it, when we get down to it, if I'm building a 4,000 square foot house and I can sell that house for $600,000, that's just on round numbers. I, as the realtor or the developer, can sell that house for $600,000, regardless of how much money or how much of the financing tool of a metropolitan district kicks into the equation. Now, there is the tipping point at the back end of that if I can only sell the house for $600,000 and my infrastructure costs are such that I'm not going to achieve a reasonable return on my investment, I, as the developer, am just not going to move forward. And so that's where the financing mechanism comes in and can be very beneficial. But I would encourage that when you're looking at it, you want to look at the extraordinary costs, not necessarily the internal infrastructure. Just one last piece that I'll throw in there on the financing side is, right now I can go out and get a 30-year mortgage for 3%, maybe 4%. You're probably not going to issue debt in a new metropolitan district for that amount of money. Or for that interest rate. It's going to be probably a higher interest rate than what you're looking at. So in some respects, financing over a long period of time through a metropolitan district can actually hurt the end user because they're going to be paying for a much longer period of time. Now, again, there's a huge balancing act when you're looking at the equation of what's in the best interest of those future taxpayers. Because if the price of the house, using that same 600,000, if I can sell a house for $600,000 and you can pay over a longer period of time higher taxes, I might not be able to sell that house for $660,000 and finance it, because the person or the individual taking out the mortgage might not be able to get the mortgage for $660,000, but they might be able to get it for $600,000, knowing that they're going to pay higher taxes over a long period of time. So again, it is a real balancing act when you look at your role as you're basically, as the city, the last bastion of defense for the residential future property owner, that they're not going to pay too many taxes over too long of a period of time that may not have been necessary. And that's where we kind of get into this art and science equation of looking at what's in the best interest and what makes sense financially to get the project moving forward. And Alan, I'll stop there. I'm sure there are going to be lots of other questions that, if you want me to pontificate on, I can.
All right, well, thank you, James. Brian Matisse is our last invited independent expert. Brian, are you ready to give us some legal advice on what to look for, what to avoid, how to stay out of trouble as a city that might be looking at more service plans here in the future?
Well, thank you, Alan. I'll definitely try my best to give you some general information from a legal perspective. I can't give you legal advice on any particular issue, obviously, because I don't have enough information on that, but I'll do my best. I want to thank you for inviting me again. As Alan mentioned earlier, I have been invited regularly to your various study sessions in 2017 and 2018, and again to this one. A little bit of background I know most of you, but for those of you that are new to the council since the last time I spoke, I'm an attorney at Birch Simpson, and one of my areas of practice, my little niche practices, includes Metro District work, both in the standpoint of representing Metro Districts. I'm general counsel for 5 different metropolitan districts in Colorado. And also, I'm involved in litigation. One of the few attorneys that do get involved routinely in litigation, either representing Metro Districts and defending against litigation, or alternatively, representing either homeowner associations or individual taxpayers and challenging some of the wrongful acts of Metro Districts. What I want to start out with addressing some of the what we see as new developments since 2017, 2018 when I last spoke. And some of those are very concerning, and I think there's some things that you need as city councilors that are deciding on whether or not to approve a metropolitan district service plan. I think they're very important for you to be aware of. The first thing I want to say, Alan did a great presentation early, but he made one mistake, and it's a critical mistake. He said that there are 19 metro districts in Aurora. I'm sorry, in Loveland. See, I live in Aurora. That's why I'm thinking that. But there's actually 55.
Right.
There's 19 service plans, consolidated service plans that the city of Loveland has approved, but they actually create 55 separate and independent metro districts. Every single metro district that you approve, whether there's 1 or 10 in a service plan, is a separate, independent, standalone government entity. And the statute that allows for your approval of the service plan says that you are required for each district to make those findings that Alan Kirchmerk referred to. And those findings in his view graph, in his slide 32.1.203, specifically require you to find, number 1, that there is sufficient existing and projected need for service in that district. Well, you approved, the city of Loveland, you approved the service plan, believe it or not, for a district that consists of 400 square feet of undeveloped and always undevelopable land. How could there ever be any need for services in a metro district that is only 400 square feet? Second thing you have to do is you have to show that the existing service is inadequate, that the proposed special district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service, that the area to be included in the proposed district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. Well, in 2019, the city of Loveland approved 10 districts, the Kinston metropolitan districts. Those districts, I don't know if you're aware, those districts initially had an area. Each single district was only 100 feet by 200 feet. These were little rectangles that will never have any homeowners in them, but will never have any developable property in them. That's what you approved. You approved $170 million of possible debt that those districts could create, and they could allocate them any way they want among these 10 different districts that consisted of these little tiny postage stamps of undeveloped property. And then you told the developer, oh, by the way, after we approve the service plan, and we, as Alan said before, it's very important because once you approve a service plan, you don't have very much control anymore. Okay? You told the developer, well, here's 600 and some acres of possible land. Do whatever the heck you want. You can put them in one district, two districts, mix them up, shift them up, include, exclude, play your shell games between these districts. How could you, in good faith, approve a plan like that where you have no idea what land is eventually going to go in those districts? The only thing you know is that the initial districts are going to consist of 10 little postage stamps with essentially no tax base. I would submit that this is the kind of shenanigans that developers are playing on you that leads to abuses. And I'm going to talk about some of those abuses that result from consolidated service plans like this that give the developers complete flexibility to do what they want. And the trends that I'm seeing are very disturbing in recent years. The one big trend I'm seeing is developers do not want to give control of the metropolitan districts to the homeowners. They do not want any homeowners on the boards of the metropolitan districts as long as they can avoid it. And so that's why they're playing these kinds of games. The first game that I told you about in 2017 and again in 2018, I'm going to tell you about it again, is the master-servant metro district structure. That's where you have one district that is a little tiny postage stamp that will never have any homeowners in it. Remember, you've created a separate government entity that will never have any residents in it, that will never need any services. And you're saying that developer can control that district forever. And then what they do is you require an intergovernmental agreement between that master district, which is sometimes called euphemistically operating district or sometimes service district, and the district that the taxpayers will be in, called the financing district or the taxing district. And what happens is you create a consolidated service plan where all the money from the homeowners essentially is going to go directly to this little postage stamp district, and the developers will get control over how it needs to be spent. Now, I'm not saying that all developers will abuse that power, but what I am saying is that we have seen examples of that in many, many cases where the developers do in fact abuse that power. For example, we have recently had a district in Colorado Springs that the homeowners wound up being in a particular district. And when the homeowners took control of the board, the developers immediately, right on the eve of the election where the homeowners learned about the district, that they could be on the board, the developers transferred all of their remaining undeveloped property into another district that they controlled in the consolidated service plan. And similarly, they transferred all of the infrastructure into this separate districts, so that the homeowners wound up being in a district now that had no infrastructure, but yet it had taxes because the bonds had been issued on it. So they wound up with a district that had nothing but debt. And the developers continued to control the water system, continued to control the infrastructure, continued to be able to do what they want. And similarly, there wasn't enough tax base now in the remaining shell district the homeowners controlled. That's an example I submit as of an abuse, because that's not what you had in mind, but that's what you can do if you allow for these kinds of inclusion-exclusion shenanigans. Another example is developers, they don't want to have taxes imposed on undeveloped property until the very last possible minute. And so what typically they will do with these multiple district structures is they often will put infrastructure in on a particular property and have the homeowners move into it. And then they will exclude as much of the property as they can, even though there may be some infrastructure that have been put in on it. For example, Murphy Creek Metropolitan District in Aurora that I represent. It had 3 districts originally. District 3 was the only district that had homeowners in it, but they put infrastructure, subsurface infrastructure like sewers, sewer lines, water lines, subsurface, into other parts of the district, and they excluded the undeveloped property right before issuing bonds. What that meant is the homeowners wound up getting stuck with all the bonded indebtedness, including the debt that was used to put in the subsurface infrastructure on the developer's property. And the developers excluded the property and then immediately issued the bonds right after the exclusion of the property. Well, councilors, that's the example of what you can do legally, what developers can do legally if you don't restrict their ability in that kind of manner. Homeowners to this day are still paying for debt on property that have not been developed, that is now in a different metro district. The developer's new metro district they've created, districts 4 and 5. Next example I want to give you of some of the abuse that takes place is the use of the metro district funds to benefit the developer interest versus public interests. You've heard advance reimbursement agreements. You'll hear more of that. The new trend in the old days, when I say old days, I mean early 2000s, advance reimbursement agreements were entered into between the developer and the district for the purpose of the developer advancing funds to put in the infrastructure. And then when bonds are issued, the developer would get paid back. And it used to be these advance reimbursement agreements were considered to be not Tabor debt. In other words, they weren't the same as bonds. So therefore, the developer bears the risk of advancing money, and then if a recession hits, like in 2009 and 10, and the property doesn't develop, maybe the developer doesn't get paid on all of those advance reimbursement agreements because the property never develops out. Well, the new trend that we're seeing is the Tabor debt that is originally approved by the developers at the initial election of their 5 typical voters. They authorize the advance reimbursement agreements to be Tabor authorized debt, which perpetually burdens that district. So the problem is, if the risk of development is now borne on the taxpayers, because they still have to pay. In other words, the taxpayers in that metro district still have to repay those advance reimbursement agreements, which often have interest rates of 8 and 9%, even if the property never develops. The risk is shifted to the homeowners, even in the event the property doesn't develop out. 2 more concerns that I have. One is the excess debt that is now being sought by metropolitan districts with respect to the built-out the built-out assessed value. There used to be a rule in the special district community, at least the state legislature adopted it when it created the limitations on debt in the statute, that basically if a metro district's ratio of debt to assessed value was 50% or less, so in other words, at build out, the debt of the district should be no more than 50% of the assessed value at build out, then that debt was sufficiently well secured. The district was in sufficiently good shape that it could issue unlimited tax obligation, general obligation bonds. And I think that's still a good ratio for city council and staff to look at. If the build-out ratio of debt to assessed value is going to be more than that, then I think there's going to be a good question as to whether the district has too much debt authorization. I noticed that, I believe it was last year, you recently approved a service plan that had $170 million of authorized debt. And the projected build-out assessed value was only $149 million. If you look at the ratio, that's more than 100%. You know, you're authorizing a lot of debt when the ratio gets to be over 100%. And there's a real question as to whether that's too much debt for the taxpayers to bear. It's not as bad as some districts. I have seen, believe it or not, there is one district in Colorado that has authorized $100 billion of debt. Now, they'll never use it. No rational voter would ever approve that. But because the developers are approving debt that they're not going to pay, it's going to be, taxpayers down the road 30 or 40 years. They don't see a problem with voting for outrageous debt levels at the initial election. You, city councilors, have the ability in service plans to say, no, we're not going to allow you to issue hundreds of millions of dollars of debt or billions of dollars of debt when that ratio is just simply too great. And the final thing I want to point out, and this is something that was alluded to, I think both by Mr. Mann as well as by Mr. Krczmarek. We're seeing developers issuing Metro District bonds and their debt now much earlier than they used to, at interest rates that are much higher because they're much riskier than they used to be. I'll give you an example. Last year, it was last November, the Kinston Metropolitan District number 5 issued debt. And you remember last November, interest rates were really low. In fact, I refinanced my house at 2.375% mortgage. And I actually even refinanced a rental condo at 2.99%. Interest rates, that homeowners can borrow for that was in the 2 to 3% range. Well, the Kinston District issued senior debt ranging from 4.625% to 5.125%, and issued a bunch of subordinate debt at an interest rate of 7.5%. I would submit, ladies and gentlemen, that it's no longer true that interest rates on metropolitan district government bonds are cheaper than what otherwise would be available in the market, especially to homeowners that are going to have to purchase their homes and get mortgages at 30%. Maybe it would make more sense to raise the price or force the developers to raise the price of the homes a little bit and let the homeowners purchase those homes with mortgages at 2.35 to 3% instead of saddling them with Metro District debt at rates that are typically 4 to 5% for senior debt, 7.5% for junior debt. Advanced reimbursement agreements can sometimes be 8 to 9% of debt interest rates to the developer. That's just not fiscally responsible, and I would submit you should consider that and those limits in your service plan. I think that concludes what I have for now. I'll have answer some questions later at the end after everyone's done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matisse. Mayor, I think we've heard from each of the speakers. I'll ask you to help manage questions, but I think we're ready for questions to any of the speakers from any of our council members at this point.
Okay, let me get my little thing that shows me my participants and hands up. I see Councilor Clark has a question.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start off. And in fact, I want to start off with the last speaker. Brian, thank you for that. We've heard a lot about metro districts over the years, and obviously this is another opportunity. I think we're all well aware that there's thousands of metro districts in the state of Colorado, and there are a few of those that are doing what you just described, the bad ones. But that means there's many more that are doing the right thing. And my question to you is, do you know of any metro districts in Loveland that are doing the bad thing that you're trying to describe there?
Well, I am not sure yet of any ones in Loveland in particular that are doing, as you say, the bad things. What I'm saying is that some of the service plans that Loveland has approved that I've looked at, and I'm not aware that they're doing anything wrong, but they have the potential for abuses. And you never know. When everything is good, the abuses don't usually happen when everything is good. They happen when things start going bad, and we know the markets are cyclical and they eventually go up and they go down. So I can't point to any in Loveland that I would say are bad. I will say, for example, though, that I question whether it's in the best interest of the taxpayer for districts like Kinston to be borrowing at interest rates of 7.5% in this current market and saddling homeowners with that kind of debt. I question whether or not there's any justification for a district that has that consists of 400 square feet that is imposed solely for the purpose of guaranteeing developer control of the funds forever. Those are the kinds of abuses that certainly raise flags in that question. On the other hand, I will say that you're absolutely right, Councilor Clark. In fact, I've been a member of my metro district that I live in since 2006. I was the first homeowner on that board, and it's Tollgate Crossing Metro District. And I kept the developers honest because I worked with them closely, being a board member. And it was turned over to the homeowners fairly soon. And our district is now virtually, even though it was a 2004, 2006 timeframe district, our district, it's almost paid off its debt completely despite the 2009 recession. And our interest rates on our bonds that we issue were 2.25% to 2.71%. So yes, it can be done correctly.
Sure, and I agree with that completely. Personally, I also live in a metro district. I'm not on the metro district board, but I know people that are, and some of the homeowners are. And our board is made up completely of residents. In fact, we just recently went to the city and requested a refinancing because of the favorable terms and so on out there, and restructured that. So yeah, I understand that. But again, you bring up a point that potential, there's some issues out there. And I guess I would submit that probably in almost everything we do in life, there's potential of things going crosswise. The other point I want to make, and maybe some of the other panelists can kick in on some of that or comment too, is, we've been doing metro districts here in Loveland for 20 years or so, and they've caught on quite a bit, obviously. And I believe that the city of Loveland staff, as well as some of us on council, have learned a lot over the years. And as a result, someone mentioned our 12 points that we have that are perhaps a little more restrictive or better perhaps than others in the state, because of the things that we have learned from metro district use, and things that work and things that don't work. And so we continue to change and modify and make those better for all the players involved. So I understand your concern with them. There's concerns in a lot of things in life, but I would submit myself, because I've been on council for several years and I've watched and been part of some of these metro districts, that we are doing a pretty good job. Yeah, there's been some things that we've overlooked, and we want to tighten those up. And that's one of the reasons for having this meeting tonight, is so that we can work on some of those ideas. But I think we're doing a fairly good job. And if there's time, maybe some of the other panelists could chime in on some of those thoughts as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next hand up is Councilor Ball.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, Brian, I assume then you would advise that the council not approve any more districts that have this master-servant relationship.
That would be my recommendation. I don't see any point to it other than to institutionalize developer control, and I don't think it's consistent with the legislative structure. There's nothing in the legislation that refers to consolidated service plans. This is simply a creature of the brilliant, creative minds of attorneys for developers.
Right. My next question is, I assume, Jim Mann, that your firm, clarify to me the difference between Persichetti's outfit and your firm. Your firm is mostly to advise cities in an advisory capacity that they're looking at a good metro district proposal versus one that's fraught with problems. Is that right?
I wouldn't characterize it at that. The main difference between Mr. Persichettes' firm and Eller's is that Mr. Persichettes' firm is an underwriter, broker, dealer. They can do municipal advisory work, but they also work to place debt or sell debt to investors. Ellers is an independent municipal advisor. We do not have any relationship with a broker dealer or underwriting firm desk. And so when we act as a municipal advisor to a client, we have fiduciary duty to the client to provide the best advice that we can give. And we have to put your interests ahead of our own in terms of the advice that we give. And so when we approach the review of a metropolitan service district plan, we put ourselves in a fiduciary role of protecting those future taxpayers. And that's how we approach looking at service plans. And so we have a little bit more scrutiny. We put on the types of infrastructure and the financing structures, et cetera, that are going into a plan because we're trying to look out for those future taxpayers.
Okay. I thought Alan's initial presentation was excellent. I'd like maybe one of you to comment. It finally hit my dull brain cells that one of the main reasons we've seen such a increase in metropolitan districts for developers is that voters who supported the establishment of Tabor in our Constitution makes it essentially impossible for cities now to raise taxes, to do infrastructure, to support growth if they want growth. So, I mean, that's been shut off. We've seen that here in Loveland. Thus, the developers are left, unless they have very deep pockets, with only using metro districts to pay as you go, even though that puts the burden down the road on homeowners, because as our realtor explained, homeowners want to live in northern Colorado, and they love to have all these amenities that Dave Clark and I both acknowledge no one had when we were growing up. So isn't it true that because of Tabor, we really, we're saddled with metro districts, and that's what developers have to use? I open that to any of you.
If I may, I'll jump in on that. I wouldn't say it's just Tabor, but Tabor definitely has an impact on developers being able to develop and make a reasonable return on their investment, especially when you look at the extraordinary pieces of infrastructure that might be necessary to allow a development to occur. If all I'm doing is bringing my water and sewer from the adjacent property, that's really not an extraordinary cost. But if I've got to run, a mile of pipe so that I can do my development, that's an extraordinary cost. And the likelihood is that at some point in the future, there's going to be infill that could have helped pay for that. And typically, in states where you don't have a taxpayer Bill of Rights restriction, the municipality would go ahead and contribute towards that infrastructure very possibly, so that the one development doesn't have to be burdened with the entire cost. So there's a Tabor function in there, but I'm not sure that that's the entire reason why we're in the situation that we're in. I think a lot of this is we've allowed ourselves to move into the situation. Tabor kind of was a bit of the catalyst, but then we allowed this to move in the direction that it has in terms of the use of metropolitan districts.
I'm gonna recognize David O'Leary. He's got his hand up in this. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The other thing that we've seen, and I've been doing this for over 20 years, the other thing that we've seen is exactly what a council member had pointed out. Because of the developments that are coming online, a lot of times the districts are there to put in the infrastructure that a city isn't either ready, willing, or able to finance. If you had to finance every street, every park, every open space, every turn lane, throughout the city, you just couldn't do it. So a lot of times the metro districts are tools for the municipalities as well. That's how we get the rest of a roadway completed. Main Street and the frontage road improvements, a lot of times those things wouldn't happen without a metro district. And what you're seeing is a lot of the developers would normally do those lots and blocks, but a metro district allows you to do the improvements sometimes sooner, and sometimes a better project will come online because of a metro district and the ability to finance some of those improvements over time. You'll see a lot of districts, and what I've seen on a lot of projects, a big park or an interchange or the mile of sewer in order to do that main line extension that just couldn't develop a piece of property is able to be financed, and it's able to be penciled once you have a metro district that comes into play. And being able to finance those big infrastructure items that are not localized, that are all off-site improvements or that are amenities to a project, a metro district can enable that to happen. So
Okay.
I think a lot of times what we've been seeing in a lot of the development is the development itself. And we're building subdivisions or we're building neighborhoods, whether it's a big neighborhood of 2,000 acres or it's a mall or it's a neighborhood. A lot of times those improvements and those developments couldn't happen but for additional financing that's not available through the city, that they're granting, special dispensation to do those districts in order to finance
Okay, thank you, David. I think, Richard, were you
the
still,
improvements, but without those.
Just one quick point. Michael Persichini, you obviously follow your mother much more than your father in looks, and I think that's to your great benefit.
Thank you, council member. I appreciate that. I would like to make one comment if that's okay.
okay, sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to tag on to what Mr. O'Leary was saying in terms of Tabor and how things are financed, and that metro districts are providing equity to a certain degree, where the people that are utilizing or who are most benefiting from the infrastructure that's being provided within these areas, whether that's the streets, the curb and gutter, the sewer, the water, the parks, the rec facility, are typically the people that are living within those communities. And that way you don't have the rest of Loveland that is paying for that community's infrastructure. And so that's part of why these structures have been created.
All right, thank you. Next hand up is Councilor Overcash.
Yes, I'd like to thank each of the panelists for being with us tonight. I think, Alan, it was 2017 that we requested to have our first discussion like this. It might have been 2016, but either way, it was just a few years ago. I've been in council 6 years, and I know it's always been a learning experience. And so tonight was another learning experience. And I just wanted to first respond to what I think I've heard. Some of it's reinforcing much what we've been hearing over the last few years, but then there's a few other points that I would like to ask the board's help with. I heard from Michael up front about this is a way to provide affordability within a community. It's another financing method, and development pays its own way. So we're putting in infrastructure, someone has to pay for it. We can pay it when we buy the house, or we can pay for it over time. And that financing mechanism is always going to be a complicated topic because Colorado has a way of making tax law and financing complicated with Tabor and Gallagher and everything else we do. But I really appreciated hearing that because it's been a premise that I've had that we need to find ways to make it affordable, or as affordable as possible to live in a community, and that's an option. heard from David, something that's really driving things crazy right now. It was quite interesting, David, that only 43 houses, properties are on the market as of tonight when you looked it up. I've had realtors tell me people are walking in paying, 15, 20% over asking price and then being outbid at the last minute, even by that. And that's a temporary situation, and it's scary because what's going to happen when the market adjusts. But one way for us to be addressing that is just recognizing the fact that we don't have enough housing stock. We put more housing stock on the market, make it available, it's certainly going to provide more competition, and people are going to have to move things, and competition comes into play. So it was good to hear that it's a housing stock issue in addition to the inflation that we're looking at. I liked hearing from David about it's a financing tool and disclosures for property owners. I really appreciate the fact when you said people come forward, and thank you for filling in on the spur, David. We met before, so thank you. But really, people are looking for, how can I make this project go forward? At the end of the day, if you can't make the project go forward with a reasonable rate of return to offset the risk, because not everything works out perfect, you're not going to do it. And so I think that's really the approach. If people look at the approach, and I've heard some comments, people are going to make as much money as possible. That's almost a sense of lack of social responsibility, gouging. We've had those issues in our country before. Hopefully not in our community, but I really do believe our developers and our business owners that come forth in the community, they're looking for a way. Does this make sense? Can I make this work? Is it reasonable risk? So I appreciate your opinion on that and your discussion, and that this is just one of multiple financing ways to finance growth as it pays for itself. Jim talked about ROI and break-even points. That's certainly an obstacle that if we're going to improve housing stock, we have to find ways and be creative to help drive down costs so they can get to a break-even point sooner than later. And in that whole process, to understand if it is a break-even point or not, I'm particularly pleased that this council and last council, we have a 12-point model service plan that staff works with that provides a lot of structure that was not here when I first got on council. So it probably wasn't here when Councilor Clark referred to it. And we certainly know that's not in place in some of these horror stories that we've heard down in Colorado Springs and Aurora, and we've all read the Denver Post series. Didn't find any of those examples in those series in Loveland. I think it's because city staff and the councils have been watching out for the consumers because, well, we want to have housing and have options. We certainly have to protect the consumer. One of the things that Councilor Fogel, I think, was one of the drivers of a few years ago was the disclosure agreements, and there's always ways to tighten those up. I know when I bought a property in a metro district, I think it was 3 years ago, that disclosure agreement was very, very much in front of me, and I clearly understood it, and the realtor had no idea who I was. My wife actually did the transaction, but that document was there and clearly stood. So consumer protection is something we certainly care about here on council. So here's my question. I just want to let you know I was listening, and I heard a lot of things. And from Brian, I heard, boy, we have to keep our eyes open. We have to be vigilant. We cannot just assume because we have great relationships down the road, something's not going to go, as Brian mentioned, in the wrong direction when things get tough and bad things happen. I haven't seen any evidence that in Loveland to this point, but here's my question for each of the members of our panel, because this is what I'd really like to learn and take away tonight. Is there any area that you've noticed in our model service agreement, those 12 points, that we need to improve, or are we missing something that we should give serious consideration to? I'm assuming in preparation tonight, most of you probably saw, or all of you saw, our model service agreement. I know Brian's familiar with it, but I'd be really interested in, from your professional opinions, because you're all coming from a different perspective, which is great. Is there anything in that service plan that we should, as a council, challenge our staff to take a hard look at and see if we can make it better? So Alan, I'll let you if you don't mind, doing calling on the individuals, because I'm gonna get Michael's name wrong for sure. So, would you manage to ask that for us, and I'll take notes?
Well, I think you just phrased it great. If Michael Persichiti, it's a real easy name to say, Persichiti.
Easy with your name.
Much easier than my name. But Michael would like to jump in, and Jim Mann, and then David, Brian, and Charles. I mean, everybody's invited to jump in. But Michael, I think you're in demand here.
It's an easy name in Loveland, so no, I actually appreciated what Alan went through at the beginning here, and I will say that what you guys have here in terms of your 12 kind of steps related to the model service plan is in line with what we see in a lot of other cities who have metropolitan districts, who have a lot of them and see them on a regular basis. And actually, I would say is more robust than some areas that we've done work in, and definitely creates, I think, the box that you were trying to do to support development, but at the same time support the homeowners. So I personally, within those 12 steps, I do not have any direct comment.
One of our other panelists want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll weigh in, and few thoughts here. And I think Brian did an excellent job firing right out of the gates with a lot of concerns. I would echo a lot of those concerns that Brian raised, and that I would say even though it may appear that things are working well right now with metro districts within Loveland, you have you have all the red flags set up to, as a CPA, looking at when you look at, when I used to be in the audit field, when you look at accounting controls, when you see accounting deficiencies, and you report on those to shareholders, an accounting deficiency, deficiency in accounting and finance controls doesn't mean that there's something going wrong in the company. It just means that the door is open for something to go wrong. And in your case, the door is open for a lot of potential wrongdoing in your community with these metropolitan districts. And so to address your one question regarding the service plan, in my opinion, there's a lot of things to consider in a service plan, but if you had one takeaway or one thing, if you had to consider when looking at a service plan, it's the debt authorization. That is the number one reason why districts are here, and that is the number one item that developers are looking for in a service plan. All the other functions and operations, in my opinion, powers are given to a metropolitan district. Those are all secondary, third, fourth down, I would say, on the list. By far, what developers are looking for is to get as much debt as possible authorized in that service plan so they can begin to borrow against that in their district. Because districts are, like everybody said, is a financing tool. And I'll give one example. I was at a city council meeting for Thornton maybe about a month ago. And you had a land developer, they're developing about 180 acres between Highway 7 and 144th Avenue. And they have a patchwork of 7 metropolitan districts. The authorized debt in the service plan for those districts was $80 million. When they approached city council and were ready to develop that area, which is exciting for everybody, the request was to increase that to $235 million. And when I talked with staff prior to the developers meeting to have their service plan updated, I had asked the staff if they had done any analytics on whether this debt increase makes any sense. And really, at the end of the day, all that was done, and I'm not pointing to Loveland staff at all. I'm just kind of showing you an example of what I felt was not done well with the city of Thornton. Was they took basically the financial analysis that was provided by the developer, put it on city letterhead, and then said, hey, here's the financial analysis for this district. And then according to the developer, they said this is a reasonable request. And basically city staff mirrored the developer's reasoning for the debt increase. And this is not maybe the best metric. I don't know what may be, but when you just take debt per acre, the debt per acre on that land is going to be 3 times higher than all the other debt per acre in all the other neighborhoods that were developed around it. And so with no additional amenities, no rec centers, the same amount of acre park and open space per acre type of thing. So they didn't really have, other than they said inflation and costs are going up. There's no real other explanation. So I guess at the end of the day, when it comes to service plans, the one thing you really want to be I would say hone in on, focus on is, does the debt amount that's authorized in that service plan, does it make sense for that development? And so that's, and sorry, one other thing too, and I'll zip it, is just the multi-district structures where, again, what Brian was pointing out, a lot of our firm, we do accounting management work we only manage districts that are controlled by homeowners. We don't work with developers. There's several reasons for that, but we have a lot of districts where they're in multi-district structures, and a lot of abuse has happened over the past. And so that's where, homeowners have a lot of concerns, and there's potential lawsuits brewing from some of these issues where homeowners have gotten on the board and had us look into the details of these transactions. And that's just multiple districts is basically it's a way to shift money around, and if homeowners start taking control of certain districts, and the developer can shift the cash to the next district that's controlled by the developer. And that's kind of why, and so that's why I say this is a big flag, is that it's set up to move cash around when and keep it out of the control of the taxpayers when it's the taxpayers' money. So
Okay, Alan, thank you, Charles. Alan, can I come back to you regarding, as we go around the panel, on how we can improve our service plan?
Counselor Overcash, you have
Just on
Jim
the
Mann.
floor, I asked the question.
Well, Jim Mann had his hand up to answer your question. That's what I'm just pointing out.
Oh, I was following up on the question that, the point that Charles was providing, and then can I ask for that
Sure.
back to staff and then go on to Jim? Would that be okay?
Sure, I just pointing out his hand has been raised for a while.
Okay, Alan, on our service plan, because we're looking to learn what we need to improve on. We've been improving it as we go along. It's a model, it's agreement that we work through. Do you see, is that an area that you feel we need to take another look at, and you'll bring that back to us and how we can improve it regarding debt, or is that something that you feel is adequately covered?
Well, I really appreciate the commentary about the debt ratios. And I know people that work down in the Thornton area, and maybe I'll get a little more background on what Charles was talking about. I think we need to look at these metrics. We hire an outside financial analyst to review independently what the developer or the proponents of the Metro District do. And not all places do that. We don't do just copy what the developer has said and pass that along to you. But it all comes down to, if you agree with the assumptions and agree that the properties will sell at the values that they forecast, then the pro forma works. But it's all dependent on, you've got to meet those metrics. And what Charles just pointed out is, here's another metric. We haven't looked at this before, so now I'm feeling obligated, going back to the 19 different service plans to 55 districts, and just saying, have we missed something there? So every time we go over this, I think we learn additional things. So I guess what I'm saying is, I've heard some things that we probably need to talk about at the staff level, and I'm looking forward to see what else the council members are thinking are particularly worthwhile. So maybe we should get back to Jim Mann and David O'Leary. They both have their hands up.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to pursue that question. I appreciate it. Thank you, Alan, for your response.
All right, Jim, and then David O'Leary.
Well, first I would echo the comments about the multi-district structure, that is something that you would want to curtail as much as possible, because not only is it a means of moving money from one district to another, it's also an excellent way to keep control of the districts out of the residents. Because when you've got a financing district that can control all the debt being issued, the taxing districts are just typically set up with an agreement that they have to tax to the maximum. And so it creates a problem down the road, and I would avoid that. I think in terms of the other 12 points that you've got included, I would, in terms of looking at debt, I think some metrics to evaluate the amount of debt that's being brought on are important. I think you would also want to look at how you deal with and address developer advances. Are they debt or are they not debt? What's the interest rate that you're going to allow to be charged? How are you going to, address that and be flexible? But my, big last suggestion is, we know that the developer is going to develop if they can achieve a certain return on their investment. The question is whether that return on investment is reasonable. And I think it's important for the city to evaluate what the return on investment is, because then you know whether you're unduly enriching the proponent or the developer, or whether and overburdening the taxpayer. I would, just as an example, I'd argue that if you're making a 30% return on your investment to do a residential subdivision, you're probably making too much money. And so what's happening is that you're putting that burden back on future taxpayers. And so I would look at, from the perspective of the broader financial picture of the overall development, not just the metropolitan district. So those are a couple of the key items. And one thing I would say about a model service plan and policies is you don't want to make them too absolute. You want to give yourself flexibility, because times change, economics change, and one development might require a higher return on investment than another development down the road. And there are a number of factors that are going to go into that decision making. So the last thing I think the council wants to do is put themselves back into a position where they're backed into a corner. And if it meets X, Y, Z, et cetera, it's going to get approved. Each development is different, and each development has its own set of facts and circumstances that you want to be able to address. And again, at the end of the day, it's all about causing development and making sure that development moves forward. And it's about figuring out a way to get to yes. It's not about turning something down. It's not about anything other than let's figure out what's the best way to achieve the developer's goal and protect future taxpayers in the city.
Perfect, thank you, Jim.
All right, David, Larry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that your service plan and your 12 points, they provide a good base criteria for review. I think the disclosures, we tend to try to put disclosures that are recorded against the property, so homeowners know about the existence of the districts and they can ask questions about them. So we typically will record a disclosure against those properties. The other thing that metro districts are required to do typically in your service plans are annual reports. So those annual reports will have prior year's budget, how much money has come in for the prior year. Budgets and audits are statutorily required, just like they are for the municipality. A lot of times those summaries are contained in an annual report that's provided to the city as well. And remember those 4 mandatory criteria that Alan put in his PowerPoint presentation. There has to be a need. You have to demonstrate that there's financial feasibility and that it's economical and it provides sufficient services. So it has to have the financial ability to discharge any proposed debt. Also bear in mind, just like a service plan is a model, it's our baseline of where we're best guessed when we're trying to form the district. But a lot of times those things will change. The development will change, the market will change. So it's a best guess at the initial point, but that flexibility that Jim was referring to is necessary because, like you said, each project is different. We right now are in a boom for real estate, and it's hard to find a house. But in 2008, 9, and 10, there was a stall, and a lot of those districts that were formed went inactive and couldn't develop. So it takes some time and some flexibility to do those things. But I think your reporting and your disclosures for homeowners provide a good base for them to know about the existence of the districts. I think your service plan, whether it's a model or there are certain criteria that you're providing, they provide a good framework for your maximums, your caps, your mill levies. Also bear in mind when you're doing a financial plan, those things have to be feasible. They have to demonstrate the ability to discharge the debt, but authorized debt is not the same thing as issued debt. You can't go out and issue the debt unless it's financially able to be paid off. And these oftentimes are limited tax, general obligation debt, or obligation bonds. So whatever that cap mill levy generates, that's all there is. And at the end of that term, that's all that exists. So your service plan and the limitations that you currently have in Loveland provide for those outside dates, those caps in the mill levies, disclosure requirements, and 12 minimum points where you feel that those points have to be proven in order to justify and meet those minimum criteria for your service plan. So I think you've got the good base there. You've got good elements, probably a review and looking at proposed debt and operations that are necessary in order to operate is a good idea. And you can get some of that through your annual reporting and some of that through your disclosures.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, David. Are you through, Counselor Overcash?
I think, Mr. Matisse is next.
Oh, all right, Brian, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. I have one brief suggestion, and I think I mentioned it in my presentation. I would consider a target, and to keep it flexible, like Mr. Mann suggests, a target debt to assessed value ratio upon full build out of 50%. It could be subject to some flexibility upon good cause, but I would suggest a target for that. The second thing that I would related to that is if there's a need to go over the target, one thing that used to be fairly common in service plans, which developers decided, maybe we can get rid of it. It used to be fairly common to include pledged system development fees when lots are sold to be pledged toward the debt. And so if they need more debt, the ad valorem ratio of 50% debt to assessed value could be supplemented by pledged revenues from system development fees that would be payable upon the sale of the lots. And that's something that I think that you should consider in your service plan as well. And then finally, as I suggest, if you're going to have multiple districts in a consolidated service plan, I think you need to make it clear that the criteria need to be applicable separately to every single district you create.
Okay, thank you. I've got an unstable connection, so hopefully I'm coming through. Are you done now, Counselor Overcash?
I think if all the board has provided us their recommendations and suggestions, or I mean our panelists, yes, I found that very interesting and very helpful because we're all looking for the same thing. Develop affordable housing and protect the consumer.
All right. I don't see any hands up. I think David and Jim's probably are just left up.
So,
before.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, okay. You do have something.
I had one other suggestion, and this really has to do with when you're issuing the debt. And there was some commentary about the, junior debt, subordinate debt, how far down you're going to go. And one of the areas that, and I will very much admit that as a independent municipal advisor, this is a self-serving statement, but you may want somebody outside of the developer or the city to review the proposed debt when you start looking at debt issuances to make sure that the terms of the debt are reasonable, the market estimate or the actual performance is reasonable, so that you're not issuing debt that's going to put those taxpayers in jeopardy at unreasonable terms. Many times when you're looking at issuing subordinate or junior debt, you're issuing the debt faster than you probably should. And that can have some pretty dramatic impacts because a lot of times that debt is issued as cash flow bonds. And unless the interest is simple interest, where it's just charged on a simple basis, a lot of times it wants to be, or they want it to be compound interest. So then the interest that might not be paid becomes principal. And so it becomes this growing liability to a district that can be problematic as you look into the future.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to also express my appreciation for the panel coming out tonight. I'm sure if you charge us your hourly rates across the board, we would not be able to fulfill. I really appreciate the positive and the negative sides brought to us. We've heard a lot of the positive over I've only been on council for a year and a half, but in metro districts, I deal with them in my work, but only on the front end. I do land planning for developers, so I'm getting more and more experience with metro districts. And I specifically said in the beginning, in the last 2 years, I didn't want to have anything to do with metro districts. They're too difficult to understand, basically. But as time goes on, I'm getting more and more involved. And I'm just bringing this point up because there are some really good metro districts out there, obviously. I'm working on one in eastern Colorado that was put together 20 years ago. The first filing, it's a 3,200 acre development, and we're on to the second filing, and the first filing's already paid off their debt. And they voted to continue their metro district so they can still collect money and continue with the amenities that they have and make improvements. So that's a positive side, obviously, and that can go on. And but there are others, obviously, that have turned this into something more than what it was initially set up for. So my understanding is it was a great tool to get development off and running with the cost rising, understanding land, water, and everything else, infrastructures. Great tool. So we could get some great developments in, not put together in poor shapes from the start and build on that. They're built very well. There's a lot of amenities that go with them. But I think as in a lot of cases, great tools turn into things that I hate to use the term manipulated, but they get manipulated into something they weren't really originally planned to do, and that's what we're finding. Obviously, you find loopholes, you work through, and they become more of a business, I see, rather than a benefit. So my understanding is when metro districts were put together, it lowered the cost of the lots, so the houses were at a lower cost. We definitely do not see that in today's market. When you say there's only a certain number of houses on the market, nobody's going to go to a metro district and go, oh, wait a second, I'm paying taxes on this, I want to lower costs on my lot. They're going to pay over the top of what the value is, the assessed value is anyway. We know that. So that tool kind of went away, basically, to bring affordable housing. And it may come back as the market changes, obviously, right? So it can become what it's supposed to be. Concern I have is the amenity portion of it, trying to get an understanding. So if somebody comes in and builds a pool like they have in a lot of metro districts, you're saying it's open to the public. Now, my understanding is that someone can come in and pay a yearly due or something to use that pool. And that's a little concerning because that's not really open. I didn't know that until I got on city council and found out, hey, they've got these amenities already put into these metro districts, and it's open to the public. I'm public. I never realized that. Not that I really need to because I live in an HOA that has a nice pool that was paid for before I even bought my house. But anyway, and other amenities like the signs, the entry signs and such. Of course, they make great developments, beautiful developments people want to live in and such. So there is a positive side, but I'm concerning like when the Metro District is paid off, do the public pools still stay public or do they go to a private ownership? I don't understand that piece because they're not paying taxes on it anymore. I don't know how that works. So that's one question I have. I've got a lot of questions, but and I hope they're pretty simple. But we talk about parks and such, and I know the developers can do either build a park for the city or do cash and lose and such. So those pieces kind of fall in place. How that works with metro districts, the service plans versus the end payoff. I don't have to understand how that works. Of course, it's concerning to me with the master servant district. That we had the big one that Brian brought up in 2019, just before I got on city council. Obviously, that's a huge concern. I'm glad that was brought up into our discussion. Let's see. So I also have concern about the disclosures. We know that we do have as part of our program, there is a disclosure on the whether they're in a metro district and what the payment is. But I'm wondering why it hasn't been brought up to be put into the county assessor site. Why those aren't part of the whole perspective on what the county assessor provides, because you get websites like Zillow and such, and they pick up on that. So when people look at the house, they know what the metro district costs are way ahead of having to get a disclosure at the time of whenever it is. I don't even understand when they get the disclosure. Is it the time when they go to sit down on closing? Is it the time when it's certainly not the time when they come in and look at the house when it's an open house or such. So that's another question. I'm kind of throwing these out here, but I don't know if anybody can jump on. Yeah, David, please jump on some of those.
So the disclosure typically is recorded against the property, so it'll show up in your title package on the property, or a lot of times what we'll do, we'll give to our district managers, someone like Charles. We would give it to our district managers to make sure that all real estate brokers have that in a closing packet. So they would have a copy of the disclosure, but oftentimes it's recorded actually against the property itself. I believe that's required in the city of Loveland. So that particular disclosure is actually recorded. We're also statutorily required to do a map disclosure about the existence of the district. So we do those periodically and regularly as well. But that'll show up in your title.
So has there been any thought of with the county assessor site? You say it's recorded, but
county assessors, usually it'll go to the clerk and recorder's office and it'll show up, but I don't know if the county assessor website is acting as a clearinghouse for a lot of those disclosures. Division of Local Government has statutory filings where things are filed as well, but you'll see a lot of districts have their own website for their developments as well. So it'll show up there.
okay.
A lot of it's education. You have baseline documents again in your model that require us to do certain things. One of which is to record that disclosure.
Okay.
Councilor Malloy, hold up just a second. We also have Charles, I think,
Yes,
that wants
please.
to weigh in.
And actually, I'll defer to, because I think David may be you might have a good comment, because it's along the same lines with the disclosures, and I saw your hand up. So
Okay, yeah, I was going in order, so I saw you, Charles, you're deferring to David Powell. Okay, David, go ahead.
So that's a big part of the Association of Realtors that we would like to see council entertain, is a disclosure done before title, before closing. And there's 49,000 people in the state of Colorado who have a real estate license. There's 26,000 realtors. There's as we know, not everybody is educated and as well as others in our field, like in any other field. Where we come into issue is when we are lumped into the same pool as a a builder representative. The general public thinks that that is a real estate agent or a realtor, and they bring all of us together. Well, we know that the builder rep is working for the builder. I did a little secret shopping. I have no one to throw under the bus. I have good stories. I have bad stories. I walked in and definitely didn't hand off my card showing I was a realtor from the beginning. I started just to ask some questions, and this wasn't just in Loveland. This was just in various places, and I pop into these places just for my general knowledge. So it wasn't that I was just trying to secret shop them. It's interesting if you actually put people out there to see how many people know about metro districts, how much you can get the builder representative to actually talk about it. And then what's also interesting is in our real estate contracts in 8.4 talks about special taxing districts. So it's right there. We can cover that. Hopefully the folks that are giving these contracts out and going over them are talking about metro districts. That's not necessarily always done. And the disclosure comment, I talked to another representative who has a metro district in Loveland, and he's the head of it. And I was talking to him about some of the stuff about metro district, and I was actually a little concerned at the lack of knowledge that he had. And he's got a development. He's a builder rep that has a development in Loveland that has a number of houses. So on the flip side, those builder reps also have builder contracts. Well, whether they decide to put metro districts in their contracts or addendums, that's a different builder contract written by their attorneys. I was in a different town, a builder that's not really a local builder, it's a national builder, but not necessarily from around here. Went over the contract, and I was shocked at how well that builder contract showed metro districts being disclosed not only in the actual contract, but they actually had an addendum to the contract. So they addressed it twice. I talked to the representative. I said, this is pretty good. This is what all these should be. From our town hall meeting, when we had various people say, I knew nothing about this, there's no way you would have not known about it the way this builder represented about it being in a metro district. And my comment to him is, this is interesting because you're going a little bit above and beyond. Why do you do that? His comment back to me is, why would I want to wait until the lender tells them, or it gets to title, or it gets to closing, and now they can't afford it, and I've wasted all of this time. So from that aspect, we would like to see a disclosure, and it's probably far above my pay grade. There's a lot of councilmen on here, there are a lot of other panelists on here that are a lot smarter than I am. But something of a disclosure that would be required at the time of contract, I think would help alleviate some of the questions that Councilor Malloy had and others have had about, I didn't know what I bought. And so that would be one that we would like to see. And we would certainly be willing to help as that, if that grew some wings later on down the road.
All right, thank you, David. Charles, did that take care of what you wanted to share?
Yeah, well, I have a few things I think I can answer on Councilman Malloy's questions. But one thing to add off of what David was talking about as far as disclosures, and this is just off the cuff thought that I had is, in the city in Thornton, and I'm only giving this data out because I was recently at a council meeting with them and had to pull up some data for a council meeting there. According to Zillow, over the last 6 years, home prices have increased 60%, which means that in all those metro districts where the mill levies are capped out at the max at 50 or 55 mills, that means the taxes that homeowners paid over those districts went up 60% over 60 years. And which one thing that really bothers me with when you talk with some developers out there, they'll tell you, we kept the mill levy the same every single year, one year after the other. Yeah, but everybody knows that if your home value goes up 10%, your taxes just went up 10%. Homeowners are concerned about the dollars out of their pockets each year. They don't care that the mill levy rate was kept the same and the home value keeps going up. But to David's point, is just a thought is, if you saw a 60% increase in home values over the last 6 years, maybe part of the disclosure is, yeah, this is your property taxes this year on a fully valued house, but then project it out 60% for the next 5 years going forward and say, can you afford that? Because I think too many homeowners, my wife and I, we did the same thing. When you buy your house, you buy as much as you can, and I don't know, maybe our eyes get too big and you get to the maximum, and then you try to make your home budget work for the next several years. But when property taxes keep climbing, and sometimes your salary doesn't climb at the same rate as your home value, then you're in trouble. So just a thought, maybe as far as the disclosure goes, that maybe you look at historic patterns for the last 5 years, or maybe you just take some kind of projected out 5 years up and then say, so homeowners can do, the math is done for them to say, this is possibly where, this is one scenario where your property taxes could go over the next 5 or 6 years. And I guess, and just to end that thought, one of the things that's been very important, and it's been one of the reasons why I think we've done really well working with a lot of these homeowner-controlled metropolitan districts that we do accounting work for, is one of the first things that every board wants to do, and sometimes it takes a while because of the way the bond debt's structured, but everybody wants a flat debt payment, just like their mortgage payment, because once your debt payment is flat, then it doesn't, and then there's, I won't go into all the details, but if the homeowners can get their district structured in such a way, then and get their debt payments flattened out, and your operations, in most districts, the operations it's a fixed cost. It's the same cost to do the landscape maintenance and covenant enforcement and other things in the district. You flatten those costs out, then it doesn't matter what direction your home value goes up or down. The dollars you pay to your district, even though it's the form of property taxes, is the same dollars out of homeowners' pockets. And we have some districts where they're going on 7 years now, and it's the budget has remained basically the same every single year. And so even though home values have gone up in some of those, in one city in particular, it was about 60%, the property taxes homeowners have paid and this year is the same as they paid 6 or 7 years ago. Dollars out of their pockets. So that's, I think, what one thing homeowners are really looking for, is they just want to have a flat payment to their district. And in some ways, to me, that makes a lot of sense, because districts pay for public infrastructure, construction project. And so to me, it would make sense that if you buy your home and you take out a mortgage and you pay a flat mortgage payment for the next 30 years, it should be the same principle for metro districts, where you pay for a fixed construction project, and then it should be the same payment year after year. It doesn't matter if your home value keeps going up. But we've had, we did some information meeting with homeowners last year, and in some of those meetings that we held with homeowners in some of these metro districts, the bond projections for the revenue projections for those bonds, they're projecting taxes had to increase 200 to 300%. To be able to continue to make payments on those bonds, and the homeowners had no clue that. And so even the financial markets out there, I don't know if it's just because times have been good for so long, but financial markets too are betting on like there's no end to the increase in the real estate market, and so that and so anyways, that's some of the problems with again, going back to the debt structure and the taxes used to finance it. To answer a couple of quick questions about that Councilor Molloy had, we have a couple districts where they have community pools owned by the metropolitan districts, and actually in both cases they were HOAs, and the homeowners voted many years ago to basically dissolve their HOA and transfer all the responsibilities to the metropolitan district. And that was one of the big concerns homeowners had, was we don't want our private pool to suddenly become public access to everybody, which it did. But after we looked at it, you basically, when you take the price, one neighborhood, for example, probably the price that all the homeowners pay each year for the pool is about, I don't know, maybe it's $200, is the total estimated all-in cost for each homeowner to have access to that pool. And what the neighborhood did was because it has to be public, they just offered a season pass. They didn't offer day passes or monthly passes. It was just a one-time year season pass for $200 for access to the pool. And actually, over the last 6 or 7 years, I think we've had 2 people buy season passes. And it's just because they probably had friends or family in the neighborhood and they wanted to have access to the pool too. But everybody else, it's a great pool, but the city rec center is way better than the community pool that they have there. And you can get into the rec center for $5 and you get water slides and a lazy river and all those kinds of good things. So people's concerns about opening up some of those private assets and making them public, I think it's just the unknown that maybe you're going to attract a lot of outside citizens coming in and using those facilities. But in our true experience with clubhouses and pools and some of these districts, you really get almost no traffic, even when you open it up to the public. And so that's so it's kind of a non-issue in my opinion about that. And then the other question, I don't know if I'm covering all the questions, but you had a question about when a service plan ends and the district maybe dissolves. Once the debt is paid off on a district, the district can dissolve, but if it's providing services, like if it's managing a community swimming pool or there's landscaping or a park, actually, especially landscaping, that's the one thing that's going to catch every district is if you pay off the debt, but the district manages a park or an open space, the only way you can dissolve that district is if you get permission from city council and you say, hey, city, can you come take care of this park now and put it into your budget? Which I'm not aware of any city council out there that would be willing to accept more park and more operating costs on taking that on as a city. So most districts, even after they pay off the debt, they're going to continue in perpetuity because they have assets to maintain and they have to charge homeowners property taxes, perimeter fencing around the neighborhood, parks and open spaces and so forth. So if in those some cases where the district just has debt and provides no other services, maybe an HOA provides those services, then yes, it would make sense to dissolve that district and get rid of it.
So they're not required to turn it into an HOA when that is paid off if they don't want to continue it in order to maintain all the outlying areas that it's required by the city as part of their development plan.
Yeah, you could if you decided after you pay off the debt, you'd rather go to an HOA model than a district model to maintain those assets. The homeowners could vote and do that. But one other thing I guess I failed to mention in my initial comments about HOAs versus districts. Districts are always a more financially efficient model to provide neighborhood services than an HOA. And the 2 reasons are, one, districts, you always get the subsidy. I'm assuming always the specific ownership tax match always comes in. I don't know what it is for your county, but I know Adams County, it's 7 cents on the dollar. And so that's just automatic money that you get from the state of Colorado when you're collecting revenue funding your district. And then the other reason, which is something that an HOA does not get, an HOA gets no kind of subsidy from the state when it collects HOA dues. And the second thing is it's expensive to collect HOA dues. Homeowners go bankrupt, they do foreclosures, you're paying attorneys thousands of dollars to chase after the collection of HOA dues. Property taxes is probably the most efficient collection model you can find out there to generate revenue to fund neighborhood operations, because you don't have to hire attorneys to go chase after homeowners who are not paying their dues. And so that's so your administrative budget for a district when it comes to collections is far lower than it is for an HOA. So those are a couple of reasons why you'd probably want to stay with the district. But yeah, if homeowners decided it was in their best interest to switch to an HOA, you could definitely do that.
Okay.
Councilor Malloy, you have 2 other people wanting to answer. You've got David O'Leary and then Charles.
Okay.
The tough thing about what Charles had just indicated with regard to an HOA, you have to set up the HOA before you have any residents, because those covenants have to be recorded against the property.
Yep.
In order to form it after the fact, after you have 1,000 residents, you'd have to get the signature of every single one of those homeowners in order to form an HOA. So if you do it in tandem, you could, and turn it over to an HOA after, but it's kind of hard to do it after the fact. And like Mr. Wolfsberger indicated, managing a lot of these projects, and the district can do almost everything an HOA can do. The other advantage through the Metro District, insurance sometimes is a lot lower. There's governmental immunity for certain things, but a consolidated service plan isn't necessarily a bad thing. Consolidation of all of that into a district for purposes of operations is sometimes way more efficient than setting up separate HOAs or master and sub HOAs. Some communities have multiple HOAs and a master association that governs it. A lot of times it's more efficient just to do that through a district.
So the question would be, the concern would be that a service plan ends with no regard for what they're gonna do in the future, and they don't do anything, and things just kinda, everybody votes not to continue it, and then you end up with
Well, typically, because districts are primarily a financing tool, typically when the debt is paid off, it'll reduce down, those districts will either consolidate or dissolve. But typically they don't dissolve if there's an ongoing function or thing for it to do. But typically the mill levy will reduce down to only that which is necessary to operate. So if all you have left is operations, your mill levy drops and the functions of that district change from financing to operations.
and
And
you're
that's
obligated to follow that.
correct. And
Okay.
a lot of times you'll put that into your service plan or
Okay.
the IGAs with the municipality.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, Counselor Moy, I don't see any other panelist hands. Let's see, we are at 8:43 p.m. Counselor Malloy, I'm gonna ask if we can take a break and then come back to you having the floor with the questions. So
Yeah.
let's take a break. Let's just go to 9 p.m. for a break. And panelists, I hope you're hanging in there with us. We'll return at 9 p.m. All right, we are in recess. Thank you. Study session, having a panel discussion on metro districts. And Counselor Malloy, we were in the midst of your questions.
Yeah, and I had a lot of pretty good long statement and a few questions in there. I'm satisfied with the answers that I got on the questions that I had. This is a long night, and I know there's other counselors who would like to partake in it, and I really appreciate the panel and their efforts and coming out tonight and giving us a great perspective on metro districts from all angles. So I'd like to just pass on to the next counselor.
All right, thank you, Counselor Malloy. Counselor Sampson, I'm just gonna go in the order we were before we took our break. So Counselor Sampson.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. Councilor Malloy, I'm so bummed you didn't say that you yield your time. I just wanted to say that.
I yield my time.
I yield my time back to the chair. Okay. Thank you. So yes, of course, thank you everyone for being here. And this is my first Metro District study session. I am a new counselor also, so I've only been here a year. And I wasn't part of the decision for 2019 for Kinston. So I just want to ask Brian, a couple of these are directed really to you, if that's okay, Madam Chair. So let's see. I made all my notes and let me read them real quick. So Brian, when you came in 2017, you said you had kind of warned about the master servant style. What was that discussion like? Did you say specifically to us or to this council, like, hey, master servant's not a good way to plan a district, or what exactly do you remember? I mean, it's a long time ago. Do you remember what you said? And then did you also mention you came in 2018 as well?
Yeah, yes, I came in 2017. I gave a presentation. I think someone posted it on YouTube or something because I I know I've been able to find that in the past, and it was called Metro Districts: The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And one of the topics was this master-servant relationship and some of the abuses that we've seen with that in the past. But the basic focus of it is that when you have this kind of a relationship, it tends to make it difficult for homeowners to really have control of what is supposed to be a government entity that they're paying taxes to, that their property is in, and the spending of their funds, which is contrary in a lot of ways to the Constitution of the state of Colorado and how it was developed. And I pointed out some of the abuses at that time that occurred. Since then, I think the structures have gotten more complex. So, for example, the Kinston structure it's now a popular one. It's a popular one where instead of just having what used to be a single master postage stamp district, which is more similar to the district I referred to that had the 400 square foot parcel was Lee Farm. It has a 20 by 20 foot parcel, which is the master, and the servant is the acreage that the homeowners homes are in. But in the new case, similar to Kinston, what they do is they start out creating a number of postage stamp districts that there will never be any property in ever. And then an area, and there's nothing in the statute that really contemplates this, an inclusion area, where as the development grows, and now the service plan has been approved, so you, city council, have no more authority over it. The developers can choose which property to include in which districts to issue taxes, what the mill levies are going to be, and what they can do is they can sort of shift property back and forth between some of these districts they sort of have in their little pocket as to whether or not they want to hold on to them until a developer gets elected to one of the districts, and at that point maybe they'll say, well, we don't want to be on a board where there's a homeowner who got elected, so we're going to move all of our property out, all of our undeveloped property out of that district and put it into another district that we control. That's a relatively new development, and it's probably the most egregious form of abuse that we've seen.
Okay. Thank you. So tonight we've heard a lot of people talk about the benefits of these districts, but that one I think we would probably say that that's not included, just based on how you described it. But it seems to me that the consensus is that our responsibility as council is to weigh benefits and the concerns and the potential abuses. And that kind of, what concerns me about what you're saying, how you're describing this, Brian, is taxation without representation. And I know that that's been a concern of a lot of people who aren't supportive of metro districts. Have you heard that terminology used in this way in reference to these sorts of things? Is there anything that the homeowners can do since now we can't do anything? And you know, I was present at the Kinston presentation where after one vote it was passed, so it didn't come back for a second reading. Sorry, not one vote, but one reading. It was passed. It was a very brief presentation. It was, you know, really pretty drawings, and there weren't any questions asked about this at all. You know, I think our mayor maybe asked a couple of questions because I know she's very well versed in metro districts. But we have a lot of members of council who have good relationships, strong relationships with the developer of Kinston. One, in fact, that I believe even has a business relationship where there's like a client type relationship with that developer. And so the questions just aren't asked. And I guess my concern is, you know, what can be done now and what can be done in the future to prevent, even if there is friendships or influence, however you want to say it, with developers, what can we do to prevent approving things like this in the future, in your perspective?
Yeah, I guess there's a couple of things. The statutes for districts generally provide only very, very limited periods for objections to be raised. For example, once a service plan is approved and once a court approves the creation of the district after a vote of primarily the developers, there's only a 35-day period in which you can really challenge the district. So there's not a lot you can really do in that time period because most people don't know about what's going on. We have brought some litigation, some of the egregious cases. I know there was one case down in Greenwood Village, the Marin Metro District, where the developer basically taxed people in a high-rise condominium solely to put in improvements in the next district over, the Marin District, which they didn't benefit at all from. And the Colorado Court of Appeals, and later affirmed by the Supreme Court, ruled that that was a violation of due process. So there are certain things that can be done, but they're very difficult to do. In terms of what you can do as a city council, I think in terms of certainly new metro districts, I like the idea of carefully crafting a model service plan and considering some of these factors as part of your 12-step test, or maybe some other steps that you put in. The other thing that you have the ability to do is you have the ability to declare a material modification to the service plan if the city council believes the developer is overstepping the boundaries set forth in the service plan. If the city council declares a material modification of the service plan, for example, if they all of a sudden put property in one district and tax it, and then later try to pull all their property out of the district, refinance the bonds so that they don't have to pay that anymore, that tax anymore, and then create another district that doesn't have that burden. The city council has the ability to go to the court and say, this is a material modification of the service plan. It's not what we intended. That's one option that you have. But once again, that's limited. If the service plan is so broad they can do anything they want, it's tough to argue it's a material modification of the service plan.
Right, okay. Have you worked with city councils that have had close partnerships with developers that have built metro districts that are abusive in their cities? Have you seen that before?
I've seen that, sure. That's not uncommon.
Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, so then, thank you. So then I had a question about, I guess, and I don't know if this is specifically for you, Brian, so thank you for answering those questions for me. So the fees, someone spoke to the fees that metro districts can impose, and that metro districts were kind of created in the sense, I don't know if I'm oversimplifying here, if I'm kind of taking out of context or not, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that fees can be imposed, but doesn't that, a metro district was kind of created to deal with the whole Tabor situation, but doesn't imposing fees kind of circumvent the whole Tabor situation? So isn't this sort of, okay, I see David shaking his head, so please, please, like I said, please correct me if I'm wrong, because to me this seems like a way to, like I said, taxation without representation. So that's how I'm viewing this. So I definitely would appreciate other people weighing in on that. Because to me, it seems that it's ironic that taxpayers want less government and now they're experiencing government, but they don't get to have a say, especially in these master servant districts in the taxation. They don't have any representation in the taxation that they're paying. So if it's all right, Madam Chair, looks like David O'Leary wanted to speak to that.
Go ahead, David.
So with regard to fees, the fees have to be rationally related to a legitimate public purpose. So those fees have to be used for a specific purpose or for specific uses. So you can't just charge a fee just for the heck of it. And there are guidelines and rules with regard to the assessment of fees. So those things cannot be just assessed unilaterally, and they have to be used for the specific purpose for which they're imposed. Oftentimes, in a lot of service plans and a lot of IGAs with municipalities, we also have restrictions on the size of fees or what those fees can be used for.
Okay, and that's written into a service plan, usually?
Oftentimes there are, yes.
Okay, but if a service plan is using postage stamps and master servant and stuff, I think we probably can guess that they're not going to be, it's not written in, right? Or is it rationally related defined?
Rationally related to a legitimate public purpose is a statutory requirement. So that's a requirement that hits whether there's a service plan or not. It's actually required as a public entity.
Right, so if there are any homeowners on the board, then they are being represented when they make the decision about fees, right? Because I imagine it's a vote of the board, correct?
Bodies as well. So those boards initially are developer representatives because there's no other voters in that district. And the postage stamp idea and multiple district structures, there should be a qualification on that. A lot of times a multiple district structure is set up because there's either a diversity of product type. So you have a commercial district or a residential district or a multi-use district or a multifamily district. Sometimes those areas are needed for different purposes. A lot of times too, when you have a big project that's 2,000 acres that's gonna take 40 years to develop, you're gonna have multiple districts that will come into play in those circumstances. Where I see a lot of single purpose districts or single districts for residential development, if you have a 200 unit residential district, you don't need multiple districts for that kind of structure because all they're doing are building single family homes. But a multiple district structure may be necessary in a structure where there's either a lot of land or there's alley loaded lots that have different needs for a different area. There's multifamily or condominiums that are contained in that project. There's commercial property that needs to be taxed at a different rate because the assessment rate on commercial property is different than a residential property. So there's more than just one reason to create a multiple district structure. Also, with regard to the postage stamp, when you're starting a project and you have 2,000 acres that's not platted and you don't know how the city council is going to approve that project, they usually develop those subdivisions in phases. And so those phases of improvements or those phases of development will correspond to separate districts because that development can't be master planned all at once. Sometimes those master plans take a while and multiple phases are necessary and multiple districts are necessary. So they will create, sometimes, not in all instances, sometimes they will create those postage stamps and create a future inclusion because they don't know how that project's going to develop. They don't know which part of the project's going to be commercial or residential. And typically that changes over time based on either the needs of the project, an end user or an anchor. The developer may have multiple builders that come in, or the city council wants certain things to happen. So there's more than one reason why a multiple district structure will be created.
Okay, that answers a lot of questions about why they'd be created. Is there gonna be, yes, I see Brian, yeah.
And you have
Brian,
Charles too. Yeah, we have two people wanting to weigh in there.
And maybe you're both going to ask the same thing or mention the same thing I am, because I get the why, that makes sense, David. What you're explaining to me totally makes sense, especially if I were a developer and I wanted to develop 2,000 acres. But if I'm a representative of the shareholders, of the taxpayers, my concern would be how much representation are the taxpayers having on those postage stamps, on those decisions, and why is it that, you know, we as a body, an approving body, we aren't seeing a full plan. We're seeing, you know, we think this might work and this is kind of what we want to do, but we're going to give ourselves lots of wiggle room to make it how we want to make it 40 years out. So I totally get what you're saying, but I don't know that I necessarily.
Service plans are the best guess that we have at the time that we're forming, and it changes over time. But there are mechanisms both in statute and in your service plan requirements. We have staggered terms for board members. So those terms are staggered, either 2 or 3 are up on alternating years. Those elections come up on a regular basis. We're required to publish and provide notice of those elections and availability of those seats. So these things happen over time. When you're starting a district, oftentimes you don't have 1,000 residents when you're starting a district. It happens. And I've had projects where they came forward and there was an HOA. They wanted to form a district to do a rec center, or they had to fix a pool, and they formed a district specifically for a limited purpose of fixing a pool. That's a very unique situation. Oftentimes the districts are being formed to help finance a piece of that project, not the entire project. So there's different reasons to do a district as well.
Right, I'm familiar with that.
Changes over time. So initially, when you have 2,000 acres, there's no residents there. You don't know what the project's gonna be, but over time, that will transition over to the residents.
So that postage stamp district will stop being the master district and it'll eventually transition where you can have residents on that district, even though none of the residents live in that district. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yes, and the other thing that's happened statutorily and from a tax perspective, another thing that's happened, there are cases, there's Florida tax cases that actually require the issuance of debt from a financing district rather than from a master district. So the master district, and no one likes to be called a master and a slave. That's why they evolved from the term from master slave to service control, financing, taxing districts. But we are now required to issue from those taxing or financing districts because the tax code requires, in order to preserve that tax exempt status, that requires in many of these circumstances to be issued from a district that will eventually be populated and controlled by a resident board. So the tax laws have changed on bonds as well.
Okay. Thank you, David. I appreciate all of that. Thank you. And I saw your hand, Brian, but I actually saw that Charles' hand was first, but I don't get to make any of those decisions, so.
Yeah, we'll
Madam Mayor, if you would.
yeah, Charles and then Brian, yes, thank you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so in regards to, some of the concerns I have with the master slave district setup is one thing, and I guess to kind of cover everything, my comments here, I'll keep them brief, but is really, this all comes back to corporations wanting to control the power to tax and the power to have access to government debt. That's really what this all boils down to, and that's this kind of the master slave kind of district setup structures that you see out there. While there's arguments will be made that you're not familiar with where the development will occur or so forth, but one thing that districts do have the ability to do is create sub-districts, and you can create a district and have 30 acres or 50 acres of land in that district, and then maybe some of it's going to be townhomes, maybe some of it's going to be commercial, and maybe have different sets of services, like kind of like what David was referring to. That's it's I don't want to say common, but it does happen in many districts where you got different levels of services that homeowners want or need in those districts. Districts do have the ability to set up sub-districts to have different levels to set different tax rates for different areas within the district. But again, what the problem that creates though is the inevitable problem with every district is as soon as you start building homes, you run the risk of homeowners having a recall election or doing some other kind of means of taking control of that board. And so you need to be, and I'm being maybe I'm being too dramatic here, but you need to have an exit plan. If homeowners are going to take control and you need access to that debt, then you got to be able to wait to shift that money. Maybe if you just issue bonds, you got to be able to shift that cash out of the hands of the homeowners to the next district. And so we picked up a few districts recently in the last year where I think this sounds like Brian has too, where literally 1 week before the homeowners were elected to the board, we had millions of dollars of cash was transferred out of the district to another district that was controlled solely by the developer. We have one instance where in Commerce City where the developer entered into a cost share agreement where basically they had two districts where not a master slave relationship, but again, a multiple district structure where one's a postage stamp and the other one is almost a fully built out neighborhood. And the IGA between the two districts, which at that time was controlled by the developer, was the district controlled the postage stamp district would help fund the public infrastructure and build a road for $300,000. And the district's only source of funds was the developer to run this postage stamp district. And then in exchange, the district that had almost 400 homes and residents paying into that district, there was $5 million bond proceeds left, and that district agreed to pay for $5 million of road construction in the postage stamp district. And so before the homeowners got on the board and took control of the district that had the $5 million of cash proceeds from the bonds, that all got transferred under a cost share agreement. And so, and these are kinds of things where that's not cost sharing, where I build your road for $300,000 and you build my road for $5 million. That's just transferring cash out and trying to make it look like it's a legal way of transferring cash from one district to the other. And so when you have these multiple district structures out there, somebody says that, argues that there's no other way to provide multiple layers of services. Well, there's the sub-district structure that's already embedded in Title 32 allows for a lot of that. But the problem is the board of the sub-district is the board of the the main district. And so if you're building out and you got more and more homeowners and they start being, being interested in participating on the board, the sub-district solves the problem of the multiple services, maybe the multiple different layers of revenues you need to generate, but it doesn't solve the problem of the risk of homeowners suddenly taking control of the board and deciding how they want to spend the money. And I will say, and one last thing is, I am very much for taxpayers being in control of how their dollars are spent. But the one thing that's always going to be an issue here, and I'm stating the obvious maybe for everybody, but most homeowners, when you're developing a neighborhood, most homeowners don't understand developments. They don't understand how, the construction process may work, and maybe there's a lot of things that's why developers are experts in their field to develop land and provide great amenities for these neighborhoods. But the problem is, it's all conflicts of interest and self-serving when they make the decision. They're spending the taxpayers' dollars, and there's no accountability. And and last thing, since I'm on my soapbox, and I apologize, is one other point I want to make. Is districts. The other thing is, because these districts have access to millions of dollars of debt, borrowing capacity, assuming that the build out is occurring as planned, the more build out that occurs, the more debt that the district can possibly borrow, and that's cash back to the land developer. These districts, it's access to financial borrowing that and these districts are, in my opinion, highly unregulated. And I won't tell all the stories, but we have reported issues we have districts where the Tabor limit was exceeded by almost double to fund operations. And we talked to the Department of Local Government. They said, that's, that sucks. that's the support we got from the Department of Local Government. We talked to the city council and they said, gosh, that's terrible. In fact, even the auditors, what drives me crazy is the auditors missed it. And so we reported the audit firm, who gave a clean opinion on those financial statements and said that that wasn't disclosed. And because when you tax people more than what they authorized for their vote, and then what's happened is the district has incurred a liability, because under Tabor, if you overtax homeowners, you gotta refund that money back to the taxpayers somehow through a rebate or through, usually it's through a rebate or lower taxes in the following year. But you gotta recognize the liability, and that was a big liability that the auditors missed. And we reported that audit firm to the State Board of Accountancy and said, even the auditors aren't doing their job here, looking after the financial statements. And basically, at the end of the day, the State Board of Accountancy's opinion is Tabor's complex, and really the CPA firm can't be expected to understand Tabor. And which just blows me away as a CPA. And I've been in the profession for so long that I can't believe we're letting a firm. This firm audits a lot. They audit well over 100 of these metro districts in Colorado, probably hundreds of metro districts. And I've got emails from the partner just saying, explaining his interpretation of Tabor, which I would think almost every attorney out there would disagree with him. I turned those emails over to the State Board of Accountancy, and he's the one that signed the audit opinion. Even the State Board of Accountancy just, they decided not to sanction the CPA firm. And I don't know why, but but that was it. So I kind of, and then one other point is, you look at the state auditor's office. The way accounting firms right now are accounting for developer advance agreements, and I know that was kind of touched upon a little bit here. There's two very different modes of thought on that. Some districts account for those as liabilities on the balance sheet. There's other districts out there, including our firm, well, we're not auditors, but the audit firms we work with do not count those developer advance agreements as debt on the balance sheet. So two different ways to account for multi-million-dollar transactions on these financial statements. We've reported that to the State Board of Accountancy, who is responsible for reviewing all audited financials for districts in Colorado. And their response has been, not our job. we don't make accounting rules, and even though there's surely two different ways they're accounting for the exact same transaction, they won't do anything about it. And lastly, you look at conflicts of interest that are filed with the state of the Colorado Secretary of State, who also oversees the elections. Colorado Secretary of State does not oversee elections for metro districts. We do not regulate those. And also, conflicts of interest are filed by land developers or builders as they serve on these districts. It doesn't matter if the conflicts of interest are deficient, not complete, not accurate or true. The Colorado Secretary of State's website is merely just a library where things are filed. That's it. So people will point to these various state organizations, and I've had one-on-one conversations with a lot of these organizations with issues with these districts we picked up, and nobody, really the only recourse that homeowners have is a lawsuit and to get on the board. That's what we tell homeowners is if you want to put a stop to it, get on the board. And so and lastly, my last comment is, we had mentioned and talking about the Denver Post, and we helped kind of raise the attention to the Denver Post about this junior lien debt problem on some of the districts we picked up, where we have interest rates on some of these loans at 40%. We've got one loan in Thornton, Amber Creek, and they're kind of center of some of the Denver Post articles. Lennar controlled the district and loaned the district $1.7 million. The payback on that's $26 million on a $1.7 million loan. We went with homeowners to city council. And city council discussed with the city attorney's office. They came back and said, "Gosh, that's terrible." I mean, there's nothing that, unless you actually litigate in court as a homeowner against your tax district, there's really nobody out there, in my opinion, that's going to help homeowners. And so that's so when about service plans, and as you review these, you want to be careful. And I think Brian brought up a couple of good points of maybe, when it comes to material modifications, and maybe there's some things you can put in there that gives you some kind of oversight authority over these districts. But for the most part, once these service plans are approved, you're leaving the taxpayers and the homeowners on their own to try to fix any problems out there. So.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. That was really thorough. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate that.
Okay, Brian, you're up.
Thank you. I wanted to address, Councilor Sampson, the question you had regarding the mechanics of these fees and how they're imposed by, in the case of these master-servant relationships. As David O'Leary pointed out, in many service plans, districts have the ability to impose fees. They also have the ability to impose fees extraterritorial, which means they can charge fees on properties outside their boundaries if they provide a service. In the case of the master-servant relationship, we typically see a situation where the postage stamp or the master district will be responsible for the services, which includes, for example, the running of the pool. It may include the landscaping. It may include the entrance monuments. It may include all of that. And they are the ones that control the fee resolution. So they will typically impose a fee resolution that may be a certain amount per home. So it may say, for example, we're going to impose fees only on the occupied residences of $80 per month or something like that. And then they will charge the residents of the taxing district or the servant district for those services. And they will completely control those kinds of funds. And the problem is that, first of all, the developers typically don't share in that expense. It's only the homeowners that share in it. And the costs of the developer district or the master district for the processing, the administration, all of that is all once again borne by the homeowners, which is a way of offloading those kinds of costs. The second kind of fees that I mentioned are different, and I think these are something that Loveland should look at, and that's what are called these capital improvement fees, or sometimes they're called system development fees, or in the case like water systems, they're often called tap fees. And those kinds of fees, I think, do have a point in your service plan to the extent that you can authorize the districts to impose those on the properties when they sell. And therefore, at the time of sale, it's payable and it's typically pledged towards the bonds. And therefore, it is a way of lowering the debt load. So that there's two distinct fees. I want to point out the difference there.
Okay, thank you. And that goes on my list for you, Alan, of the things that I was hoping you could bring back for us. I'm sure we'll have at closing an opportunity to do that. I did see that, Madam Chair, that David O'Leary raised his hand again. I didn't know if that was to speak to the same topic before I move on to my next question.
He's nodding yes. Go ahead, David.
So what Mr. Matisse is talking about with regard to a system development fee or an impact fee, those fees, if they're used to pay towards a bond or a debt, those are pledged fees. Those have to be established and those would be paid towards a bond. So I don't know if that would necessarily reduce the debt load. It would actually be another revenue source for the payment of the bonds. And Mr. Persicchini could talk to that as well. But we have limited tax general obligation bonds that are mill levy based. We have fee based bonds that are different. Oftentimes when you're doing a bond issuance, you'll have layers of debt and you'll have layers of revenue that comes into play. But those impact fees or system development fees, if they're charged and pledged towards a bond, those have to be charged against every single residential unit. They would differ for commercial versus residential, but that wouldn't necessarily reduce the debt load. It would be another impact that would be charged against the property that would be assessed and collected. With regard to the extraterritorial service fees, the ability to charge a fee on a property, they have to actually ask for a service and have to actually receive a service in order for us to charge a fee on any district outside of our boundaries. We also can't charge and assess a fee outside the boundaries of our district without either an agreement with that property owner or consent of the town.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I see that Michael Persicchini raised his hand as well.
All right, go ahead, Michael. I'm busy taking notes then.
It's
No, I just wanted to reiterate exactly what David O'Leary had mentioned in terms of the system development fees or impact fees. We do see those at times get pledged towards bond issuances, but it is another fee that we see that is added on to kind of the mill levy, and generally we don't see that necessarily reduce that debt burden on issuers. The other thing that I want to note is that within the 12 points, there's kind of two things that I wanted to point out that the city already has in place. One of those is that you have a limitation on the term of the debt repayment. So you have a 45-year limitation that once the service plan is approved, all the debt must be repaid. And if it is not, it is extinguished. And then you have a limitation, which is similar to statute, where the debt can only go for 40 years at the time of issuance. And so between those two things, no matter what, the debt at that point in time, regardless of what is remaining, will no longer be in place and is extinguished and does not exist. So you do have some guardrails in terms of protections for the district in terms of the term of how long that debt goes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, those guardrails look good on paper, but they've been extended for a couple of our, I think, and I don't know, Madam Mayor, if you want to speak to this, 'cause I don't remember exactly the number of years, but it looks like for the past couple of councils, as they've been elected, they've agreed to extend for one of our master slave or master servant districts the debt for another. Do you remember now how long the debt is extended?
Well, I think the one you're thinking of originally, it was a 25-year, so it started in 2004, so would have retired in 2029. The amount of debt has increased steadily. It's now up to, was 188 million. I'm not sure if it's slid down a little bit with some payments, but then additional debt has been taken. But it's pushed out to, I think, what is it now? 2048, I think. 2048, 2049, something like that.
Yeah. So it's one of those that it almost. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they come back to council and they ask for more debt and a longer repayment. And for your point of taxation without representation, those property owners in those properties didn't get a vote on that.
Yeah, so it's good to have that in the initial, but maybe there needs to be like a 12-step for if people come back to issue more debt or to have an extension, or, we can't just stop at the beginning and then hope that, cross our fingers we're gonna make the right decision the second time around, because I think we're probably guaranteed to see it a second time around, by a lot of developers anyway. Some don't need it. It seems like some, they get their approval and they do their district and it goes great and they're done. But it seems like in this town, there's one developer in particular who does come back to council quite often, a couple of developers in particular actually that do. And then Mayor Marsh, I did see that Charles raised his hand again. I don't know if it was to the same topic, but then I did have one more question before I give up the floor.
Okay, go ahead, Charles.
Sure, thanks. Just one quick comment. I've noticed this with some cities, just something maybe for consideration for city council is, some cities in their service plan templates, they have, and actually I can't remember if it is in your template or not. I don't think it is, but when it comes to debt payoff terms or maybe limits on interest rates or some of these other restrictions that you input into the service plan, I've seen in some service plan templates where once the board is controlled by an independent group of people, typically the homeowners, then at that point, and I kind of agree with this kind of line of thought, is if homeowners at that point, if they want to refinance their debt, stretch it out 40 years, even if they're 20 years into paying off the debt, at that point, if you got an independent group of people that represent the neighborhood that sit on that board, you may want to consider maybe you lift some of those restrictions and kind of let them govern themselves more in those situations, because really most of the issues you're talking about here are related to the early stages of a metropolitan district where it's all controlled by the builder or developer and they all have conflicts of interest and there's self-dealing that's going on there that you're trying to put some checks on that, those problems that come with those conflicts of interest. But once you got an independent board of homeowners serving on the district, then, I mean, how much, they're obviously not gonna they gotta walk out the door every day and look at their neighbor across the street, and they're all looking at the same property tax bills, so they're all probably more interested in doing what's in best interest of everybody in that neighborhood than somebody who doesn't live there.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good thing to write in. That's a really good point for if that happens or when it happens. I think it does for some neighborhoods, so thank you. So I think my final question is, we talked about disclosures, and Councilman Loy mentioned, the county assessor site. But what I want to know is how, and I think this has been touched on a teensy bit, but how are there any cities in Colorado or across the country that are doing disclosures not just before or not just at closing, but like way before closing? Like, are there people who are putting it out there like, hey, this is a metro district for sale, or a house in a metro district for sale? Or is this like, how just and not just like, hey, this is a metro district, okay, cool, I pay more taxes. Like, is there conversation? And I know that and I can't see David Kentwood, Powell Kentwood had spoke to this a little bit about realtors versus, and I see you, David, I see you. So I see you want to speak to this as well, but realtors versus realtors, I'm guessing is that, I don't know if I made the right distinction there, but that they're trained in it and then there's others who aren't. But, what are we doing? And then what I'd like to know specifically from you, David, Powell Kentwood, excuse me, are you helping, is your organization helping to champion legislation to help create this education for our buyers? I mean, how much more information can we get out there? I have people in my family who are buying in a metro district. They think they've done the math, they think they've ran the numbers, but they had to get all the information on their own. They didn't know, but they talked to people that were selling the property to them, and it was the builder representative, like you had talked about, David, and so it was probably not someone quite as educated as one of your realtors would be, but regardless, they're buying in there and they had to do all their own research. And even then, now we're learning about all these nuances, right, that can happen 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Who's having this conversation? Because I think with as many people on this panel who want to talk about the good things about metro districts, that it's something we should be willing to fully disclose, because buyers will not be turned off by full disclosure of something that they truly want, right? So it's just like the lemon law or whatever, right? Like if disclosure is necessary, and I'm not saying that a metro district's a lemon, I'm just saying if there's something that could be concerning, it needs to be disclosed. So I'd like to know what steps are being taken to increase that disclosure. I'd like to know what steps you would recommend that our city could do. I know what I would personally like to see done, but I'd like to hear from everybody here in the spirit of disclosure, not in the spirit of otherwise, if possible. So, Madam Mayor, I think that David O'Leary wanted to speak to that, and then if I could hear please from David Kentwood as well, or Paul Kentwood, excuse me, I would appreciate that as well.
All right, David O'Leary, you're first.
So your model in one of your exhibits to your existing service plan has a disclosure that's recorded against the property that actually does a calculation based on a projected valuation of the house, what the mill levy would be, what the overlapping mill levy is. All of that information is in that particular disclosure.
And is that the one, if I could just ask on that, is that the one that's that's given at closing, or are you saying that if someone went online
That's
to
recorded against the property. So it'll show up in title. It'll show up on all your documents when you're closing on your property.
So once you've sold your house, so say it's me buying, once I've sold my house and I'm closing today on the house I'm selling, I'm closing today on the house I'm buying, and then I'm like sat down and like, oh, by the way, here's all your stuff and the debt and everything, and it's like, holy mackerel, I didn't know anything about this, but that's the first time I'm gonna hear about that?
Nope, you're gonna have it in your documents before you sign your closing documents. It will be in all of your paperwork.
And how soon do you get that before closing?
It'll be in your entire package before you sign on your purchase for your house.
But when do you get that package?
When you're doing your due diligence on house before you buy it, it'll show up in all your title records. So typically when you buy a house, and I'll let the realtor speak to this because he's more of an expert in that, but when you're going to buy a house, you're looking at the price of the house, all the disclosures with regard to that property, everything that shows up in title, including all of those documents, and all of that will be in a whole package of documents that they require you to read, consent to, and sign off on before you close on your house.
Okay, so like when I've been a part of 4 different home purchases, but they were not all conventional. So when I received a packet before as a buyer and I said, okay, they're like disclosed, like there was, was there a fire? No. Are there pets? No, like whatever, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's in all of that stuff. So some of it,
Okay.
like if you had a disclosure with regard to, if it was an older house and there was something in the paint, that kind of disclosure, one piece of paper that's gonna be in your closing documents, the Metro District disclosure and the information that's required to be recorded against the property shows up in the exceptions to your title. It'll show up in Exhibit B, and every single one of those documents that has to do with your property, any information with regard to your property will show up in your title and all the paperwork before you close on your house.
Right. And usually you get that paperwork after you put an offer on that house,
Well,
but no later than after you're signing, right?
When you're even looking at it, it would be in your disclosures.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I interrupted you, so I think you still have more to say. Sorry.
A lot of districts, and we do this with a lot of our districts, we record additional disclosures after the organization of the district, after the organizational meeting of the district. So after we formed and do our election, we'll have an organizational meeting to set up all the pieces and parts of a metro district. We will also record a special general disclosure of general questions that are asked about that district. What is a metro district and where is it? What does it do and what do my taxes go for? Who manages my district? Who can I get information about it? The Division of Local Government website and the contact information. If there's a district manager, it will have the name of the manager and a phone number to contact them. It'll have all of these questions that are.
Does it have a question like, is my metro district a master servant metro district? Will I be able to be on the master board? How long until I can serve on the board?
There's some districts that are just a single residential district.
Right, and then would it say how long till I can serve on the board?
You can serve on the board at any point in time. There's a vacancy or there's an election.
I know how long, I know. I mean, does the disclosure say that?
It there's general information about districts, but we also have another disclosure that's required to be filed with the state. It's a transparency notice that's filed with the Division of Local Government and the Department of Government Affairs that's filed in January of every year regarding that district, who's on the board of directors, the tax and the mill levy, and how much tax was collected the prior year. That gets filed every year with the Division of Local Government. It's a transparency notice. It also gets posted on any district website. So there's multiple disclosures with regard to the existence of the district, the payment of taxes, who's on that board of directors, and when they can run and serve on that board of directors.
And when you get information, when you get disclosures, then there's a link in that disclosure to that transparency disclosure, right? So a homeowner can get it all.
Some of those disclosures, yeah.
So they can get all this information in one place.
But there's multiple disclosures. So transparency notice is different than the recorded disclosure that's required by your service plan model. Those are different documents and they're reported. There's links to different things. You can find everything regarding a metro district at the Division of Local Government website.
DOLA.
Yeah, DOLA.
Thank you.
But a lot of districts have their own independent website. I'm sure Charles has this for some of his districts that he manages. There will be a metro district website for that particular metro district that has access to a whole bunch of disclosures, documents, covenants, service plans, all the information regarding that district. That's on a separate website. But DOLA is the clearinghouse for all our statutory requirements.
Okay, thank you for all of that. I guess my concern with this question was, are we notifying even people who are looking, who haven't put in an offer? Maybe they're going to go and get that packet, but what I would like to see the city of Loveland do is be even more proactive than we are right now. Make sure that information is available, make sure all of the disclosures are available in one place, make sure that this is really effectively communicated with potential buyers, especially because we know that there isn't a lot of inventory out there right now. I see this as a real golden opportunity for Loveland to really step up and be very forthright with this information. I'm not saying that there aren't people who are going to want to buy in metro districts. I'm saying that people need to know before they buy in, because, like I think it was even Charles who said during our town hall, a lot of people said we didn't know. And I really don't think that a disclosure after you've, disclosure at closing or disclosure, when you've gotten the full disclosure packet because you're very, very serious about that house, which if there's 40 houses on the market right now, you're just like, forget it, put an offer in right now and you don't even know anything that's happening. So it needs to be disclosed sooner, earlier. There needs to be more education because this is something that our citizens are concerned with. We are voting on this. This won't probably be, 2019 wasn't the last time a residential metro district is going to come before us. So we need to set ourselves up for success too, that we can say, hey, listen, we've done everything we possibly can to communicate this and be transparent with you. On top of everything that we're gonna do, hopefully moving forward with this 12-step or whatever, so that we can actually, really make sure that we're scrutinizing these decisions, because once we relinquish control of this, that's it. It's out of our hands entirely. And then there's no accountability, as everyone has said, or there's very little accountability.
Well, that's not entirely true. I mean, we have annual compliance obligations, we have annual budget obligations, we have annual reporting obligations to the city. There's oversight by the city. If we have any material modifications or if we step out of line with regard to compliance with that service plan, the town can shut it down. I mean, there are methods and there are.
But David, when you have a blanket service plan that's this massive service plan, there really isn't oversight. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I get that there's obligations. I get that you have to file. But there isn't an oversight like we would have in anything else in our city. I mean, we scrutinize crazy things here, but this is a massive, basically another government inside our government, and it's just not looked at the same way here. That's all I'm saying.
You're the jurisdiction for that government. You're the authorizing entity you're the approving entity for that metro district.
And once we approve it, we have to be pretty much hands off unless they step out of line. But if they have a massive blanket service plan, they aren't going to step out of line because they can do what they want because it's within their service plan. It's not detailed. So I totally hear what you're saying. I'm not saying anything necessarily bad. I'm just saying I think that there's work that can be done around the transparency, the oversight, and the consideration. That's what I'm saying. But I hear you that there are things that have to be done. It's not just wild west, totally.
Charles, I think, has a comment for you there, Councilman Sampson.
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of quick comments. One, I would just say for transparency or disclosures, when you're looking at the service plan template, maybe one thing that you require, a couple things you may want to require is that once a district enters the development phase and starts selling homes, that the district's required to maintain a website. I'm surprised how many there's more districts out there now that have websites, but I don't know. I mean, we've been in the internet age now for how long, and we have districts out there that are generating millions in revenue and don't have a district website. They still rely on posting meeting notices on a light pole somewhere in the neighborhood. So that would be one thing is I would require, once you get to a development stage and homeowners are gonna be a part of this neighborhood, have a website. And then maybe require certain minimum information that's posted on the website. It's, like what David mentioned, they have, I mean, you have the local government information system, that's the database for all like you described this, the clearinghouse where you file the budgets, the transparency notices. There's some other documents that are filed there. And I love it. I mean, it's a great information resource and I can get there in 2 seconds and clicking on the internet. But most homeowners have no idea how to get there or are not familiar enough to navigate around. It's not user unfriendly, but I wouldn't say it's user friendly. But again, that's kind of where I know you're kind of double counting, but that's where I go back to a website that has, that's your neighborhood, it's like neighborhood.com or whatever your harvestmeadows.com and use that as your website. Most homeowners can they can go to their neighborhood website, but navigating maybe some of the government websites is a little bit more difficult. So that just adds some more transparency. And then another item I would put out there is I would recommend, this has been an issue in all of our districts before homeowners got on these boards, is builders and developers typically, as they're holding their board meetings, most of them have them in their corporate offices. We have some of them down in Greenwood Village, 20, 30 miles away from their districts. And so I would recommend the board council consider, once homes begin, if there's no development, there's not a single home built in the district yet, then I kind of, in my opinion, who cares where they have the meetings because there's no taxpayers yet. But once you actually have taxpayers that are living in the district or have bought property, that board should be holding meetings, close to the district, at the school or at the library or the rec center, to see these resolutions where boards are passing resolutions saying there's no suitable meeting space near the district, and so then they have their meeting 30 miles away in their corporate offices. That to me is ridiculous, and that's again going against the spirit of transparency. And so maybe require that once the first home is built, they have to have their meetings, maybe within the city of Loveland. I don't know. So that's something else to consider. So. The last comment I had was, sorry, like my gears sometimes my head goes slow. It only gets worse when you get older, right? When it comes to, I always kind of I'm all for more transparency, but I'm hesitant when you get to the home closing and there's all these documents you're signing and you're just kind of eyes glazed over, you're looking at a million documents. The one thing I kind of think is, when a homeowner is going in and buying a new home in a neighborhood in the metro district, one of the things that the finance company has to be doing before they approve a loan for a homeowner to buy into a metro district is they have to be running the property tax rate against the fully valued house to see if they can afford that based on their income. And so I think in some ways, once they get the financing approved and they know what house they want to buy, the finance company's already kind of coming back and saying, hey, this is going to be your projected, approximate monthly mortgage payments, and they, and yeah, you can afford it, or this is how much of a house you can afford. I think those numbers are all kind of crunched up front, but what I would recommend is, again, I'm kind of expanding on my initial recommendation of maybe project out the property taxes for the next 5 or 6 years, and then you say this is how much property taxes could go. Maybe one step above that is, like some of these districts I mentioned where we talk with homeowners, if they issue bonds, and those bonds have to have financial projections on where the tax revenue is going to go over the next 30 years. Take those projections. I mean, we have districts in Thornton right now where the increase in property taxes right now is almost 300%. So if they're going to issue bond debt, then maybe force the developer to say, if you're going to put a 300% increase in and the revenue projections or the taxes or the valuation increases over time, then you should maybe take the maximum number and of whatever's in the bond projection and use that as the you apply that to the current sales price of the house, and that's where the sales price value of the house is going to be 30 years from now, multiplied by the maximum millage rate. This is where your taxes could be if there's no refinancing or anything else done with this development. So just another thought that if they
Yeah. Well, that answers that answers one of my questions about that can the bond just be kind of held artificially low for the first couple of years as they start to fill the neighborhood, and then it can be bounced. You can end up paying significantly more 2 or 3 years in. You know what I mean? So I guess that if you could do it at the max rate, then over that course of time, whether or not they would use that as like a financing tool, right, for like your mortgage, but at least so that a home payer or a homeowner maybe would be able to anticipate what that could look like for them, especially because when we're looking at Loveland, 35% of our population, almost 40% of our population is like 60 and older, I think, or 65 and older. I mean, we're talking a lot of people on fixed incomes, so, and they're looking at metro districts too. It's not just young families looking at metro districts, and especially with the new build outs, if you don't have the property tax necessarily to project, so. Well, that's a really good solution, I think, to do it that way and just require that,
That's one of the issues with districts. I think more, and maybe this is one where some of the other panels can chime in on this, but what I've seen is, I think maybe 10 years ago, that was more common, where they would make it in, like you're only making interest payments on the bonds the first several years, which keeps the tax rates artificially low. And then principal kicks in and then the taxes go up. I think in most districts that we've seen and we've been working with, when the development begins, usually the developer keeps the tax mill levy rate at the maximum possible rate. So there's no, you can't ratchet up that mill levy rate any more than where it already is. Which in some ways that's good because homeowners know, that's the mill levy can't get higher than that.
right.
But what we've seen, it's what kind of replaced that when you kind of talk like the junior lien debt, and some of these bonds have effective interest rates of 30 and 40 and 50% interest. There's what's happening is these multiple layers of bonds are being paid off over time, over 20 or 30 years. But when you look at the lowest layer of debt, which is many times held by the developers, they end up accumulating so much interest on it that by the time you pay off the top 1 or 2 layers of debt, the bottom layer of debt is so large it becomes larger than the top layer of debt. And then, and I've actually had some accounting firms that, got terminated probably because they stood in front of homeowners in meetings and told homeowners, hey, this junior lien layer of debt, it's actually great because, you probably won't be able to pay it off, but once, you get your 30 years out, it's gone, it's forgiven, it's written off. Mm-hmm. But what they don't tell any of the homeowners is a lot of these bonds have clauses in there requiring the district to refinance or any other way kind of restructure the debt before it gets forgiven. And so these lowest layer of bonds are really kind of set up to kind of just strap the district with debt. Forever is probably being dramatic, but for a very long time. And while that may not affect homeowners who live in the neighborhoods today, it affects people, 20, 30 years down the road because there's just perpetual never-ending taxes that potentially can be assessed on them. And the reason why it's done is there is value ascribed to when you have an instrument that can accumulate interest at such a high rate over such a long period of time. Financial firms put a present value on these things, and these can be bought and sold on the markets. And so it's not extra money out of the homeowners' pockets today, but when you sit on a financial instrument that pays a really great rate of return, and maybe that can get stretched out 30 or 40 or 50 years, then that's an instrument that can be bought, sold, and traded. And so that's a little bit of what's going on out there too. So that's one last. I'm doing way too much talking here, and I apologize. But one last comment before I zip it again is just for everybody's kind of information. One one model. I've looked at some other states, Florida, you got Utah, Oregon, California, in my opinion, I think has finally gotten it right. They have their kind of district structure out there. You have what's called kind of Melrose districts. It's Mella and Ruse were the two senators that passed this legislation in California. I don't know way back when, but basically it has some similarities to metropolitan districts. But what's happened is these districts are created in California. They are not given the power to tax, but what they can do is they can assess fees on the homeowners that move into the districts. And when these districts are set up and the city councils approve them, the fees are basically set at the get-go. And they may say it's, I don't know, maybe it's $2,000 a year is the fee that every homeowner has to pay into the district to fund the public infrastructure. But the reason why I think that's kind of solves a lot of problems for California that we're kind of still dealing with here in Colorado is when you buy a home in California in the Melrose districts, if they tell you the fee is $2,000 and it's that number every year for the next 30 years, it's just you're just adding that to the price of your mortgage payments. You know exactly what you're going to pay. The developer's showing you the amenities, and then you got to decide whether or not it's worth $2,000 a year for the roads and the swimming pool and the park and all that. Doesn't matter if your home value goes up or down in the future. You pay a flat fee, and at that point, when the district is created, in my opinion, it doesn't matter if mom and dad and their kids, who are all land developers, are serving on the board, and there's tons of conflicts of interest, because you put out there a fixed price for the amenities, and you tell the homeowners what the amenities are, and then you can go out and onto the financial markets and borrow against the district's ability to assess a $2,000 fee on all those homes. They can get the financing. They have a fixed amount of money they can finance it against, and then put that infrastructure in place. And then you kind of, whether you have conflicts of interest on the board or not, if they go out and borrow bonds at 40% interest, then it's just less money for the developer. From the homeowner's perspective, you're paying $2,000 a year. You're paying that fixed fee. So I don't know. I'm oversimplifying or didn't do a good job explaining that, but that's it seems like they've hit on a model that has addressed the conflicts of interest problems that we have with metropolitan districts in Colorado, and so that's. Sorry, one last thing. I'm terrible at this, but one last point is districts still, in my opinion, in some ways, though, districts are valuable. It's a valuable financing tool. Even though I have a lot of concerns about districts, one way to put this conceptually is if you have $100 and you want to invest it and make a return on that, if you can earn $10 on your $100 at the end of 12 months, you made 10% on your investment. That's great. But if you can invest that $100 and in 6 months you get that $10, you didn't earn 10%, you earn more. I can't do the math in my head. Maybe that's 20%. But if you earn it in 6 months rather than 12 months, you made a much better rate of return. And that's kind of what metropolitan districts are, is it allows developers to get their money back from public infrastructure quicker, so that then they can turn around and pour it into the next public infrastructure project. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how the whole banking system works too, is the faster you can turn that money from one project to the next project, then it boosts the economy. And that's the value of metro districts. But the problem is everybody that serves on the boards initially all kind of have conflicts of interest, and then you got self-dealing and problems that can occur in those situations, and especially in an unregulated market, that's where you run into problems. But if you can fix that, the self-dealing and the self-interest problem, it's actually metropolitan districts are a good economic model to speed up public infrastructure, in my opinion. So
cool. Thank you.
Right. We did have Michael. Did you give up on us?
No, sorry about that. I did want to address one thing that I thought would be worthwhile, at least, to talk about in terms of what Charles was indicating on the mill levies, and just kind of explain for just a second about how the bond issues are sized and put together, because I think that's important to understand a little bit. And when the bonds are issued, they're typically put together with an offering document that is a public document. Attached to that that describes everything related to the development, and then attached to that offering document is a market study that's done by a third-party market study company, and then a cash flow study. So what Charles is talking about there, in terms of projecting out what's going to happen in the future, that's all contained within the offering documents related to the issuance of bonds. When the bonds are issued, they're based upon what the anticipated, so for these residential districts, they're based upon the anticipated sales price of the product types within that area within a certain period of time, and then typically have appreciation that's within around 2% on a biannual basis. So it amounts to about 1% a year, set forth at whatever the mill levy is, either going to be set within the district or within the service plan. So the reason I bring that all up is that by disclosing to prospective buyers that you're going to be set at the max mill levy of 40 or 50 mills, that should be able to project forward what their taxes are going to be into the future. And I wanted to clarify what Charles was saying about the increase in taxes over time is the increase in revenue that the district is seeing, not necessarily what the district taxpayer is paying. They're going to be paying those 40 or 50 mills on that property based upon the financing that's been put into place. So there is a way that it can kind of easily be projected out into the future and disclosed to future buyers. So I just thought I'd just kind of give a quick explanation of that.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilor Sampson, do you have more?
No, thank you. Oh, I do. I'm sorry. I did ask for David Falcon-Wood to speak to this, what they're going to do.
Go ahead, David.
Couple of things here. You asked when do they generally get the documentation for title work? It's usually done in the first 10 days on a 30-day contract. Some of the builders are good about getting that out earlier, but usually that's within our contract dates and deadlines. Over the years, I would say it's gotten better. To David O'Leary's point, they are regulated, and all of the information is there, and it's gotten better over the years. The issue is it's buried, and that's where we have a hard time finding it. Do I believe the onus falls on the city, the Realtor Association, the lender discloses it, the builder? It falls on the homeowner to read what we actually tell them to read, which we know a lot of people just sign and away we go. There are certain people who ask there's certain people who ask for documents way ahead of time. Those people those people are actually going to read that, and they're going to see those earlier. We also know, unfortunately, that there's a number of the general public that are exactly what you said. They're so excited to see a house, and they come flying in, and they don't necessarily read that. Go ahead, you had a question?
Well, that's what I was going to mention is like our current market, for example, which it's been this market, not quite this hot, but it's been hot for a few years, right? And so if you're just like, okay, I need to, buy this house. Is it in a metro district? No, I don't think so. Okay, we're going to put an offer in because this is the right house, right location, right price. And there's 8 other offers that come in behind you, right? You're the first showing, basically, which is literally my personal story in my most recent home. So, I understand what you're saying, that it's on the buyer, like it's their responsibility, right? But when we look at the demographic of buyers, and we look at brand new home buyers to, first time home buyers to people who maybe bought, 1 or 2 homes in their life, and they're, 50 years old or 60 years old or older, or they bought 80 homes, I don't even know. I mean, that demographic, we can't control that demographic, right? So if that information is not available until, sometime in the first 10-day window after they've put an offer in, to me, the onus is on us as everyone you listed except the buyer, right? Because we do have the information, and like you said, you've offered it, but you're offering it after the fact. It's not part of the conversation when you're buying a home. It becomes after you put in an offer, and to get to that point.
So you'll have a deadline of when that information has to be given to the buyer, and then they have another deadline that they have the right to review that. And so they have a window of opportunity to review that. And so that would be, so you're probably right. Everything else you talked about, you're right, but that onus of when I now give that to the buyer, they have a window there. And if they object to any of the items that have been discussed, they can get out and get their earnest money back and move on to something else. And hopefully by then in our crazy market, they've had a chance to actually breathe and actually be able to sit down and read those. What I would like, and I like Charles's point about a website, sometimes this stuff is hard to find. Sometimes it would be nice to say, if somebody said, hey, I kind of like the Lakes of Centerra, I like that Centerra community, and I could say, bam, here it is. And it's not that it's here and it's buried into 300 pages of Metro District, but if there was a way to, as we all know, there's cliff notes, there's summaries, frequently asked questions. If there was a way to do some of that kind of stuff in disclosures, because obviously we can't disclose everything, or you might as well just give them the whole 300 pages of a packet. But frequently asked questions would be great, and easily, if we required them to have a website that was easy to find, I know myself as a realtor would love to see that. Those are all a couple of great answers. And then your other question. So you're a salesperson, you pass the test, you become a real estate agent, you become a realtor, that's when you're abide by a code of ethics, that's when you're now with the National Association of Realtors, the Colorado State, and the local, that's how you become a realtor. So that's to answer your other question. And I'm really glad you asked that, because a lot of people do not know the difference, so I'm glad you asked the question.
Good. Do the realtors have a lobbying group?
We do at the state, and I will say that I'm actually on the state committee as well, and I will actually say that's probably something statewide that's not as prominent, and I will probably say that it has been addressed. There are opportunities for continuing education to learn more about it, but I don't think it's at the higher point that it should be based on metro districts. But I know the Front Range, obviously, as far as the state goes, probably, I'm not sure, I don't deal with the rest of the state. I would say we probably have more metro districts along our Front Range. It's something that definitely could be improved. I will definitely say that.
Yeah, it would be great if there could be a legislative conversation about it, because if every municipality changes it, that's wonderful. But something that's more across the board, statewide, I think that's a real opportunity. And for your organization being top tier, that would be an excellent opportunity for you, I think, to help with that transparency. And I like the idea of websites as well. So thank you. I appreciate all that. Thank you. And I'm finally finished, Mayor Marsh. So I'm sorry, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Counselor Olson? Can't.
Steve, you're muted.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I didn't know if it was me or you.
You're still muted, Steve.
Check your, I don't know what you have.
Right now.
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
I said I'd like, Kathy had her hand up and like to extend the opportunity for her to ask her questions, and then I'll ask mine.
All right, Counselor Wright?
Thank you, Steve. My questions got answered, but I guess I would like to make a brief comment that the insinuations about friendships, etc., with developers, I just wanted to mention that the boost that especially the McQuinney have given to our community, and the respect and gratitude that many of us feel for everything they've done positive for our community. I just wanted to reiterate that it's not about hanging out at a water cooler or friendships. It's about deep respect for all the contributions to Northern Colorado. So I just couldn't let that go by without stating my opinion. Thank you.
Counselor Olson?
Thank you. I got a couple of questions, a few questions that relate to the presentation by Alan, but I think what I'll do, and because in view of the time, and there's still others that want to comment, I'll just put those in an email, send them to Alan, and they can be addressed. From Andrea, Councilor Sampson brought up a number of issues that, as far as websites and disclosure and so forth. My first question is to the city manager. We have a website that addresses metro districts. How much of what Councilor Sampson's asking for is already on that website?
Councilor Olson, thank you for your question. I in that presentation slide that was done by Alan, and I'll have Alan pick it up from here, he showed an example of that screenshot that shows the service plan, each of the individual districts and their information, meetings and so forth, minutes, all that is captured there, annual reports, audits, is all in that website. And Alan, you can add any more if I forgot something there.
Not to add, one of the things, we rely a lot on the Department of Local Affairs database, and sometimes we find that runs a bit behind being current, so it's not always as up to date as we'd like. We've been trying to post the reports as we get them from each one of the metropolitan districts within Loveland right to the Loveland site, so you might be able to find more current data. I would guess that of the information that people really want or need, probably you can find 60 to 70% of what they want or need, but it's hard to find. It's still hard to find. And maybe if we made it, I'm trying to come up in my head with a one-page summary of what people absolutely need to know about the Metro District that they might be thinking about buying a property in. And I'm just trying to think what that would look like. I know that people that I know call me and say, Alan, I really like this lot in Loveland. Can you tell me if it's in a metro district? And I can tell them right away it's in or out. And then they'll call me back and say, can you prove it's out? And so that dialogue goes back and forth. And sometimes they ask as many as 5 times before they believe me. But I'm just thinking that if we could simplify this so people could know almost immediately if they're looking at a parcel that has a special mill levy and it has special benefits and how long that might be a real gift to the buying community. So I think we still have room for improvement, and I think it needs to be earlier in the process, perhaps as early as soon as somebody goes to look at a house that's for sale.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Alan. There was a discussion about looking at, well, what's the taxes gonna be down the road 5-10 years? It seems to me when I looked into that issue, you can go to Flood Peterson for some of the local areas here, and they have a document that shows that projection. Am I mistaken in that? Does anybody know?
I've never used Flood Peterson.
I think it's certainly for the McWhinney properties, that's something that they had. And they had some for Johnstown properties as well, so, okay, if nobody knows, that's fine. One of the things we've heard a lot of pros and cons, the good, the bad, the ugly of metro districts. Are there, if no metro district, then what? Are there options to metro districts that are really viable options? Can our panelists answer that question?
Waiting for hands. I think the one gentleman indicated something called Melrose District, so.
Well, that's California thing, so.
Brian, you raised your hand?
Yeah, I think there are some other options for this. I think, for example, in some areas, I mean, the main problem I think that the city of Loveland can recognize is that the problems with Tabor in terms of difficulty getting approval for the requisite mill levies and or requisite bond issues to put in the necessary infrastructure to serve these additional developments. I think that if you are going to not go down the route of the metro districts, then I think the other option would be something on the order of some type of cash flow bonds that would that perhaps the city would issue some type of development bonds that would be secured solely by a revenue flow. In other words, they wouldn't be secured by an ad valorem property tax, and therefore, and similarly, have the developer agree to remit some type of a system development fee or an impact fee or something like that to the city in order to guarantee the flow of revenue. As long as the flow of revenue is guaranteed, there's and it's eventually collected when the properties are sold. That is one way of advancing some of the costs. I'm not a bond expert. I'm not a municipal finance expert, but I do know that those types of mechanisms do exist. I do know, for example, in the city of Aurora, they use a lot of lease financing with regard to city enterprises that basically this quasi city subdivision or corporation it enters into lease arrangements with the city in order to lease out, and that is something that is allowed under Tabor, and so it's possible that with developers you could enter into some kind of arrangements where upon the lots closing, the lots being sold, that those revenue sources would pay off the bonds that would be issued in that kind of a manner.
All right, and I think Charles, you wanted to weigh in there too?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't really have a good answer for your question, but I would say that districts obviously involve a lot of politics and money. And with that, you want to be careful that I've heard some people talk about, totally banishing metropolitan districts or just don't have any metropolitan districts, and then you avoid the problem. The problem you would face, though, if you went down that path or something similar to that, is you got Fort Collins, you got Westminster, you got Thornton, you got these other cities around you that all have, there's great places to develop, and if other cities are offering, the metropolitan districts and are less restrictive and maybe offer greater benefits than your city, then, I mean, obviously I think there's a lot of great development potential within your city, and you have advantages over other locations, but you want to be careful too that part of the problem with metropolitan districts is it's a statewide problem. And if one or two cities tries to go down the right path, what they feel is the right path, and you stray too much from the rest of the cities, and those cities offer the benefits that really attract the developers, then I wish some of these problems it needs to be solved at the state level, because everybody needs to be playing on a level playing field, because if you go too far off the path, then you're basically just going to scare off the developers to go to, and I'm oversimplifying making the statement, but they'll go to other places that have better, where they can where it's more profitable. I mean that's free market. You're going to go where you can make the most profits, and so in some ways you have to be careful with. Maybe it requires some cooperation with cities around you as well to try to all be on the same page and to control a larger development area. But just something to throw out for everybody to think about.
Okay, Councilor Olson, do you have more?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. It was brought up, I think, by Mr. Prochetti, that as far as how the mill levies are sized and so forth. So when a package comes to us and I may have the terminology wrong, but doesn't let's see, what are they called? Underwriter, don't they kind of indicate and that they've looked at the level of bonding that is appropriate, and that from their standpoint, they looked at the documents and they say, yeah, this works. And so based on that, we're willing to underwrite that or issue the bonds, or can anybody make sense of my question and answer?
Yeah, I'll answer it. I think I know what you're asking. So when the service plan gets presented to council as a part of the service plan, there is a financial plan that is put in the appendix. The financial plan is based upon what is anticipated to be developed within the area, the max mill levy that is set within the service plan, and then is underwritten in such a way that the debt is, one, marketable, and then two, demonstrates that the district can reasonably discharge the debt within the time frame and guidelines within the service plan. And so when the service plan actually gets to council, you do get to see that, and you get to see the projection of the mill levies over time, the assessed value over time, the revenue generated by the district, the debt to be issued, interest rates on the debt, and how that all kind of flows within the financing of the district.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Now, the follow-up question to that is if I heard correctly from Mr. Matisse, we should be cautious upon relying on that information. Did I misunderstand? And what I'm kind of driving to is, what exactly can we rely on when this comes before council, that we can make a decision that's reasonably intelligent, and we have a reasonable belief that the developer's going to be able to accomplish what he wants in building the development, and yet we are still protecting within reason the potential buyers.
Yeah, what I was referring to is, I think there may be a little disconnect here. There's a difference between, typically the financial plan and the service plan is a projection of what may happen. And it's not something that necessarily is based on current market conditions. It's just something that is a projection based on, and it's like, the old garbage in, garbage out. The developer basically tells the financial advisor, this is what I think I plan to develop, and this is how fast I can develop it. There is a tendency among human beings to be overly optimistic, assuming that everything works out as planned. And I'll be honest, 9 times out of 10, I see these financial plans. They call for overly optimistic development, and they also underestimate in many cases the cost of the infrastructure. Then later, when the bonds are issued, as Mr. Persetti indicated, there's a financial plan that's the underwriters project as to the actual bond, and that's a lot more accurate for that particular bond. But in many cases, even those kinds of plans, they call for many years of interest to accrue or accrete. In other words, there's not enough tax revenues in the initial years for the bonds to be repaid. So therefore, they have to borrow money, actually more money than they need, and put into a surplus fund, and then draw down that surplus fund in the early 5, 6, 7 years until the tax revenues are sufficient to cover it. So I guess the problem I'm saying is that these financial projections, they're useful, but they got to be taken sometimes with a grain of salt. And I think some of the old adages, the old metrics work better than relying on financial plans that are based on assumptions. And that's why I always say, if you've got a financial plan that shows for maximum issuance of debt that is no more than 50% of the built-out assessed value, you'll probably be okay. But if you start pushing that, to be, well, let's allow it to be 120%. Let's allow this district issued debt of 120% of final built-out assessed value. That's getting, you're playing with fire there. That's getting dangerous. when I was growing up, my dad always told me, never afford a house that's more than 3 times the combined annual income of the wage earners. And then, when I came to Colorado and the realtor started telling me, oh, that's old math, it doesn't work anymore. You can afford a house that's 7, 8 times your income, 10 times your income, whatever. And guess what happened? My house is nearly paid off because in other people's houses, they've been foreclosed on because they rely on pushing the envelope there. I'm saying if you're going to have a metro district that you're going to approve, I think you need to rely on conservative metrics rather than glowing projections based on optimistic projections of developers.
I really appreciate that. Are there some metrics other than what you've mentioned that would be useful for us to maybe incorporate into our review?
Yeah, I think the main one is the debt to assessed value ratio when fully built out. That's the most important one. And I think, of course, obviously the mill levy cap. I know that for many years, most of the service plans capped the mill levy at 50 mills. I know there's been a little bit of flexibility now, and I know some of your mill levies caps are above 60 now. But you got to be careful because when you get much above 60, then you start getting into problems. One of the things in Colorado law is that if there is a provision that if the debt cannot be paid with a mill levy of more than 99 mills, essentially there is an exception that allows for possible reorganization or discharge of that debt in bankruptcy, which you don't want to have that reputation. You don't want to get to that kind of level. So, I would just recommend keep your mill levy if you can. Keep the maximum mill levy to 50 mills if there's any way of keeping it to that. And I'd also be careful of the 40 to 45 year repayment. For many years it was very typical for debt to be repaid in 20 to 30 years in the service plans, and now they're pushing these out. They're pushing these out to 40. In your case, the limit is 40 years from debt issuance, which of course that's the same as the state statute, which typically allows debt to be issued for no more than 40 years, with of course your repayment maximum of 45 years. So that's a little bit more restrictive. But if you can get the debt to be repaid after 30 years, that's much more reasonable because think about it. This district is going to be paying on infrastructure that is probably already degraded and will need to be replaced before the debt is still paid.
Thank you, appreciate that.
And Councilor Olson, Jim Mann is also wanting to answer to speak to yours. Go ahead, Jim.
The one thing I would add about, kind of protecting is that most financial plans that you will see in a Metro District service plan that's being proposed are going to maximize the revenues that they can pull out of that based upon a certain set of assumptions. So number one, in the proposers or the proponents, developers don't like to do it, but you really should be looking at a market study to make sure that that's a reasonable assumption, that there is going to be a reasonable expectation that what's included in the service plan is going to be able to be paid off by the development. So that's one thing you may want to look at. You will get pushback from the development community. They'll say, oh, we're not going to do that until we're actually issuing the bonds. We're going to do that then. Well, you've already approved the service plan at that point. Horse has already left the barn. And so you want to kind of back up your decision making with some facts. The other thing that you'll see in a lot of financial projections, they're solving for 50 mils for debt service. That's the maximum that you can have for debt service under Title 32. And so they're making it, they're just solving for the maximum that's out there, whether it's necessary for them to do their project or not. And the other piece that you're going to want to look at is you're going to want to look at the debt service coverage. If they're projecting a debt service coverage of 110 or 115, there's not a lot of wiggle room if you have an economic downturn. you really should be looking at a minimum of 125 coverage, or maybe even north of that, to make sure that there is room within the plan that if there is an economic downturn or the plan doesn't come off as expected, that there's still going to be an ability to discharge that debt without getting into a situation where if there's, Series B and Series C debt that are cash flow bonds, where you run into that situation where you're paying interest on top of interest on top of interest, and that $1.7 million C Series bonds cost you $26 million to pay it off. So those are a couple things that, as you look at the finance piece, you want to take a look at those coverage ratios. You really want to know whether the absorption that's being proposed is realistic. You want to know whether the home prices that are being suggested are realistic for the market. All those factors come in that you really need to make those decisions as you're approving the plan, not after the fact.
Now, Councilor Olson, you have two other panelists that have their hands up, Charles and then Michael.
Yes, thank you.
You're muted, okay.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. I like what Jim kind of said when he talks about the horses leaving the barn. It's a good, I think it's also, I kind of want to further that analogy a little bit and say that in some ways the decisions or the things that you're considering tonight or this month or this year regarding metropolitan districts, some of the decisions you make, it's really going to affect, in my opinion, the long-term health of this city. And if you look at like a horse race and you're in a long-term race here, all of you are going to be neck and neck with other cities, maybe when it comes to development and expanding, your city services and attracting people to your city. But when there is, and when that downturn does happen, the ones, in my opinion, the cities that are going to start to move ahead of the others are the ones where if you're strapped with a lot of debt, I mean, if the economy slows down, home valuations start to drop, and suddenly you've got districts that have really maxed out their mill levy and have really high debt levels, they're not going to be able to make all their payments in full on that debt. And what happens is when they can't make the payments on that debt, interest starts to compound on interest. And so your debt starts to grow, not shrink. And those districts and cities where if you, like what Brian's mentioning, if you keep the debt to assessed value down to a certain level where you have a lot of protection, when you do have some of those downturns in the economy, those districts that have lower debt levels can they can take the hit and still generate enough tax revenue and continue to just steadily pay off those bonds. And, 20, 30 years down the road, that's a long time. And I know everybody here on the council tonight, you're not going to be around in 20 or 30 years on city council still. I mean, who knows, but.
We might not be around.
But it's really kind of in some ways you're building the legacy for the future first. So when the economy slows down and districts start getting hit and the debt starts to grow rather than shrink in some of those cities, I think those are some things that you're planning for significant, it will have a significant impact on the future of the city. And last thing is, some people would argue that when you have service plans, that if you do have a cap of like 40 years or 45 years or 30 years, whatever, on how long that debt can be paid off, if the economy's hit the brakes and the debt starts to grow, and at some point the districts get close to the end of when the debt can be paid off, and then it's looking at potentially the debt can be forgiven. I mean, it's possible. You could have districts that have millions of dollars on the books owed to investors, and that debt will just get written off or forgiven. But this is way past when you'll be on, any of us will be involved in this. But my experience is when you've got millions and millions of dollars on the line, people figure out a way to get their money. I'm not aware of very many situations where suddenly everything's forgiven and it's all gone. City council, the future people on the city council, you could have developers or investors coming and saying, hey, there's 2 years left and we still got $20 million left to pay off on these bonds because the economy hit the brakes. Can you extend it out another 20 years? And city council, whoever's on city council, they have the power to extend that out. I mean, they can, so I guess my point is, some people like to think that if the economy hits the brakes and suddenly you don't pay off half your debt and it's just gonna get forgiven. I mean, this is just my personal opinion, but I don't see people are forgiving debt. People don't walk away from millions of dollars. So anyways, long story short is the decisions I think you're making looking at metro districts, it's you can keep your districts healthy financially for those downturns in the economy. It'll put you ahead of other cities that are allowing their districts to max out their debt. So.
All right, Councilor Olson, you have Michael that wants to weigh in.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit more onto this in terms of the guardrails that you have in place and what other cities have done. There are other cities that don't even set a debt limitation, and the reason is that the guardrail that you have are the two things that we've talked about here. It's the mill levy cap that you have, and then it's the debt limitation. And regardless of what is done and what is issued, it is issued into a market to sophisticated investors. So these are investors that are typically institutions that are large bond funds that purchase these bonds and understand that they are limited in terms of the revenue and the term that they can get paid back. So the 50 mil limitation is the only amount of money that they get, and if development stops, that's all that they're going to get. And these bonds are typically issued on a 30-year basis, with the caveat that, as you said, within the service plan, there's the 40 years for it to be repaid. But if development stops and it slows down and the revenue isn't there to be generated, it is those investors that have now taken the hit and likely will lose millions of dollars because of that case. Homeowners in that case are protected in terms of that mill levy can only be capped at that level. And that's why we have those service plans, those limitations within the service plan to cap that mill levy at that level. And then I also wanted to say that we finance projects based upon IRS guidelines in terms of the length of the asset. So how long the average life of the asset is how long we can finance debt. So we can't go beyond that life of the asset. So I think that's just important to know. And then the 50% debt to assessed valuation figure, I've not heard that before, except that it was previous, I think back in 1990 or earlier kind of time frame in terms of a general guideline. But in terms of some of the financial metrics that we look at, it's not really related to debt to assess. It's really related to the revenue that can be generated off of the mill levy. And I think that's the important thing to think about in all this.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. It's been brought up and it causes me to ask. So the statute specifies that the debt has to be paid off in 40 years. Two questions. Number one, can we set a lower length of time? And secondly, can we extend beyond that 40 years as a council?
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can address it, you certainly can shorten it. There is a provision in the securities statute that government bonds, these type of bonds can't be issued at the time of issuance for maturities more than 40 years. But yes, definitely you can pick a shorter period. With respect to a longer period, in the event it's not paid off, the statute does allow, even though the ultimate maturity may be 40 years, you go beyond that to complete the repayment, which you already allow up to 45 years of taxing. But you couldn't extend the maturity beyond that.
Thank you for that. One last, maybe an observation. Councilor Sampson had mentioned that and has suggested that it's really important for us to be involved in disclosing information. When we had our town hall, we've heard from folks that said they didn't know, but when it really boiled down to it, is they didn't read. And so we can provide them the information, we can't make them read it. They will sign that they read it, but in reality, in their enthusiasm for buying the house and getting through the signing ceremony, they oftentimes don't read what's put before them. So I don't know that we have a solution for that. I want to thank you, all the panelists, for the great information. I learned a lot. It was helpful to listen to the answers to the questions other counselors asked. So thanks so much for being here and enlightening us and with your wisdom. Thanks. That's all I had here.
Thank you. Counselor Fogel.
Well, first of all, I'll thank each of you for being here, because a few of the questions I have may seem a little antagonistic, especially at 10:30 at night. So I'm apologizing ahead of time. Okay, I respect each of you and the expertise that you bring to the table to try to help us through these muddy waters, these unclear waters. For many years now, I've been working with the Loveland Board of Realtors, including David Powell and Barbara Kelzer, who isn't with us tonight because she's home recovering from some surgery. If Barbara, you're watching, go to bed, go to sleep. She's recovering from some surgery on her back, so she's going to be down for a little bit. Otherwise, I know she would be here, because this has been one of the driving issues that Elbar has been working on through me and with me for many years. Moses, when was it that we put in our existing disclosures?
Councilmember Fogel, I know that I can see from records that we were doing this at least as late as 2016, and it might have been a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah, seems like it's been a while. Each of you, I'm sure, has looked through the disclosures that Loveland currently uses. So my first question, and I'd like an answer, or at least a giggle or set up a flare or something from each of you, okay, is how do you believe Loveland's disclosures compare to our sister cities and the cities around the area that you're aware of? And I don't know, Mayor, how you want to take them in order. Brian was first with a hand.
Go ahead, Brian.
I want to compliment Loveland. I think Loveland is the best that I've seen in terms of disclosures. I think they're a model for the other municipalities.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, David?
I agree. The disclosures and the information that you have in your 12 points are a lot more helpful than a lot of other jurisdictions.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks to both of you. In a little bit, I'm going to ask you about a couple of addendums I'm going to propose for that disclosure set, because I think there's one thing that we can do on a very simplistic basis to improve upon it. So, but one thing, much like Councilor Wright, I've got to go back and address an issue that I heard early on in the evening, and it's more for a question for Councilor Sampson than anybody else. Councilor Sampson, you were talking about that you felt that somebody on council had an improper relationship or business relationship with one of our developers or one of our Metro District people. Did I catch that right? And if so, who? I mean, whoever it is needs the opportunity to defend themselves if there's something going on wrong. We definitely should discuss it.
Madam Mayor, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Sampson.
I didn't say improper. I said a business relationship, and I don't think this is the time or place to expound. If I had wanted to, I think everybody knows by now that I already would have done that. But we have a lot of panelists here, so if we want to discuss it next week during personal point of privilege or something, I'm happy to do so. Thank you for asking.
We'll discuss it then. Good enough. The disclosure that we use, gentlemen, is there anything that you would add to that disclosure, given the opportunity? Come on, somebody raise your hand and talk to me. Is there any, I mean, there's got to be something Well, is there anything in that disclosure that you would improve upon? Okay. Well, that being said, Charles, I really like your idea about that all metro districts should bring a website online, even if it just points to our city website and or the DOLA website or incorporates them in, so that there's plenty of stuff. And I totally agree with you about bringing it online at the time that they start actually selling homes. You know, up until that point, it's all a moot point. But when they start selling homes, if they had a website that linked back to the metro district, I think that would be very useful. Brian, a couple of questions for you. We talked about alternative financing mechanisms, and you kind of caught my attention there. Do you have any examples of alternative financing mechanisms around the state that are being used in place of or instead of metro districts? Can you point us to a city that's doing something different?
You know, I can't off the top of my head, but let me think about it, and maybe I'll get back to you or the council on that. At the top of my head, I can't think of anything. I've seen different models that other cities are using, but there's nothing I can really point to right now.
Okay. The other thing, Brian, that you brought up was your 50% equity ratio thing, and then Michael talked about that too. Explain to me how that works, and are there any examples of where that's working in the current economy, Michael?
Yeah, so the 50% debt to assess was to allow originally for an unlimited mill levy. And so what you have right now is a cap on the mill levy. So you're only allowing for 40 mills. An unlimited mill levy, we typically see at later points in time when districts are refinancing debt and the districts are built out and there's ability to have something like that in place. We typically see cities have that. If they issue debt, if they vote general obligation debt, and school districts. In Met districts, we don't traditionally see that. We traditionally just see that limited tax mill levy at the 50 mills or whatever is captured within that service plan.
So does the 50 mil, does that override and take care of what Brian was talking about with the 50% thing?
So at 50 mills, you're going to generate whatever revenue you're able to generate to repay the debt. And so whatever the debt service is or whatever the 50 mills generate, that's essentially how the bonds get sized into. So it's not necessarily based entirely on a ratio of the debt between the debt and the assessed valuation that's set forth.
Okay, Brian, thoughts?
If I can clarify, many years ago, the state legislature, when it was considering, they were concerned about excess special district debt. And 32-1-1101, that's the provision in the Special District Act that regulates the financial powers of the district and the ability to issue debt. The legislature then made a couple of determinations. The first thing that they said was, notwithstanding anything else, special districts are allowed, subject of course to service plan limitations, but special districts can issue debt up to 50 mills. So that's one thing they allow. They allow issuance of debt up to 50 mills. Service plan could limit it more, but that's what they allow. The second thing it said is, however, if a special district wants to, they can issue unlimited mill levy debt if their debt to assessed value ratio is less than 50%. And that number is important, I believe, because that is the state legislature determining as a matter of law that as long as that debt to assessed value ratio is 50% or less, the district is in sufficient health that it can issue unlimited mill levy debt. Now, there's another exception that it's the exception that sort of swallows the rule. It also says, notwithstanding those limits, the 50 mil limit and the 50% debt to assessed value ratio limit, And I think the legislature, quite frankly, was misled. If you look at legislative history, they were misled. There's this exception that says, notwithstanding all of that, if the debt is issued to accredited investors, financial institutions, banks, mutual funds, those type of organizations, there's no cap whatsoever. You can issue whatever you want as long as the service plan doesn't limit it. So in recent years, substantially all of the Metro District debt is being issued to financial institutions that are exempt from those requirements. And as a result, unless the service plan limits it to a lesser amount, they can issue debt that has 60, 70, 80 mils. And you know, your service plans, your model service plans does allow for issuance of debt above 50 mils, even if the debt to assessed value ratio is greater than 50%.
But it requires special council approval, if I'm correct, I think.
I don't recall that it requires special council.
I thought we were capped at 50.
I believe the latest ones that I saw, the 2019 and 2020, is that, well, the 2020 districts that you allowed was a commercial one, so that's a little different. But I thought the last residential ones had a limit of 62 mils, I believe. I thought it was 62 and a total of 77, including the operating mill.
Okay. Okay. Well, that answers that question. Thank you very much. Charles, you had mentioned that in California they came up with something called Melrose. Is that something a city could do on its own, or would that require state intervention?
I'm gonna have to probably punt back to maybe to Brian on that question. I've thought about that a lot. And I'm not an attorney here, and this is more on the legal side.
Oh, I asked the wrong. I thought you were all attorneys. Come on.
Heck no, I'm a boring CPA. So.
Oh, okay.
But what I've thought is, I know that we talked about fees a little bit during this session. When districts assess fees on properties, and if whatever event happens or triggers the payment of that fee, and if that fee ultimately is not paid, then in some cases, there's an opportunity where that fee can be recovered through property taxes or through a special assessment or some type of districts have pretty substantial legal ability to collect on fees. And so I've always, so I don't have a good answer for it. I guess I'll punt to Brian, but if districts can assess fees to fund, even if it's used to fund debt, and use the fees to secure, borrowing debt against that, and you promise to assess fees for the next 30 years. I don't know if you'd need additional legislation, or maybe I'm missing stuff, but I'll punt to Brian on that. But I would think maybe you could, but I don't know. I don't have any experience with it, so I'll punt to Brian.
Brian?
I guess I'm not exactly sure of the question, but typically, I am aware of districts that levy, there's some districts that levy capital fees, or impact fees, and what they do is they use those fees when the lots are sold to pay down the debt. But there's other districts, and in particular like water districts, for example, or enterprises. Some districts are organized and they have an enterprise, which is basically self-generating. In other words, they don't rely on ad valorem taxes or sales taxes or anything like that. Instead, they rely on specific fees. They can, in some cases, issue bonds that are supported by those fees. They're basically the cash flow from the fees, and whether there be a tap fee or a water fee or something like that. Also, the other thing to keep in mind is the service plans typically have to authorize those fees. And in addition, typically at the initial election that organizes the district and all those taper questions, there's usually a taper question that relates to fees that allows the district to collect fees without regard to the revenue generating limitations of taper. I hope that answered your question. That was sort of like
kind of really what my question was. The Melrose thing sounded kind of interesting, and I was wondering if cities can do it on their own, or if it's only after the state puts some legislation in place to make it a possibility.
And unfortunately, I don't practice in California, so I'm not familiar with Mello-Roos, so I don't want to address that. All I know is that's what the procedure would be in Colorado if you wanted to impose fees.
Well, if there's anything I know for sure, it's that we don't need any California lawyers coming in here and telling us what to do. So the next thing is, each of you in your own subtle way, okay, and even when you were trying hard not to, were telling us the worst case scenarios, okay? And to be quite honest, that's scary as hell when I listen to it, like, oh my God, what's gonna happen to us? The sky's falling. But let's bring this back to Loveland, okay? Because quite honestly, I don't give a damn what goes on in Thornton. That's their business. Have any of you, and I'd like a yes or no or some kind of an answer from each of you, have any of you ever heard of any incidences up in Loveland that we should be concerned about? Because our metro districts here have been going on for, 20 some years. And I think that most of them do a darn good job from what we're hearing. I just want to know if out in the real world where you guys operate, if any of you are hearing differently. David, you got your light off. Talk to us.
I'm not aware of any Loveland districts that have a problem like that.
Brian, you have your light off?
Yeah, I guess, I'll be honest, I don't know specifically of any problems. I have heard with regard to some of the Centera districts that there were some questions regarding some funds that were reimbursed to the developers that may have been questionable, and in particular when they keep coming back to the well asking for higher and higher authorizations. I know there were some questions regarding the artwork and how that was paid for with public funds or not. So I've heard that. I haven't looked into it. I can't speak for that. I'm just saying that these are some constituent concerns regarding transparency and regarding how those funds were used.
Next.
Let's see,
Michael,
Charles,
somebody.
I have not heard of any instances of specific problems with metro districts in the city of Loveland. I would, and I'm kind of reiterating just a point I made earlier, is with all of the multiple district structures, maybe one way to look at it is, with in accounting, you have kind of the fraud triangle where you got to have the separation of duties so you can have proper control over cash and management of cash for a company. I kind of view when you got a multiple district structure out there and with the service plans already in place, that's also kind of the same thing as you can have a company that's lacking in controls. Doesn't mean that there's any fraud going on or anybody stealing any money, but you've opened the door to potential problems in the future. And I would say that by having a lot of these multiple district structures, like I think Brian mentioned, there's 19 operating districts, but there's really totally 55 some kind of districts in Loveland with these kind of postage stamp districts. The door is open for potential problems, and I am not aware of any problems happening, but it's that may be something as a council you may want to consider. I don't know if there is something you can do, but maybe having tighter controls around making sure that the door's been opened, and maybe you want to consider closing that. So.
I'm gonna let Alan jump in here because he doesn't usually, and then we do have a couple of other panelists that wish to speak. Go ahead, Alan.
So Mayor, we did have a district, Deer Meadows district was done in 2006, just before the recession started. 2 large houses were built and then nothing got built, so they couldn't pay on their bonds. So the bonds couldn't pay their debt service. And then they were sold to a secondary buyer for a heavy discount. And that new owner had a long-term strategy and continued to accrue more interest on those bonds with the with the delinquent interest becoming principal. And finally, many years later, the district started to develop 78 lots. They were supposed to build $700,000, $800,000 homes out there. The homes that have been built are considerably less, so they're slowly working their way out of that deficit situation. But they are run by a board that is represented. All of them are homeowners in the district now.
I didn't.
Jim Mann? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say I didn't hear from Jim.
Well, it's just Jim, do you want to go?
Sure, Counselor. I have not heard of any problems in Loveland. But I would couch that statement with the fact that I think in a lot of respects, what you don't know won't hurt you. And I think the general understanding of the Metropolitan District financing mechanism and service plans is generally not understood by a lot of folks that move into a metropolitan district. And that's their, bottom line is that's their own fault. As it was stated earlier, you can provide all the disclosures you want to potential purchasers, but you can't make them read it and you can't make them understand it. And if your if the folks moving into your metropolitan districts are coming from out of state, they may be moving from a high tax state and they're looking at the metropolitan district, and even with the higher taxes that they're paying, they're looking at it going, wow, my taxes are lower here than they were back in my other state. So there's a bit of a disconnect in there, but bottom line is I haven't heard of any problems.
Thank you. And Jim, the way you just described that segues really well into my last couple of questions here for you gents.
Councilor Fogel, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Alan is weighing in again.
Oh, there he is. Can't hear you, Alan. You're muted.
Yeah, I was just saying I didn't take my hand down. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
As I said, since 2016, my thing's been making sure that we've got good disclosures on, because I believe one thing very firmly, and that was that we needed to do something because we were having people coming to us as counselors and complaining that they didn't understand what they bought. Okay. Now, as Jim said, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can print it on their forehead backwards and there'll still be somebody that will not understand because they didn't take the time, or there'll be a myriad of reasons why they can't acknowledge that they signed what they signed. So, as an alternative or as an addition to our disclosures, I'm going to propose a couple of changes when we come back to them at our later meetings, and I'd like you each to weigh in on your thoughts on this. One of the things that strikes me as incredibly important is for people to upfront understand what the Metro District is. Now, that never happens unless they know they're in a Metro District to start with, and it needs to be disclosed to them in the earliest possible time frame available. The earliest possible time frame available is on the multiple listing service because every one of those realtors, like David, is going to print out the sheet from that multiple listing service and wave it in front of them and say, looky here, look at all the neat stuff on this house. That is how the real estate business operates. And if David, if I'm wrong, jump up and down, wave your hand or something. But you want to talk about this, just skip it anytime. But the real estate business operates by the listing services as a whole. Is that correct, David? Okay. So what I propose in the simplest of terms is that in the city limits of Loveland, we make it an ordinance, a law, an edict, whatever it ends up being, and I'll leave that to Moses, that anytime the property tax is disclosed in any way, shape, or form as part of an advertising process, as part of a sales process, as part of smoke signals, flares, or signs on the road, that Metro District fees are equally disclosed. No fanfare, equally disclosed. That way it has to be, and I believe if it's done properly, that will even give people recourse on going back and solving the situation if it doesn't happen. So that's my first proposal to add to our disclosures. Gentlemen, thoughts?
Councilor Fogel, I'm on the MLS board for the last 10 years, and I actually, before the meeting, I actually had sent an email to our CEO to see when, but to my recollection, it's been about a year and a half, 2 years ago. We now have a requirement. There's certain things on the MLS sheet, and our MLS incorporates Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, Fort Collins, and Greeley. We all own it 20%. And there's now, you have to put, it will not let you go to the next field unless you put yes or no. Now, as I turned somebody in yesterday that had it wrong, clearly when the taxes pop up at a certain rate and you see the purchase price, it kind of is a quick trigger, but we do have that in place. Once again, that will cover our MLS and help us on that. It won't help us with, builders that don't belong to the MLS and people that would just walk in. And then based on your last question, in the real estate community, there's always been one subdivision that has historically over the years been a problem in Loveland. I think they've gotten better. They were represented by a builder without a realtor representative in it. Their documents were incredibly hard to find. They were buried down in Denver, and they were done. I believe with education that's gotten better. I don't hear throughout our community. I don't hear as many complaints about it, but that would have been our lasting one over the past years. But the MLS did take it upon ourselves to at least. So now I can go in and put down, if I have a buyer, I can go in and put in their criteria, and I can go in and put a no or a yes, and it will eliminate Metro District right off the front. So it helps a little bit.
So putting a number in that same blank would almost be a simple thing, because if they're not in a Metro District, you put a 0. If they are, you put an estimated number.
It is. I actually like that idea now, and I'll actually present it to our board at our next meeting that we have. Going back, I think part of I understand what Councilor Sampson was saying, and I understand that when you get to closing, people sit there and I watched it for you. They just sign, and we understand that we can't do anything about that. If somebody has pride in their job and actually does what they're supposed to, they should be able to there's a Metro District, I take my buyer through it. First of all, I break down exactly that your taxes are already going to be here. So I can't just say, oh, in this Metro District, these taxes are $4,000 on a $400,000 house. So I'm already going to come in with a baseline. I'm not just going to pull up the county records, as you're saying, which would be a great spot to have it in our MLS sheet if that's a possibility. We'll talk to our developers. And then it behooves me as an agent to go through what that mill is, what that amount is. Then I show them, well, this one doesn't have an HOA. So now to have the pool, the open space, the walking trails, the location that would be desirable for some people, and to live maybe on the outskirts of the city, but not yet too far away from amenities. And you start breaking that down, and you really get to the fact of you're paying $800 a year. Now, that's our world. I appreciate everybody else's comments that we're also here to protect the people who are still paying on this 30 years later, council that's still here, and hopefully realtors that are still doing the job. So that's what my job has to do, but I appreciate everybody else looking out for the future and that kind of process.
Okay, gentlemen, anybody else? Where we disclose the property tax and the Metro District fee equally at every step of the way. Well, David, you're shaking your head up and down. What does that mean?
I agree. Your disclosures already have the Metro District tax in there. We could, if you like, what you could do is just review your disclosure and see if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, but I want to take it to the advertising level.
That's a little different. I mean, we can coordinate the recording. Advertising goes to David Powell kind of situation.
Yeah, well, I agree. Yeah. Okay. The only my last question. Okay, what cities do you know of, if any, that have tougher disclosure requirements than we do? Zero from Jim. Nobody does. Brian, anybody have it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Charles?
Not that I'm aware of.
David?
No, I mean, there's some similars, but you guys have the tough one.
Well, tell them to copy us. It's okay. We won't charge. Michael, your thought?
I concur with everyone.
Okay. I'm done, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Clark.
Thank you, and I know the hour is late, so I'll try and get through. Had several comments, but a lot of them have been already addressed, so I appreciate that. First of all, I want to thank Councilor Wright for bringing up that point earlier and commenting on Councilor Sampson's comment earlier about the relationships, and I'm not sure if it was your intent, Councilor Sampson, but there was an implied accusation in there, and I appreciate Councilor Fogel asking that question. I think we need to dig into that to see if there is an issue or not. I don't like to have those hanging accusations out there without some kind of a closure. So hopefully we can find out what that is all about in our next meeting. The other thing I want to do is Councilor Fogel kind of went through the same train of thought that I was going down in terms of you experts have kind of laid out some problems with metro districts, and obviously you've had experience with problems of metro districts around the state, and maybe in other states. I don't know how they go in other states, but it's also been pretty clear that here in Loveland we've got a pretty good system in place, and the problems may not be here. Now, the potential is there. There's no question about it. I think everybody's addressed the potential. So I'm glad that we have addressed some of those things. And that's part of the reason that I think we had this study sessions is so that we could identify some of those shortfalls that maybe we need to tighten up. And I'm sure Alan and staff have been working on that. But there were several comments made about once they sign up, there's no oversight and the city council has nothing more to do with it. I don't know if I agree with all of that. And I wanted to ask Alan if he's still there. He's kind of, Alan, you have been very clear with us over the years about the oversight that is over these metro districts. Every time we bring it up in city council, you repeatedly say that, and some of the Metro District's attorneys have been at our meetings as well, saying the same thing. So tell me, did I misunderstand that? Do we not have any oversight after we sign on the dotted line the first time?
So we have the ability to enforce whatever we said that we would do in the service plan. We review their audits when they're filed every year. We look at their budgets. For the Centera metropolitan districts, I try to attend as many of their monthly meetings as possible. I've only made it to a couple other districts meetings, but so we try to keep track of what's going on. But we would have to see a clear, I think, violation or not being in compliance with the service plan before we would be able to do anything. I think we had some council members ask us if we would do a special audit. I believe it was referred to as a forensic audit, and I don't believe we have the power to do that. Also, when Deer Meadows had its problems with falling behind, I tried to figure out if there was anything that we could do to assist the property owners, the limited number of property owners that were in that area, and all of my efforts, they concluded that there really wasn't anything that the city could do, that district just had to run its course. So we do try to monitor them. We look at their debt issuances. As you know, sometimes they come back to council for approval on certain things in the service plan that require council action. But I think we're complying with what we put in all of those service plans. And I know Moses Garcia, our city attorney, is on here as well. You may want to get Moses' opinion as well.
Sure, Moses, if you don't mind.
Yes, Councilmember Clark, there is an opportunity for a fair amount of oversight, and we do have that in some of the plans, and that's why you see some of the service plan providers coming back to us. The way we have done it is, one of the things that you heard is that if there is a material modification to the plan, there is a requirement that it come back to city council.
Right.
So along the way, we have set some parameters. For example, when they reach a certain amount of debt, even if their debt is much larger in terms of their authorized debt, when they reach a certain point, we may have them come back to council and to explain what's happening. And we say, you have to do that because we're going to call this a material modification. So there are steps that we can put in where we feel it's important that the city have an ability to review that. And we do have that in a number of plans. But those can vary, and council can make that determination based on the plan. And I think that's the flexibility that you have liked in the past.
Okay, so obviously it sounds like we have some oversight, not 100% oversight. Obviously they're operating under that plan, and then we oversee that in some areas. And obviously there's room for things that we could tighten up. So that's hopefully we can come away from this discussion with some of those things to work on. Another issue, there was discussion about the multiple districts and also the master slave, or whatever the correct term is these days. I don't know for sure. And I really appreciate Mr. O'Leary clarifying that, because my understanding is the multiple district concept with the one small and others kind of under it or whatever is done in a big type of development. And someone made a comment that multiple districts are needed in a larger development. On a smaller development, they're not needed and probably shouldn't be done. So I really appreciate Mr. O'Leary clarifying that. But again, there's the idea that when a metro district is started, there's obligations to the bondholders eventually that have to be met. And I think, as I have understood over the years talking with staff and also with developers, that the district people need to be on those boards to make sure that the plan is being carried out properly, to assure the bondholders, and they require that so that their money is being done correctly. If the board was made up initially with residents, and I'm not trying to be mean, but uninformed or uneducated residents that don't understand the complications and the intricacies with bonding, I mean, there's a potential that some decisions might be made that would affect that and perhaps ruin those credentials. So that's, maybe I'm saying that all wrong, but those are kind of the opinions I've had, which is why a district is set up early on with the people that know what they're doing, with the goal eventually to get the residents in there. And as I said earlier, I live in a metro district that's completely done by residents, and it was built, I think, 10, 12 years ago or something. So it happens. And so that was one thing. And then my final comment too, we've had conversations over the last year or two about some of these concerns, and I think someone mentioned it. And the two things that I hope that we look at very seriously is, what someone mentioned, is bond or mill levy caps for all future metro district proposals, as well as debt limit caps or debt caps, whatever it's called. I'm not sure the right terminology, but those two things I think would make a big difference and would help control some of this. I've talked with a couple of people from adjacent communities. One to our southeast that had a situation that didn't go well, and they've told me specifically if they had those in place, those two things in place, it would have really alleviated some of that. And they are working on or putting that in now for future. So putting a mill levy cap and a bond limit cap or debt limit cap, whatever it's called, I think are two things that would help our situation as well moving forward. So those are my last comments, and looks like there's a couple of hands up. I'll let the mayor take over from here. Thank you.
Charles, you wanted to weigh in on that?
Sure. Yeah, I wanted to, a couple things. One, regarding we've had some districts where homeowners have been pretty frustrated as they've tried to resolve some issues and go to, actually gone several avenues, with Department of Local Government, State Auditor's Office, and then talking with the city attorney's offices, and for some of these cities. And I guess maybe a couple of things that may be important to realize is, my understanding, again, not being the attorney, is cities do not have the ability to remove board members from districts. If homeowners have concerns about qualifications of directors serving on the boards, if they have concerns about ethical conduct or unethical conduct occurring, self-dealing, which some of this that may be disclosed in the conflicts of interest disclosures. The homeowners have approached other city attorney's offices. And I don't know what the policy is here with your city attorney's office, but other city attorney offices have eventually responded back to homeowners and just said, sorry, we can't help you. And it's also important to note that I don't know how this happened, but the state, the Independent Ethics Commission for the state of Colorado, metro districts are exempt from oversight, from ethical oversight, which I don't quite understand that. But most other forms of government are subject to, if you have concerns with the ethical conduct of political officials at other levels of government, you can submit your complaints and the Independent Ethics Oversight Commission will investigate, but you can't do so with the Metropolitan District Board members. And when complaints have been submitted to city attorney offices, the cities have concluded that they can't help in those situations. So, and then when it comes to debt structures, just so you're aware, the junior lien debt, which has gotten a lot of media attention in the last 12 or 18 months, the way they're structured, they do. The stated interest rates comply with the service plans, but the effective interest rates on those, that are generating 30, 40, 50% interest, are, things that homeowners are very upset about, and they've brought that to the attention of cities too, and cities have concluded that they can't help. And so I just want to give a few examples there, but I just want everybody to be aware that we've had a lot of instances of a range of concerns and problems. And every time homeowners have hit a brick wall, and that's with Aurora, that's with Thornton, that's Commerce City, that's City of Brighton, and Westminster. So that's kind of our service area with most of our districts, and they've all hit brick walls with the cities when the homeowners have had concerns. And so really at the end of the day, homeowners, what they've had to do is that, they get on the boards, they recall elections, and then they, once they're on these boards, they have to decide how they want to handle resolving maybe problems that occurred in the past. But they've gotten very little, no support from the cities. So And then the one other thing to bring up, and now I forgot, so I'll put myself on mute.
Right, David O'Leary?
Thank you, Charles.
So, council member, you do have a mill levy cap and a debt cap already in your model and in your service plan. So we have those protections in place. There's also a statutory limitation on the mill levy rate as well. But you do have some of those protections that you were asking about, or I thought that would be a good idea, Councilor Clark. Those are already in your service plan. There are caps that are in there. They've been in there for a very long time. With regard to some of the debt structures, you had also indicated some of these projects are bigger projects. A smaller project that's just a single residential district, no need for multiple district structure. It can get done in 3 to 5 years. You're not looking at those kinds of concerns that some of the other panelists are bringing up, but a larger project that has a longer build out, that has multiple phases or may not have all the phases developed. Having some of those board members, and initially developer representatives are on the board because they're the only property owners. They're the only people that are in that district, and they're the only ones that are required by your town and your city to put that infrastructure in. And transitioning a board occurs organically, typically as the residents come in and as the houses get built. But sometimes you have later phases of development that need to occur according to the plans that are approved by the city. And forcing that before it would normally happen may have an effect of not being able to finish that project or build it out. So sometimes those multiple districts are there for a reason. It's not necessary in every situation. If you've got a residential and a commercial district, it's really hard for those two to interact when you have competing interests of commercial property versus residents. And they have completely different needs with regard to, say a non-potable system or covenant enforcement or those kinds of things. It's completely different in a residential versus a commercial project. And you might need a multiple just because of that. But if you're looking at a phased development that's occurring over a 20-year period of time, and you stick that into, if you don't stick it into a multiple district structure that can phase over time, you could end up with residents sitting on a commercial district board that are saying, I don't want any more commercial property to be developed. And that developer is still on the hook to complete that infrastructure or those developments. So there are other reasons for creating multiple district structures other than control.
So, yeah, thank you for that. And just a quick comment on that. So I understand that. So rather than saying we don't want to do multiple districts or the other, we should ask the question, why are we doing it? Why is it needed? And making sure that we understand that before we approve it. I think that's the message I'm getting.
Yep.
And regarding the debt service or the debt service limit or the mill levy cap, Alan, the chart that you gave us in our packet, it's got all those 19 districts or whatever the right term is now, but I've seen debt service numbers, the mill levy numbers for anywhere from 25 clear up to 72. And yet, David is saying we have mill levy caps. Are these ones that have come to increase that on their own, or just case by case, or how are we, what's happening there?
Some of those are characterized mill levies. So a district that's 20 years old and was originally taxed at 9.5% or higher, in order to adjust residential assessment rate dropping, that Gallagherization will have taken.
Sure.
That also has been remedied just recently with that change in the statutes, and now you're at 7.15%, and you're stuck there for now.
Right, okay, yeah, you're right, I forgot about that. And just one final thing, Michael Persichiti, just a quick personal question. I went to school with Gary Persichiti, it's gotta be related, that name isn't around. It's Gary, someone in your family?
He's my father.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I won't say anything good about him.
Do you want to take that election back?
Yes, Dave.
You're dating yourself, Dave.
No,
And Michael was trying to let you off easy.
Alright, so,
I got a quiver on the head.
alright, Counselor Clark, you're done there then?
Yep.
Go ahead. Brian?
Yeah, oh, thank you. Thank you. I just want to address a couple of things, Councilor Clark, that you raised. First of all, I want to make it clear that I'm not necessarily opposed to multiple metro districts where the districts are as David O'Leary suggests. You may have a commercial district, you may have a residential district, you may have a different type of development in a particular phased community. What I'm concerned about is having it in a consolidated service plan. There's no reason why you can't create one service plan for the commercial district, one service plan for the residential district, one service plan for a different residential district with well-defined boundaries. The problem is where you do a system like you did with Kinston, where going into the service plan, you don't know what property is going to be in what district. You don't know what debt is going to be allocated to what district. And that's the problem where you get the shenanigans of the developers playing these kind of games. If they're not ready to submit to the city council what their plan is and what the metro district is, how can you determine whether or not A, there's a need for services in those districts, B, what the boundaries are going to be of those districts, C, whether it's going to have the financial ability to pay that debt off? That's the problem I have, where you basically lump everything together into a single service plan, and then you let the developer later to be determined what they're going to do with it. That's where you get the abuse. And similarly, there's absolutely, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Leary, there's absolutely no justification for a district that consists of 20 feet by 20 feet, where all the money's going to be funneled through solely so the developer can control that money. That's just nonsense, and that's just developer control. And the final thing, I hope I misheard you, Councilor Clark, because you made a statement that I found very offensive as a resident member of my Metro District Board. Basically, the implication was that developers need to be on these boards because they're smarter, because they do development. In my experience, the Metro districts that are turned over early to homeowners, and I will name dozens of them. I will name the Tollgate Crossing Metro District, which I'm on the board, which was turned over very early by the developers. We financed our bonds, we refinanced our bonds, we brought in new developers when one of the developers failed. Those have done very well. North Pines Metropolitan District in Elbert County, they're fiscally solvent with a little group of 5 board members from rural Elbert County that are doing quite well with their Metro District. Meanwhile, you get developer Metro Districts like Murphy Creek, run by the Alberts, that have driven into the ground because they keep taking money from the homeowners without repaying it. You look at the developer control of the Marin Metro District, once again, developer control, and they embezzle the money from the district. What I'm saying is that, do we believe, ladies and gentlemen, in democracy or not? Do we believe, I was at Gettysburg not too long ago, the Gettysburg National Battlefield. I'm actually in Bethesda, Maryland now. It's 1:40 in the morning right now. And you know, Lincoln said it well when he said, do we want to have government by the people, for the people, or government of the people, by the people, and for the people? It's worked pretty well for 200 and some years, but now it seems like with Metro Districts and what Councilor Clark is saying, that we want government of the people by the developers for the benefit of the developers and their affiliates. That's not how it works. And in my experience, districts that are Metro District. Meanwhile, you get developer Metro Districts like Murphy Creek, run by the Alberts, that have driven into the ground because they keep taking money from the homeowners without repaying it. You look at the developer control of the Marin Metro District, once again, developer control, and they embezzle the money from the district. What I'm saying is that, do we believe, ladies and gentlemen, in democracy or not? Do we believe, I was at Gettysburg not too long ago, the Gettysburg National Battlefield. I'm actually in Bethesda, Maryland now. It's 1:40 in the morning right now. And you know, Lincoln said it well when he said, do we want to have government by the people, for the people, or government of the people, by the people, and for the people? It's worked pretty well for 200 and some years, but now it seems like with Metro Districts and with Councilor Clark, what their plan is and what the Metro District is, how can you determine whether or not A, there's a need for services in those districts, B, what the boundaries are going to be of those districts, C, whether it's going to have the financial ability to pay that debt off? That's the problem I have, where you basically lump everything together into a single service plan, and then you let the developer later to be determined what they're going to do with it. That's where you get the abuse. And similarly, there's absolutely, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Leary, there's absolutely no justification for a district that consists of 20 feet by 20 feet, where all the money's going to be funneled through solely so the developer can control that money. That's just nonsense, and that's just developer control. And the final thing, I hope I misheard you, Councilor Clark, because you made a statement that I found very offensive as a resident member of my Metro District Board. Basically, the implication was that developers need to be on these boards because they're smarter, because they do development. In my experience, the Metro Districts that are turned over early to homeowners, and I will name dozens of them. I will name the Tollgate Crossing Metro District, which I'm on the board, which was turned over very early by the developers. We financed our bonds, we refinanced our bonds, we brought in new developers when one of the developers failed. Those have done very well. North Pines Metropolitan District in Elbert County, they're fiscally solvent with a little group of 5 board members from rural Elbert County that are doing quite well with their Metro District. Meanwhile, you get developer Metro Districts like Murphy Creek, run by the Alberts, that have really driven into the ground because they keep taking money from the homeowners without repaying it. You look at the developer control of the Marin Metro District, once again, developer control, and they embezzle the money from the district. What I'm saying is that, do we believe, ladies and gentlemen, in democracy or not? Do we believe, I was at Gettysburg not too long ago, the Gettysburg National Battlefield. I'm actually in Bethesda, Maryland now. It's 1:40 in the morning right now. And you know, Lincoln said it well when he said, do we want to have government by the people, for the people, or government of the people, by the people, and for the people? It's worked pretty well for 200 and some years, but now it seems like with Metro Districts and what Councilor Clark is saying, that we want government of the people by the developers for the benefit of the developers and their affiliates. That's not how it works. And in my experience, districts that are turned over to taxpayers with the help of consultants, with the help of attorneys like Mr. O'Leary and myself, with the help of consultants like of CPAs like Mr. Wolfersberger, with the help of professionals like Pinnacle Consulting and those kind of organizations, they do extremely well, and they wind up with much better negotiated bond rates than the developers who really don't care because it's not their money. They're not going to be paying those bonds off. I'm sorry I'm getting a little upset there, Mr. Councilor Clark, but I did find your comments to be very offensive.
Okay, well, thank you, and let me comment back on that then. First of all, as far as the multiple districts, I understand what you're saying, and it goes back to my comment that yes, we need to understand why there's multiple districts on a development and why there's a 20 by 20 piece carved out because of that. So we need to understand it. It doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's wrong. Certainly it can be abused, as you have obviously had experience with. But we haven't had that experience here in Loveland. And we're talking about Loveland right now. So we simply need, as a council and a staff, to understand the why behind it before we approve it more than we've done in the past. And I appreciate your comments and many of the others here to help us understand that. As far as the other comment, I had no, obviously you took it the wrong way that I meant it. The idea at the beginning of a district where you're trying to get things set up, you have to put a plan together the board has to follow the plan to make it work so that the bondholders are satisfied and you can make that work. How long that lasts before residents can come on and take over that district, I'm sure is different for every one of them. The point is that I said, if you have someone there that does not understand the complexities and maybe get a majority on there that doesn't understand the complexities, it could be bad for the whole development community, including the bondholders, which is a problem that none of us want to get to. And I apologize to you directly, specifically, had no intention of discrediting you or anybody else that has those kind of experiences that's on those boards. But the potential, we've been talking about a lot about potential tonight, of someone inexperienced getting on that board too early is an issue that we have had discussions in the past. That's the only reason I brought that up. Nothing to demean or anything you or any of your colleagues or anybody else that has that experience that can be on there. And I do believe in Lincoln. I do believe he did some good things. And I don't think we're going against what he said. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna jump in here because we are getting late and I have some that I want to bring up too. So I want to thank all of our panelists and our staff for hanging in there tonight. I want to thank Brian Batiste in particular. You scolded us tonight, and I believe rightfully so. I remember clearly the $170 million district that was approved right before the 2019 election. There was also a 3 district that was approved by that same developer that night. One of the strange things about that night is our bond council gentleman didn't show up. First time I remember that he wasn't there to answer our questions. He did submit a letter to us that was part of our packet that indicated his concern about the valuation being overly optimistic about the districts being able to repay the money. And so when we're talking about how do we go forward, I would ask that our, Alan Kushmerik play devil's advocate when these applicants come before us and they're asking for metro districts, because it's very complicated. And I'm not convinced that everybody on the council understood what was happening that night. So I would say that we need Alan to play devil's advocate and really hone in on these are the potential pitfalls. You might love the developer, you might have all this trust, but here are the pitfalls you need to consider, and here are the guide rails you could put in, because it is difficult. These are complex issues, and I assume that Alan, is aware of everything that's been talked about tonight. Yes, that was an interesting evening that night. It was not a unanimous vote to approve them. Question on mill levies. So every year, the district will send to the county assessor what the mill levy should be, and say we're talking about a multi-district, multiple districts in one. Is that regulated? Do they have to give justification why they raised one? And I'm asking you, Brian, because I figure you're the attorney here.
Well, the district has to approve a budget each year. And as part of that budget, there's typically approve an operating budget and a debt service budget. They are required for the debt service portion of it, which is in many cases the larger portion, because that's what's paying off the bonds. They are typically required by the bond documents to levy a certain number of mills, or alternatively, sometimes there's a minimum and a maximum. Sometimes there's there's a little bit of flexibility there, because as long as they make their debt service payment and provide for the appropriate surplus funds in the debt service account, they may have a little bit of flexibility to raise or lower the mill levy. But typically that's more or less fixed by their budget and by their bonds, and they have to separately certify a mill levy that is applicable for each of those bonds. And then of course the operating mill levy is dependent upon whatever their budget is for the year. Does that answer your question?
Well, how would I get that documentation that shows, and I'm thinking of a particular instance that happened maybe a year or two ago. It's one of the districts that has, multiple districts in it. And I noticed in reviewing the reports that I get from the county assessor, that in that, global metro district, all the districts stayed the same or went up, except one went way down from 35 to 11. While everybody else stayed the same or went up. And then it turns out, there was a very large development that was sold afterwards. So my question is, how, because you're self-regulating essentially, how do you make sure that somebody's not doing something themselves? If there's not, how would I get the justification about why that one went down and the others stayed the same or went up?
So I assume what you're saying is you're looking at the Larimer County report of the various mill levies for each of the districts that they put out as an abstract once a year. What you would do is I would go to the Department of Local Affairs, Local Government Information System, and check on the documents that are submitted for the budget. And it typically would provide some indication as to why. They usually indicate the budgets for the prior year as well as the next year, and there usually is some justification in that for why it would have gone up or down. So that's where I would probably start look at the budget that's filed each year.
Okay, another legal question, and then I'll move on to something else. Is it legal or illegal if you have a developer that some acreage at a dollar amount that is low because it benefits at the time that benefits, and then within that same time period, they take a portion. Now they escalate it significantly because it benefits them to have a higher value. Is that okay to do that?
And I apologize that you cut out a couple of times in there, but my understanding is that you're referring to the assessed value has changed?
No, using using different dollar values, because if you use a low dollar value here, it benefits you, but now it benefits you to use a really high value. Is there anything illegal about that?
I apologize, Mayor Marsh, I'm not quite understanding the question. When you say the value. What kind of value, or tax value, or what?
Okay, so if you're saying a plot of land is worth $360,000 because that's a benefit to you to have it low at this time, and then a month later, 2 months later, you're negotiating a deal with a different person, and now you're saying it's worth 16 million. What kind of things regulate that?
And I guess, in my experience, I mean, that probably relates to, for example, assessed value. You typically, the assessor determines the assessed value, and that's probably why you want it low taxes, I would assume. That's based on, that's based on a number of factors, mostly being comparable sales in the prior period, of usually it's a 2-year look-back period. In terms of, estimating the sale value for putting up for sale, I mean, there's a number of ways of doing that. It's not uncommon for me. I'll give you one example, and this is something that probably the state legislature needs to address. One of the big concerns that I have is that in metro districts right now, most developers treat their undeveloped land as agricultural, and they play games to do so. I mean, the land is worth, tens of millions of dollars because it's in a metro district development that they're going to sell the lots for $100,000 or more per lot, and they're going to sell hundreds of lots and whatever. And we know they're offering it for sale for $10 million, but for the purpose of the assessor, they claim it's agricultural, and they'll bring two cows out once a year to graze. And they'll say, oh yeah, this is only worth $150 because it's agricultural land. This is something that I have gone to the Arapahoe County assessors on a couple of districts in our area, and the assessors throw their hands up and say, this is something the legislature needs to fix. It's a huge loophole that allows developers to evade taxes. They pay, we know the land like Murphy Creek, one of my districts, tens of millions of dollars worth of land in a golf course community. And literally they bring the cows once a year to graze right next to the golf course on the undeveloped land. And it's assessed at like $150 when it's worth tens of millions of dollars. But it's something I think the legislature needs to fix. It's a huge abuse. I think it's arrogant on the part of a developer to do that, but they claim that's what the law says, and they're going to take advantage of every loophole they can find.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. So it's currently okay to do that. So I have noticed in the last few, applications that came before us, is that the O&M is escalating significantly. O&M at one point was 5 mils and 10 mils and 15. I'm seeing it at 25. And we're talking about, when you talk about operations and maintenance, the city of Loveland, we're at 9.56 mils. You're not talking about needs, a lot of operations and maintenance. What is the benefit to a developer to escalate? I know you have a total cap, you have your debt mill levy cap, you have your O&M cap, and then that creates your total cap that has to be under. What is the benefit to a developer to have a really high O&M of 25 mils?
Well, I'm not necessarily sure that it's so much of a benefit, but I believe that in the case of development, initially, the debt service mill levy, typically there's an overall mill levy cap. And initially, the debt service mill levy is usually so large that there's not a lot of cap space left for the O&M mill levy. And as the development builds out, sometimes you can lower your debt service mill levy below your cap, which gives you more cap room that you can use for O&M. I believe it was Charles Wolfersberger that expressed the fact that if you have mill levies, collecting the revenues for the district's operation and maintenance services through a tax, it's a lot more efficient. And so therefore, as opposed to imposing additional fees, in the case of a developer, it may allow them to make it look like they're not imposing as much fees as they would ordinarily before. For example, if they're imposing recreation fees, they can eliminate some of that. It may make the property look better if it's basically the same mill levy, but now your fees are going down because you're not necessarily needing to impose those fees, because now you can use your cap space to pay more O&M. That would be my guess. I'd have to look at it on a case by case basis.
Okay, it's just a trend that I've noticed. So, one of my biggest concerns, well, several, but, the transparency issue, which we're all trying to deal with so that people understand what they're getting into. But I think before you even get to that, it's how does a potential property, somebody looking to buy a property, realistically compare apples to apples? I periodically, do this, and I did it within the last week, is I'll take newly built homes in a metro district, and I'll drive around to another section of town that has newly built, homes in a non-metro district. And I do a comparison. I try to, I look them up in the county assessor and find out how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, how many square footage, what the lot size is. And there doesn't seem to be a lower price for the homes in a metro district than a home in a non-metro district. And in the non-metro district, that infrastructure is included in the price of the mortgage and the price of the home. I do it by the square foot. I'll say, okay, they're selling for $240 a square foot, and they seem to be the same. So how would a person looking for a home be able to make that comparison if it's not very clear to them when they're in the looking process that this home in a non-metro is 400,000 flat? That's what it is. You can negotiate your best interest rate based on your credit history. This home in a metro district is 400,000 plus another 40,000 in debt for the infrastructure. How do we get that so that somebody shopping for a home sees that plainly, simply, so they can say, okay, on the comparison, which is the better deal for me?
That's a good question. That calculation is easy to make, and if the city chooses to include that in your disclosures, you certainly could. For example, the debt allocated to that home is typically provided, for example, in some of the bond documents, if you look at the limited offering memoranda or the official statements that are issued, they typically do calculate, what the per lot or per unit estimate of the debt from the various bond issues are. That calculation can be made, and you can include that. You can say the price of the home $40,000. The price of your share or this home's share of the Metro District debt is $45,000, or something like that. Compare this home to a $445,000 home outside of Metro District. That could be included in the disclosure if the city wishes.
I think it would help a lot, that people are legitimately able, to compare the two and know what they're getting.
Mayor Mark?
Yes.
I appreciate that comment, and I think that a good agent is going to go through that. My last two people, I would not have thought would have bought in a Metro District. Both my buyers that are currently under contract. But I think what we have to do is we have to look at the fact of, well, how come newer homes are on smaller lots, but yet older homes are on bigger lots with mature landscaping? That's just one aspect. Why is I personally do not want to live in the Lakes of Centera. I have nothing against it. It's not there. I don't see the value in what they have. But if somebody came in from Chicago and they did not have a community feel and their kids had a need for a pool and they had a need to live closer to I-25 to get up and down I-25 and they were big kayakers and they wanted to do in the environmental center, that'd be the first place I'd go. So I think we have to look at it more as a city, we have to look at it as, here's another option here. We've disclosed everything, but in my world, I turn around and I'd say a lot of people buy a house that I'm very similar to and I see the value in it as well as they do, but I have people left and right that make decisions that I personally wouldn't make, but that's not our job. Our job is to disclose it and show it, and they get to make the final decision on where they go.
Yeah, and I'm just asking for transparency. Charles, you have yours, and then Jim.
Yeah, a couple comments. You mentioned talking about the operating mill levy. One thing in a lot of our homeowner controlled districts, actually, I think we may only have one district right now where there's still an HOA providing services to the neighborhood. In all of our other districts, they're covenant controlled districts, and but nobody in these districts pay HOA dues, and so their operating mill levies are higher than compared to the neighborhood down the street that has an HOA and a metro district. And so we've had that conversation numerous times with homeowners and potential home buyers when they say, hey, how come the taxes are higher in this metro district versus down the road with the HOA metro district? But in every case where the HOA services were consolidated in and put through the metro district, it was always money was the driving force behind those decisions for homeowners, because it would cut their costs by maybe $100 a year or $200 a year, and in some cases more substantial than that. But that's one reason why you'll see some districts with higher mill levies, because they provide more services and they have no HOA assessing dues on those homeowners. The other, in one example, we have Lewis Point, which is, it's in Thornton. Starting next year, they consolidated services, and what they were paying $720 a year for all their neighborhood services in the form of fees. And now, starting next year, the property taxes will go up, but they'll go up to about, on average, $465 a year. And so that's So, homeowners don't pay the $720, but they pay $465 higher in property taxes. And they're basically a flat tax type of district where it doesn't matter whether home values bounce up or down, it's basically the same dollars out of their pocket. The second reason why mill levies, not operating mill levies, can be high is there's another issue with when you have developer controlled districts in the early stages, especially if they control the districts for they don't have development going on for quite a long time. In some cases, not all, those districts can exist for 10 years before you see development. And part of the problem is, even though districts should be, in my opinion, they should be self-sufficient. And if you're going to incur $50,000 or $60,000 in operating costs in year one, and all you have is vacant land, which is usually owned by the land developer, what should happen is, if you can't generate the revenue through property taxes, then you generate it through fees and non-refundable fees. But what typically developers will do is they say, well, we got no services out of this district, which I think is interesting, because if you're not going to get anything out of the district, then why did you vote to approve it and create it? So, but as the district incurs costs over time and you don't have developments, they advance the money to the district, but there's usually an agreement in place that at some point in the future, as the district begins to build out and generate more fee revenue for operations, all the costs of running that district for the last 5 or 10 years will get paid back to the developer. So there's kind of a mentality out there that when the developer controls the district, they get to use it for free. But as soon as people move into the district, they have to pay for the services of the district, and they got to pay for the cost of running the district for the last 10 years. And those types of contracts are usually funded through operating mill levies, and that's another reason why sometimes those mill levies are high, is developers try to get those paid off pretty quick before homeowners get on the board. And so, and the one other comment I was going to throw out is we just talked about districts in general. And, we kind of had some discussion about, is it good to have homeowners versus developers on the board? I would say, I probably overspoke by saying, homeowners, yes, they don't know a lot, may not understand too much as far as development goes, but there are a lot of controls in place when it comes to the development plan, the plat map. A lot of things as it has to get approved and goes through the city when it comes to the developments. And like in any district, you have a lot of homeowners who serve on district boards who don't know anything about landscaping. But they hire a great landscape company and they do a great job servicing the district. But those homeowners know nothing about how to manage trees and keep them alive, and how to manage a swimming pool and maintain the chemical levels in those swimming pools. I think the same thing is true for metro districts to a great extent. Is you could have homeowners, it would be very cost conscious and careful with managing districts if they're even in the development stage. The problem is you don't see, and it just goes back, one of my biggest concerns is you don't see the golden rule being exercised in any of these metro districts. And what I mean by that is we have several districts right now where the developers will not, they refuse to enter into construction contracts to build the public infrastructure with the district. Instead, what they do is they have these blank check agreements that says, we will build this infrastructure and then we will come back to the district, which the developer controls, and we'll tell you how much it's going to cost to build all this stuff. And because, but it's interesting because these home builders and land developers, even though they won't enter into contracts with themselves when they control these districts to install the public infrastructure, they'll sell 500 homes, and every single one of those home buyers will enter into a fixed fee contract to buy their $500,000 house. And what we've seen over time is, I won't go through all the issues, but a very common one is that, if the home builder builds your house for $500,000 and the guys put the roof on wrong or put the plumbing in incorrectly and have to rip it all out and replace it and build it, well, if I have a contract for a $500,000 home, I'm paying $500,000. That's too bad the plumber put in the plumbing wrong and has to reinstall it. But in a lot of metro districts we see, if they put in the road wrong or if they put in they have to rip out and reinstall because it didn't meet city code. What do? They charge it back to the district and it all just gets added into the cost. And so a lot of rework, a lot of mistakes are made in construction. and and nobody complains about it because the district's controlled by the builder. If you had homeowners on the board, they'd be saying, too bad, so sad, go fix it, and it's on your dime. And so so it's interesting that in an open free market, the home builders have to go out and set fixed contracts to sell all their homes. But when they have to deal with themselves in these metro districts, they never enter into fixed price contracts with themselves. And, and of course, when they go out and they borrow money from banks to finance their businesses, they're borrowing money at 7, 8, 5, 4%. But when they loan money to the metro district, they'll loan it at 40%. So these are the kinds of things that I think they're just obvious signs that when you've got millions of dollars involved, people will do things for their own self-interest. And I said that was my last, but this is my last comment, and I'll zip it again. I came from, I've had about 20, I've been in public accounting for about 23 years now. Just scary to admit that, because I told myself I never realized I'd be getting this old. I'm an old man now, so ridiculous to be working in the profession for 23 years, but here I am. And I worked for several years early in my career for Arthur Andersen. And many of you probably are familiar with Enron. Thanks to Enron, I was out of a job. And I worked in the Los Angeles office, and up till the last day they shut the doors and shut down that firm. And interestingly, because Andersen was shut down, because the Enron blew up, Congress passed the Sarbanes-Oxley bill, and they created the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. I ended up working for them and working with them in the Securities Exchange Commission for about 10 years before I got involved with metro districts in Colorado. And the issue there, the reason why Andersen blew up was you had the auditor out of the Houston office. The audit fee to audit Enron was $50 million. It was the biggest audit fee of all the clients of Arthur Andersen. And so when the CFO tells the partner of Arthur Andersen, don't look at this, don't look at that, hey, that's not a problem. And the partner says, well, I bring in $50 million and I get a pretty nice bonus every year off of this business. I am going to look the other way. And that's what happened for many years. And so what the conclusion was with Congress when they were looking at what went wrong with all of this, it was lack of oversight. And it's inevitable at a CPA firm when you're an auditor, if you're bringing in the biggest audit fee, there's an incentive. There's a financial incentive to maybe look the other direction because you might get your client mad and you might go somewhere else. So you need to have a regulator looking over your shoulder saying, if you're not doing your job, you're going to lose your CPA license. And so that's so I've learned really the value of oversight and regulation and transparency. And you don't have that in metro districts. The districts are pretty much void of most transparency, and there's no oversight really, in my opinion, on this. And that's why I've been very passionate about getting involved with metro districts. Is something has to be done, because that's the problem here. And tonight we're discussing metro districts. You have a whole host of other types of property tax districts out there. You have fire districts, school districts, water districts, and nobody here is talking about those districts. And the reason why is because you got independent people serving on all those boards that have no conflicts of interest. It's only on metropolitan district boards that you have these problems. It's because of the conflicts of interest. So
yeah.
And thank you for your time. I know it's been very late. I'll stay here till the very end, but I am very impressed with everybody. This is a thankless and a job, and you're all doing this on a volunteer basis. And I admire each and every one of you for your passion in serving your city. So.
Well, thank you for that, and again, thank everybody for staying. And I agree with you. There's little to no oversight, and that is a problem. So let's see. I think. Okay, Jim Mann logged off. So let's see. So again, I think with metro districts, I believe they increase the cost of housing. I think because you're not getting, in my opinion, you're not getting the house cheaper to start with, or when it resells down the road, you're not getting it cheaper with that extra debt that's owed. It's not being reduced by that amount. And it ends up, and I actually pulled some, property reports I won't go into them tonight, but you have retired people that bought into a metro district, and their metro fees have gone up, their fees have gone up $1,900. Those are people on a fixed income. When you take that money out of their pocket, that means they go out to dinner less, they shop less, they spend less in our community. That's not good for our businesses. You talk about a healthy city, somebody talked about long-term health of the city. Having people pay more in metro fees it does not help the health of our city. And there was some, commentary on Councillor Sampson's comments. And I will say, one of the very first meetings that I had upon being elected in 2017, within I think 2 weeks of my election, I had a developer reach out, wanted to meet for coffee. And the first thing he said is, can you tell me, why are there special rules for this developer and a whole different set of rules for the rest of us? I didn't have an answer. So to Councillor Sampson's comment, whether that's real or perceived, it's certainly out there for some people. All right, and now I see both Moses and city manager. So Moses, let's go to you first.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that was inadvertent.
Okay, city manager. I worry about legal problems. That's why you got called on first. Okay, city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, one quick comment I would make, if I could. And that was that I have been talking to some of council, and one of the comments I didn't hear tonight, so unbelievably after all these hours of discussion, and that was the request of some councilor and our public to have more notification earlier in the process. And I'm not sure I quite heard this, but wanted to say it out loud, so it's for the record. And that was, I think there was some interest in having the sales contract actually amended, not to have like section 8 with a special district, but to have an addendum placed in it that had information about these metro districts and the appropriate metro district for a seller, so that when they sign the sales contract, it's not as thick as a closing document, that there would be some acknowledgement that they knew they were getting themselves into a metro district. And it was not, I think as David was talking about, maybe doing it during the closing time period of the loan or in the loan process, but having it way up front. So when they signed the sales contract, they knew they were in a metro district. And it was very clear, and there was information attached to it. And that may link to something Alan was talking about, trying to have a one pager or something. So it wouldn't be a lot, but helping people know further in the process that they were dealing with a metro district. So I didn't want to lose that comment because it came up in our roundtable discussions, and it also came up in discussions with others. So thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing 2 councilor hands up. It's 12:15. Are we gonna go another round with everybody?
I just wanted to thank Steve for reminding me that I forgot that. I was gonna bring it up. I'd already given it to Moses, so thank you, Steve, for covering me.
All right, and again, before we close out here, I want to thank everybody for hanging in there. It was a late night, good conversation. Appreciate all the expertise that came in, and appreciate the council and staff hanging in there. All right, I see Councilor Clark up, but are we gonna do another round is the question, because if I let you.
Just one quick question.
Okay.
You have expressed your dissatisfaction with metro districts again, which is fine. Do you have a solution? Is your solution to get rid of metro districts, or what is your solution? I'm curious.
Well, I think I got a rule of 4 to talk about other forms of financing. It hasn't come before council, but I'm hoping it is gonna come before council. After tonight, I'm also interested in the Melrose. But one thought that I had was, some of the problems with the debt is it's so long-term. I mean, it used to be 25 years, now it's 40/45. Mortgages are 30, you can pay them off in 20 or 15 if you're able. It's under somebody's control to have something go out that long. So would there be a way, and it's gonna take working with lenders and stuff, to do short-term bonds? Okay, you project that it's gonna be 5 years to build this development out. let's do 5-year bonds. And as somebody buys their home, their portion of that bond is repaid. So it wraps into a mortgage, just like the old way. Well, still, we have a lot of developers that still do build without a metro district. But you build that infrastructure cost into their mortgage. They can negotiate their best interest rate. They can decide a 20-year loan, a 15-year loan. It's worth a conversation. And yeah.
So again, is your solution to disband metro districts or to look at them and try and improve them?
Try to improve, figure out a better way to finance this, figure out how people know what they're getting. They can compare this house to this house, and that we don't kill people off by ever escalating fees that they can't afford to stay in their homes. I mean, we got teachers.
I'm not aware of killing anybody off, but
Well,
at least I understand what your intention is. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, all right, I think we're done there then. So one last thank you to everybody. Late night, everybody go home, get sleep. Hopefully everybody is at their home.
April 13th City Council study session.